Welcome to another stream where we sit and try to find people who are willing to defend Sunnism or Shiaism. Obviously, I follow the Quran alone. I'm pretty sure you guys know this by now. My name is Muhammad. I try to show how the Quran is sufficient. Hopefully, some people will get guided to the truth. People who are on the fence get the answers. And all in all, we're trying to show how some individuals forget the path of salvation is something that is quite simple. It's about you and your relationship with God and looking for God's mercy despite us committing certain sins. And the religion is not, in fact, about history and who said who or who said what to who and certain things about somebody's biography. But rather, God gives us enough evidence in the Quran and stories for us to understand certain morals so that we are capable of moving through this life in a way that is pleasing to God and for us to find success in this world without feeling too much like we're failing or falling into hypocrisy. And if we do make issues and we make problems, we get a path back to God and to repent to God, where we are being sincere and we are being truthful to what we witness and what we understand. This is something that is extremely important in regards to somebody who's approaching the matter of religion. So peace, everybody. I'm happy that people are joining. We're going to see who's going to be courageous today to come up and try to show me how Prophet Muhammad was either a Sunni or a Shi'i. Obviously, he was neither. That's the position that I would sit on. But they want to follow certain things that God has told them not to follow, or God has not given authority. So they have to prove their positions quite simply from what God has said. With that said, I believe somebody's asking me in regards to 3 divorces in one sitting. This is not something that God has expressed. This is Sunni terminology, and that's not how it works, Nira. The way that it works is you divorce. When you say you're divorced, even if you say it 5 times, you're divorced, you're divorced, you're divorced, it still counts as one divorce. And then there is a waiting period. And if that waiting period is there, then you have fulfilled a divorce. You get 2 divorces, and that's it. No one's talking about 3 divorces. But yes, let me see. Only Quran path. Bro, salam. Please don't spam, okay? La Muslimana. Peace. How are you? All praise to God. I appreciate everybody. What's the opinion on alcohol? Is it totally forbidden or being intoxicated is forbidden? So God is telling us that you do not approach your prayer intoxicated. So intoxication is something that is not supposed to be done. God tells you that the alcohol is a tool for Satan, for you to forget God and for you to get so that people would have issues between each other. And are you done? Are you done with drinking? So this is something that is something that needs to be fulfilled for a divorce to occur. All praise to God. Yes, the period has to be fulfilled for the talaq, for it to be set. You think hadith are made up? It's not that simple. It is not that simple. He was definitely not, Marcus. But if you want to come up and have a conversation about it, I can surely show you that it is not something where God would allow somebody to have an underage wife. Yes, I do believe Israel is Yaqub, Jacob. Let me see. Someone is telling me to open a verse 29:51. Surat Ankabut, verse 51. Yes, okay. Beautiful. Isn't it not sufficient for them that we have revealed the book to you being recited to them? Indeed, there is mercy and remembrance in that for people who believe. Peace, everybody. So we're going to see if somebody wants to come and explain to me whether Prophet Muhammad was a Sunni or a Shi'i. But apparently I think I'm in TikTok jail right now. I did make a video in regards to a certain airline in the Emirates, and that video went viral for a bit. And then they gave me an account strike, and they've removed one of my viral videos, the one that's talking about hadith as well. So I believe I am in TikTok jail where I'm shadow banned for a few days. But yes, we'll see what's going to go. Peace, everybody. Can I ask you why Jacob is not mentioned as Israel never? Because it's implicitly understood when God is talking about the descendants. Peace, everyone. So the Quran says to follow the Prophet as an example. So he did not follow Hadith, right? The Quran tells you to follow the Quran tells you that in the messenger there's a good pattern, there's a good example for those that remember God often and remember the day of judgment often. And that's the excellent pattern, because when you're recalling God and you're remembering God, it's supposed to stop you from committing obscenities and immoralities. So that's how it works. I did pick up a book by a brother by the name of Farid al-Bahraini, okay? Or Farid Responds. It's called The Necessity of Hadith and the Disconnect Between the Quran-Only Approach, the Quranic Text. I did promise him that I would read it, and unfortunately, he strawmans our position. He does present certain things where he also contradicts himself. But I am reading the book as I promised. I do believe he wrote this book targeting people who do reject the authority of Hadith. And yeah, maybe someday maybe I'll make a response to him, but that's not for sure. But yeah, I am reading the book, the one that Farid told me to read. He's the one who read it. And yeah, we'll see. Oh no, Ozzy, if you would like to come up and prove that, then you can go ahead. He's definitely not a pedophile. So that's the problem with people who listen to losers that want to keep saying that. All right, guys, we have an even funner one. Merdan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam. How you doing?
I'm good. If you are good, I want to have a discussion with you.
Only if you're being honest and fair.
Yeah, of course. Of course. So for clarity, like you are saying it's enough for guidance to just follow the Quran and nothing else, right?
Correct. Do you think that that's a wrong statement?
That's not wrong, but at the same time, it's wrong, because it's like if you buy a television, for example, and I don't know what's the name in English, there is always a small book
Manual.
with it. Manual, right? So, and if you say like the manual is enough for understanding how to manage the television and go forward, it's right. But if you don't do what's inside the manual, it's not right. So
just out of curiosity, what is the television and what is the manual? Do you think the Quran is the television?
No. For example, the manual for our life is Quran, right?
And the television is life.
And the television in this explanation is, for example, the way or life or whatever.
Sure.
Just I want to put it simple, right?
Okay. Perfect.
So now I accept first that it's wrong to follow scholars, because there is for 100% no proof in Quran to follow scholars. It's even the opposite. It's even the clearest enemies of the prophets was always like scholars, right?
I don't agree, right. But sure.
Yeah. The same for Hadith. There is no really proof that it said like follow the Hadith or the narrations. We don't find this, and this is true as well. And when we deny it, we are not sincere.
So when I quote Hadith, that would make me someone who's not being sincere if I'm sitting and quoting Hadith as proof, correct?
No. Look, for first, what I'm saying is there is no proof in the Quran who says follow or obey Hadith or narrations. That's
well, the Quran is telling you it's the best Hadith, and whoever denies this Hadith is a Hadith. Okay. So I'm trying to be a little technical, because I understand your position and I could see where you're going. I'm going to allow you to make your point. But but most of what you said does not align with what you believe. so far. Most of what
So
you
what?
said.
1 second. You still don't know what I believe,
I can
right?
tell.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think you follow the religion of Ahmadi, where you have a Mahdi and you believe that the Quran has corruptions within it, the Quran that we're reading today, and it's telling you to obey the messenger, and therefore the messenger is the one who tells you what needs to be done and what shouldn't be done. And you believe your Mahdi is a messenger that was in a will that comes out of Hadith. You're also telling me in certain things where that the understanding of the Quran is very subjective due to the fact that one, it has some corruption, so we need a messenger to tell us which hadith is right and which hadith is wrong in the Quran. And furthermore, because there is a disconnect between what the text is actually saying and what people are practicing, the practices of your messenger is the thing that trumps. That's what you're saying. Am I right?
That was, if you are not right, but you are right in what I am in.
You did that
Nearly
twice.
90%, but you are not right because
You did that twice now, where you say you're
no,
right and
because
you're wrong.
why? Just allow me to explain why.
Mhm.
Because it would be full of confirmation bias if I come and speak with you with my background. So I'm totally neutral. So I
Neutral.
want to neutral, right? So
Okay, so
therefore my English is not the best. I'm from Germany.
I understand. So let's have a foundation. Is the
Yeah.
Quran in the form that we have it today in the Mus'haf? Can it be trusted 100%?
No, but that's important. It can 100% lead you to the truth. And now let me finish my argument. So there is a big detail in the Quran what you, for example, don't see. And this is in Surah An-Nisa, brother. Surah chapter 4 in verse 59.
Yes, I know the verse very well. It's not like I didn't see it. Every Sunni that comes up here brings me this verse. And you're
Yeah,
going
but
to
they
take
don't
this
follow
verse.
it.
And you yourself don't follow it either.
Yeah, we follow it, but the Sunnis and the
So is your
Quran don't
Mahdi a
follow it.
messenger of God?
You don't read it. You have to read it completely. That's the detail what you don't see.
No,
Please.
here it's I have it memorized. So I have a very easy question for you. Is your Mahdi a messenger of God?
He is,
Okay,
but
did he
I
claim
don't
himself as a
speak
messenger?
but I don't speak about my party or what I am coming from. I'm speak about a common growth. So please, can you read the verse if
أطيعوا
it's okay
الله
for you?
وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم فإن تنازعتم
Yes.
في الأمر فردوه إلى الله ورسوله. That's the
Yes,
verse you want.
perfect.
Yes.
So we have now 2 points here. First off, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, obey Allah and the messenger.
Nope,
That's
that's not
clear.
what the verse says. Don't lie.
Okay, please correct me.
So I'm going to show you something. God writes here very clearly, obey God. Okay? That's category 1. Obey God. Okay? And then he gives you another time where he says obey. He repeats the obey twice with one that has a conjunction. So obey God, and then the other one is obey the messenger, right?
Yeah.
And the people in authority, right?
Perfect.
So you see how there's a distinction between obey God and obey the messenger and the people of the authority? Was the messenger here, was he put alongside with God, or was he put alongside with the people of authority?
So if you allow me to finish my argument, it doesn't matter, and I explain why. Because this is like a pyramid. Like Allah says, obey me, yeah, obey Allah. But to obey Allah in the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you had to obey Muhammad. Because if I'm a Christian, for example, and I pray to God and I say my Bible is enough and I believe in the God, I pray, I fast, etc., etc., but I don't accept Muhammad after I understood and realized that he said the truth, I'm out of religion and I don't obey God because I don't obey the messenger.
Perfect.
And then the sentence,
now,
just let me finish, brother.
Sure.
Just let me finish, please. Thank you so much. And that's the important point, brother, what you guys maybe missed.
Nope.
And then the sentence is going forward and says, and the people who are in authority above you. Okay? So the question arises for a only Quran Muslim, who are these people who we have to obey? That's
As the
my
people of
question.
authority? Okay. So
Yes,
here's the
who are
point
they?
again for people to see, okay? God gave you two categories. The first one is obey God by himself. The second one is the messenger and the people of authority. So therefore, the messenger is within the community of the people of authority. He would be the highest level of the people of authority. He cannot be the one dictating what is halal and haram. You understand that? And now the prophet and the messenger, he is ordered by God to judge the people by what the book was saying. So now you're making me say, one, you're saying that the book is corrupted, that we cannot judge with it. We cannot follow the
But brother,
prophet. One second,
for
I'm not
you, it's
done.
not
I
corrupted.
am not
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
I'm not done. So you're telling me, according to your paradigm, I'm not longer able to follow this prophet because his book got corrupted. And I also cannot assess if what the messenger is telling me is truth or false because I have nothing to measure it to other than his word. Now, beautiful. You're absolutely right. Whenever God does reveal a messenger, we're supposed to give him obedience in regards to what is considered as people of authority. Okay. And when there is a dispute between two people, we go to a messenger and the messenger will settle the dispute based on what God says. So I might sit here and say that this person is practicing hypocrisy because he said this to me. And the other person says, no, I am not practicing hypocrisy because there's this verse in the Quran that is saying such and such. The messenger's role is to say, you're right because your understanding of that verse is correct. You're wrong because you're following your desires. But he didn't come up with something that is outside of the Quran. Now, my problem is you guys piggyback off that idea, which is present in the Quran, and you're saying that the Quran is telling us to believe the guy that you're calling a messenger, but he himself would not call himself a messenger.
What
And
is your
now,
name,
one
brother?
minute.
Yeah,
And then
what's
now we are at a point where you would not debate or discuss what that man is saying, which negates his messengership, because what he's saying is complete horse malarkey that does not align with what God has said
okay,
in the
brother? What
previous
is your
years.
name, if you allow me to ask you?
My name is down there, bro. Can't you see my name?
Muhammad, right?
That's my name.
Okay, brother Muhammad. Let me ask you a question.
Without asking me a question, can you
Whenever,
actually
yeah,
interact with what was said to you or
I
no?
will. But
So what
for
was the point
first,
that I made? You have to prove that you're listening. So what is the point that I presented to you?
first off, I want to clear something. Then I will explain what you said to me.
I
Yeah.
understand you're coming to me
Okay.
as a neutral platform. It is not about your faith. You're
So
telling me that I'm
why
negating
exactly, brother?
because
Why do you
because this
why
is called deflection for you to try to expose something. You yourself is committing a
brother?
bigger sin. So what I was
Just
trying to
allow me
express
to
is why
finish
don't
my
we
sentence like you finished, please. Look, bro. First off, whoever I am be, if I'm wrong, my party, or if we are right, it doesn't matter. Because I didn't come to you to make dawah. Okay?
I get
I
that. But
thank you so much.
but
So
what you're
just
trying to
don't use
express,
us as an
I
argument.
have to, because for you, you're saying I don't obey the messenger when I'm clearly obeying the
I
messenger
didn't
by.
said that. I said you have to explain for yourself,
Ladies and
not
gentlemen,
for
this
us.
brother, I'm sorry,
Just let
you
me
came,
finish, brother.
but you're treating me
Why aren't you,
because
brother, patience?
because it's not about the patience, it's about understanding each other. I've allowed you to make your point and you're repeating your point. Life is a TV. God gave you a manual and you have to fulfill what the manual is saying. If you're not fulfilling what the manual is saying, then you're not practicing how to use this life. This is what you presented as an analogy at the beginning. Then you went to the verse, obey God and obey the messenger and the people of authority.
And I
And
will
you're
stick
saying that
there.
you're saying that the people are not following that obey the messenger. And the reason why you came up here is
I
not
didn't
because
said that.
you want me to
I didn't
repeat it?
said that.
You want me to repeat it on I have
I'm
it's recorded.
saying,
I can
brother.
you said that
Yeah,
people are
but
not fulfilling this verse on regards to
yeah,
obeying the messenger.
exactly. This is what I said.
Okay,
Correct.
perfect. So am I doing
The
that?
verse,
Am
not
I
just the messenger.
am I not fulfilling obey the messenger according to you?
It's much worse, brother. You don't even give attention to this verse because you make a misinterpretation, and you are saying it's just Muhammad is one of the people of authority.
No.
And forgive me to say that, if I understand this correct,
No,
it's lying.
no. In the verse that you presented, obey God and obey the messenger and the people of authority. In that context of the verse, Prophet Muhammad is put as the people of authority, so we understand the level of obeying that God is asking here.
Okay,
when God is saying, obey God and His messenger, and whoever defies or transgress against His limits, it comes back as a singular when God is talking about God and His messenger. So where do I find the limits of God, my friend?
Good.
No, answer the question or I'm going to drop you. Where do I find the limits of God?
What do you mean where I find the limits?
Where do I learn the limits of God so for me not to pass them?
First of all, in the time of Muhammad, from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, in this time?
In this time, from a man who is appointed by Muhammad in his time.
So the Quran does not give me the limits of God.
I give you a proof that it's not possible. Do you want it?
What? No, before your proof, I just want you to commit. So the Quran does not give me what the limits of God are, right?
Not completely.
Okay, I'm not talking about the understanding. The messenger himself, whoever it is, he's capable of deducing
everything what you need to know, not in terms of laws.
Wait a minute. When I'm telling you that the Quran has limits of God, can the messenger deduce these limits from the book of God?
Give me a question. My English is not perfect, so can you just explain in a second what you mean with limits?
Limits, hudud. So don't eat pork. Do not cheat on your wife.
Okay.
Are those limits?
Okay, I understand now.
Are those limits?
My answer is, yes, limits, I understand.
Okay, something halal and haram, those are limits now, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. So can you deduce that from the Quran?
No, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. According to who?
According to the Quran by itself and to the reality.
Can you bring me a verse? No. Wait. Show me where the Quran tells you that the Quran is not enough.
Please, brother, can I give the argument?
But you're not giving an argument. What you're doing
I want to.
Okay, do you know how? Can you just tell me what the argument is without asking questions and then leading up to a point? Just say the argument is. For example, I'll show you how easy your argument is. The Quran cannot be followed without a messenger. That's your argument.
You and me are proof. You and me that we are debating are proof the Quran is not enough, bro.
Do people debate with your messenger?
Why? I explain you why. In the same surah, in the same verse what you read, it is clearly said, if you are not upon one opinion, you have different opinions, bring it back to God and His messenger. But the messenger is not between us.
Yes, he is.
You are saying He is between us through the Quran. And now here's the problem. Let me
What's
finish.
the problem?
The problem is interpretation, because you are making yourself without understanding a man of authority, but you are not.
I swear
and
to God,
scholars are not too. Please, brother, let me finish.
But I understand your argument, and you're not actually dealing with the argument that you're presenting.
Last sentence, I promise.
Okay, one more sentence. Go ahead.
First off, you have to prove to everyone that you have the authority to interpret the Quran.
So,
then I will.
Perfect. Now, 2 points. One, okay, the person that you're talking about, he has to prove his authority.
I don't speak about the
One
person.
One minute, bro. Relax. You need to calm down.
Fair.
So, okay, forget your dude.
Perfect.
Now, when we're talking about what the Quran is stating, the Quran clearly states in the Quran itself that God guides whom He wills and He deludes whom He wills. He gave us the criteria of the people who have a disease in their... 1 minute. Relax. He gave us in the Quran the criteria of people who have disease in their heart that come up with their interpretations that are incorrect, and they are the ones who are following deviation. These are people that are not capable of listening, they have no kindness in their heart, or they want to find arrogance and be haughty in the land. They come up with very skewed and wrong interpretations that does not fit the Quranic narrative. As for the people who God wants to guide, right, there He Himself will reveal these verses in their true meaning based on that person's experience. So when when it comes down to the guy that you're telling me he's a messenger of God, which he doesn't call it. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. It's very important for me to say this point. The man that you're saying, his interpretation,
ad hominem.
It's not ad hominem. I didn't insult him. If I wanted to insult him, I have a lot to insult.
Argument against
it's not an argument. Listen to the point, because this is what cult people do. They're trying to deflect.
I'm cult and I'm
okay,
bad.
Now I'm going to meet you.
Stupid.
Cool. You are a cult. Yes. So what I was trying to express is something that is very easy. The interpretation of what your guy brings forth does not align with the Quranic narrative. And you're telling me that I'm no longer capable of judging by the Quran, and I have to just take him for face value. And the reason why he's a messenger of God is because of a will that is written in the Hadith books of Shia that he himself cannot reproduce. So it is alive.
Speak about us.
I am. I'm. Which religion, bro? What do you mean? I follow the messenger. I am obeying the messenger. I am following the message, and I can prove that.
So don't speak about our religion. Speak about academically about a topic. The topic is that you are misleading yourself and other people, and for why?
You have no grounds to say that. You have
brother,
you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. You have no grounds to pass that accusation. You cannot sit here and tell me that I'm misleading people when I can clearly expose your misleading of people. I can clearly show your delusions.
Perfect.
I can clearly show your lies, but you can't do that.
Right. Okay, look, perfect. You are right. But this is the exposing for yourself, brother, because you say, I am doing it. Look, you say you guys are wrong, but I am right. So I accept.
No, the verses of God negate your position.
Wait.
Do you hear what I said? God's verses negate your position, but God's verses does not negate my position.
I give it another try. Maybe you will understand me better then.
Yeah, okay.
There are so many peoples on the earth. They are searching for the truth with
chapter 3 verse 7 is your answer.
Please
go
let
ahead.
Me finish. Please
chapter 3 verse 7 is your answer. Go ahead.
No, let me finish. Just let me finish.
Yeah, but chapter 3 verse 7 is your answer. Go ahead.
Who are searching for truth, and they say, this guy is saying like that. Another guy says something opposite. This party or this group say this, and they are totally confused. Do you know why the world is like it is?
Chapter 3 verse 7.
Because people who have no authority from God to preach. And you are one of them.
Okay.
My question is so easy.
Who should I listen to?
Just easy. Allah.
Who should I listen to?
Wait. Before you ask.
No, you were making an accusation. So I'm asking you, give me the solution. What's the solution?
I give you the answer.
Okay, what's the solution?
Before I give you the solution.
No, give me the solution.
You have. Okay, I proved to you that is first to understand.
I don't accept your premise, so you have to give me the solution.
La
Who should I follow?
ilaha illallah begins with negation. With what begins La ilaha illallah. It doesn't begin with the solution is one God. It begins with who is not or what is not right. So there is no.
So according to your logic, there is no authority except the messenger, is what you're saying, right?
No. According to the Quran, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
according
says
to the
in the
Quran,
Quran
what
always,
is it?
we sent them that they get obeyed. For example, the prophets and the messenger and the khulafa. We sent them to the obeyed.
Okay,
so,
where's the khulafa being obeyed? Show me where it says the khulafa has to be obeyed.
Adam alayhi salam was a khalif.
Oh, he has to be obeyed now. Okay, perfect. Now, just a curiosity.
Why?
Okay,
why do you don't allow me to
because
explain?
Your points is just going
My
in circles.
English is not so perfect.
No, it's not about the English, brother. You keep speaking, and you're not making the argument. I could make an argument into. I know because it's not about, no, brother, because the thing that you're doing is very condescending. This is what you're not understanding. You're being very condescending. You're talking down at me. Condescending is like you're talking down at me and you're lecturing me as if you're on a higher position instead of actually having.
Want to.
But that's what you're doing. So I'm asking you, because you're not listening. That's why. Because you're doing here and you're just going like this and talking. I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to express to you the point that you're making. You yourself have to prove it. You're a guy that keeps talking in regards to him being a messenger, which I don't see a clip of him saying that, except you guys repeating that. You are calling him a Mahdi, and I cannot see the Huda on him because the book of God is being rendered useless by his words. So what do you judge with?
I want to explain it to you in the nicest way I can.
Can you answer me once? Can you
but
answer?
before,
Can you
yeah,
answer?
yeah.
No. I'm done. You
Okay,
running
again,
away. You
again,
got
again.
every time I talk to you guys, you do the same thing. I've been 20 minutes. I want you to answer a question. I just want you to actually engage with the conversation. I don't want you to sit and preach. I want you to engage. You're telling me that the messenger is an authority. So in this day and age, who is that? You're muted. Pa 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 pa. Mardan, are you gonna unmute and speak, or should we move on? Because this is getting useless at this point. Obviously, these people cannot engage. Yes, you will, Ryan. Ryan, just 1 second. So you can request again. I did ask one question. All I said is, who's that messenger? And then for him to prove that messenger. So he makes this argument that the messenger has the authority, that the book of God is so complicated, people have subjective takes, and therefore we need somebody of an authority. These scholars have no authority. Nobody can explain the Quran that is corrupt in this day and age, and only the thing that the Quran is telling you to do is to submit to the authority of this man. But this man says some really stupid things that are not true. He's saying you can marry jinn. He says you can get high. He says that certain people are damned, yet he has never met them. You see what I'm saying? He's making all these things in his mind where he thinks he's a person of a high moral character, but he goes up on a stage and he says that the Asr is the most important prayer. And I am Asr. I am the noon prayer. And then you see his cult, they sit and prostrate to him. They prostrate to a man. So he's obviously putting himself in a position where he's technically saying he has the authority of God. This is something that we understand from a different cult called Al-Alawiyya. Okay, this is a cult that is in Syria, where they believe that Ali himself was an incarnation of God. Okay, so these people have very similar wordings of this Alawiyya that we had to deal with in Syria, where they're not very religious. They don't have religious practices, but all they want to do is always say that there's a man that is a representation of God, where God is technically incarnated in him. And that's what it means to be God's messenger, is that God is walking among you. This is how these people approach matters, but they do not say it. And the people that are pushing the idea under them, they themselves are not aware of what is being said. They just go with the program, and they start to love this character because of the way that he shows himself. These are the people that come to you from the right, as God tells us in the Quran. They come to you from the right, but they're just deluding you. And they and them will find themselves on pain on the day of judgment for the lies that they say about God. This man says that the Prophet Muhammad wrote his name in a will, that Muhammad left a will and he wrote his name on it. And that's why now he has appeared. The Mahdi has appeared. The Mahdi has appeared. They believe in a concept of called reincarnation, not resurrection, reincarnation, where the man is being born again and again and again in this world. And this is why this Mahdi keeps coming and keeps appearing. But what he's teaching you is completely against what the Quran is preaching. The Quran is telling you that there's no falsehood that comes in between this book's hands. This book, he's talking literally about the book. No falsehood will approach it. They're saying falsehood approached it. They're saying that there's verses that are now from Uthman's mind, that these are not part of the Quran. But then they themselves are picking and choosing what they want to pick and whatever they like. But when they're asked a question, they can't answer. This is a sign of, this is why when I gave him my quick presentation on how he's failing as somebody that wants to call himself a Muslim, he himself, when I asked him, what did I say? He can't hear it. He did not understand what the message that was being presented to him. When God says, obey God and his messenger gave you a message. You approving of the message and following the messenger, you have now obeyed the messenger who told you to do what he qul, say. And if you say it, then you have obeyed the messenger. And when you're obeying the messenger, you have obeyed God. Now, how do you follow a prophet? God tells us that the prophet have a book that they judge between the people. If I'm going to follow the prophet, which he gave me this message as a messenger, I'm going to follow this book. And this way, I am both following the prophet and obeying the messenger. But to them, it's like, no, Quran is convoluted. We can't understand what the Quran is saying, and people have discrepancies. So you guys have to just go submit to that guy, and that guy will tell you the truth. The Quran never says it's haram to marry jinns, so you could technically marry jinns, and you could get high too. That's also something where, like, we think some other hadith outside said that, people have been marrying jinns for a while, so I guess it can happen. And by the way, Mecca is not Mecca. God said that he's going to keep the city safe. It wasn't safe. It's Petra. They destroyed it. And La'natullah ala Abu Bakr. Just because. So all of this stuff that he's presenting has absolutely nothing to do with religion. This is called superstition, and they're making you get pulled into superstition. That's why they dress the same, they talk the same, they act the same, and they have the same speech. But the speech is designed to confuse you in where there is no entrance to anything that they're saying. The only thing that they do is present a problem, and the answer is to submit. Submit and close your mind and start to practice cognitive dissonance for you to be saved. Because you supporting this messenger automatically puts you in heaven. But in fact, this man, what he's leading you is to straight to hell, because he's saying things that are incredibly blasphemous in regards to what Muhammad did and what the Quran is preaching and what Jesus said and what Jesus did. All of these things that they present to you is engineered and for you to be part of their group, for them to get paid. Would you like to come up now and actually answer it?
So you spoke a long time. No, let me speak.
It's not speaking. I want you to answer.
If you are just.
I'm just, but I want you to answer.
No, first of all.
No, you just want to preach.
And yeah, okay, but you preach by yourself.
Yeah, no, okay, but go ahead and then answer them. Answer what I said. Don't go on a whole different tangent.
So I will not answer to all of them. I just want to say something. First of all, brother. Every time when a prophet came, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says clear in the Quran, the people reject them. Why? Because they didn't speak what they expected or wanted to. So you are very unjust to say you guys are like this, or you are the guys are like this and this and this and this and this and this, and you don't make any, there's no difference between you and the scholars. So we don't say come and just believe us. And the first place.
Okay, so now to answer what you just said, you are no better than Bukhari and Paul the Apostate. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Second, I never came to you to speak about us. I spoke about a blind spot in your thinking.
As I said, these people come to try to present problems with no real solutions other than to submit to their messenger. Carry on.
I have solutions, but you mute me. And you want to show that I don't know anything and I'm stupid. And that's not good. That's ego, brother, what you have.
It's not about the ego. It's about how condescending and the matter that you're speaking is not a way that someone should be presenting themselves. So it's frustrating. You're frustrating the person. You're a rage baiter.
I'm a rage baiter, right?
Yes, that's rage baiting. When someone asks you a question and you don't want to answer.
So let me ask, you are not interested in my way of thinking, right?
No, I am. I'm trying to discuss your way of thinking, and you say, I don't want to talk about it. I just want to talk about you, Muhammad, but yet you don't know me. But I know your religion. I don't know you. And I'm talking about your religion to show that what you're saying does not coincide with what you're presenting. You're showing clear hypocrisy, but yet you're too blind to see it. You can keep calling me a scholar. You can keep saying whatever you want.
Look,
but you, at this point, have yet to commit to who's the messenger. Who is this messenger of the person of authority? Don't start telling me God negated everything before he said he's God. So just tell me who's the messenger, but you won't.
Okay, I want to make something clear, and then I will answer your question.
Yeah, make something
First
clear
of all,
and then answer.
because all the things what you said about us, I accept. Okay, we are heretics and all the stuff.
Appreciate
but I want to remind you about something, if you allow me. Do you believe in the Bible and in the Torah?
I asked you a question first. I'm not answering until you answer me. So I don't know why you keep deflecting.
I want to say something, and we will find similar things in Quran or.
Can you actually instead of being slithering snake? Can you
Have the
actually?
patience.
It's not
Oh
about,
my God.
bro. It's a very. If someone comes to
Why
me, if someone comes to me and
I'm
he goes to
struggling
me,
to speak English. You
no,
have
but
to
bro, it's not
be
about
patient.
struggling. Relax. I muted you again because I want you to understand something which is so frustrating. Someone comes to me, he goes, "What book do you read?" I say the Quran. Someone comes to you and he goes, "What book do you read?" Because, well, first of all, let me explain to you about how cars are formed. I'm asking you who's the messenger, and you're sitting here telling me about Bibles, bro.
And I told you before who is the authority, and you started to insult us that we are wrong and our messenger or our man
So
is not the man of authority. So
who's the
you
messenger?
started to go off topic,
I
not
don't
me.
understand. Who's the messenger?
But first off, I want to clear something, and then
Perfect.
I promise to you, I will come straight to the point.
Can we
I
actually
promise.
answer the question and then I'll let you clarify? Let's go that. Instead of you dictating how this is going to run, I'm going to actually enforce it.
The first man after Muhammad, who he was appointing, the man of authority, was Ali ibn Abi Talib, minhu salam wa rahmah. This was the first man. But that's just a claim for me. You don't know is it right or
Ali is
wrong.
the messenger. Ali is a messenger. Ali is a messenger.
He is the Khulafa after Muhammad.
Is he a messenger?
But the question what I have to you...
But brother, yes or no? Is Ali a messenger?
Brother, you can't answer every question with yes or no.
I'm asking just so that you could clarify because you say a lot of words without committing. Is Ali a messenger?
He is not the messenger like the messenger of Muhammad, but he is a messenger because
why? Okay, perfect. So Ali is a messenger of God. Got it. Ali is a messenger of God. Ali is a messenger of God. Got it.
But not the same. Okay, doesn't matter.
It does matter because now you're saying lies about God. But go ahead.
It doesn't matter because you want to make the conversation in a direction who is not right to go. So look, the Surah An-Nisa, Surah 4, for everybody to open it. 59, but you are running from. You are running from it.
No, I got it, brother. I understand. Obey God and obey the messenger and the people of authority. So now the messenger is Ali, correct?
Right.
The messenger is Ali?
So it doesn't matter who is it.
Is Ali the messenger? Brother, I'm talking about 2026.
What matters is
he's so bad, bro.
Stop. Brother,
Habibi,
please.
Listen, it's such an easy conversation if the person is honest. So I'm asking you, you're saying obey God and obey the messenger. So, okay, now you're making a contention that there's a messenger that needs to be obeyed. A physical human.
Ali, the messenger's Trump. I don't care. So what Trump I'm caring about...
Bro, I'm done with the theory. I understand the theory behind it. I already agreed and I already understood the theory. We understand this part. I don't know why you're repeating...
You didn't because you don't let me ask you. You don't let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Ask a question
when
so we can move on.
Allah says, obey me, obey Allah and the messenger and the one in authority.
People of authority.
And you, not me, because you are saying I'm Qurani. So you have to explain to everyone with proof from the heavens who is the man of authority after Muhammad or in the lifetime of Muhammad.
Oh, so the people of authority? The people of authority? That's what your question is? I got you. Watch how an answer works. This is how an answer works. So God says the people of authority among you. So based on the situation that you're in where you're going to start to apply the Quranic reasoning, there's a different person of authority. In your household, right? If I have a father, my father is a person of authority in the house. In a business, my boss is the person of authority at my house. In a country, the president is a person of authority of my country. That is when God says from you. You see what I'm saying? When you asked me a question and you don't like my answer.
No, I like it very much. Please continue.
He goes, are you done? And then please continue. Bro, you need to have a nice day.
Because you answered, I know, you said it's the president. Straightforward. It's the president of your country. You have to obey the laws and the president and the police and the law.
Of who? Of among you. From you.
Yeah, among us.
So, yeah, so the president of this country now is not from me, right?
Okay, who is then the authority?
We don't have that society in this day and age, but when within our community, we have the people of authority. We have the people of authority. In my household, it's my father. But here's my question to you. You
don't ask.
You don't want to ask because you won't answer.
You can ask, but I have to ask you first.
You already asked me.
Who is no? You are
Okay,
saying
so here,
it's
bro.
the one. It's
Watch,
when we have
watch, watch. There's a verse
I
that
don't want to
answers you.
watch. I want to.
No, I'll give you a verse from the Quran which you don't believe
No,
in.
you are running, brother.
No,
but it's
because I'll
okay.
give you an answer from the Quran which you're running from.
Yeah, I
Okay.
accept. I accept.
Okay. So
It's
you,
okay.
but you do accept that it's
You don't know
okay.
who is the authority. You are not sincere. If you
Okay,
say
so
I don't
here it
know, you are
says
sincere.
here it says this. Okay. Oh, do you speak Arabic or no?
I don't speak, but I speak
Okay.
the spear language of truth.
Perfect, which is whatever, man. I don't want to engage with this nonsense. And when there comes to them an issue about security or fear, what is it about?
Again, brother, I didn't understand.
And when comes to them an issue about security or fear, what is the topic here? Security and fear, correct?
Security, okay.
Security and fear, not religion.
Yeah.
Security
Yeah, I
and
understand.
fear.
I understand.
Perfect. They broadcast it. And had they referred it back to the messenger and those in authority among them, those who can deduce it among them would have found out what to do. And if it was not for the favor of God upon you and his mercy, you would have followed the devil except a few. This is in chapter 483. So you're taking a verse in isolation, you're taking a word, defining it how you'd like to define
stop
it.
Explain
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What it means.
Bro, I'm not explaining. I'm telling you
Before
what
you
you're
insult
doing.
me.
You're taking a verse out of isolation when the word people of authority, ulil amr, is explained to you in the Quran. So when there is a moment of fear or security, there's people who understand.
Is the Quran eternal, brother? Is the Quran eternal? Is the Quran eternal? Yes.
Sorry, guys, for the waste of time. Peace, Ryan.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's up?
Okay. First of all, I want to ask, so how do you obey God and how do you obey the Prophet? Like,
where does it say to obey the Prophet?
The verse you said earlier.
Yes, so it says to obey the messenger. Now, there's two different roles at play. There's the prophet and then there's a messenger. The role of a prophet is localized to his people, and you can follow a prophet in a way that he approached matters, which is what God tells us that they judged with the book. Now, the messenger is the one that delivers a message to you, and you're supposed to obey the messenger by following the message. Now, Prophet Muhammad, in the book that he gave us, it says obey the messenger. It doesn't tell you to obey the prophet. Now, you're saying to me how I obey God. Obeying the God you're capable of doing that even without the Quran. People are capable of deducing the laws of God to a certain degree without a messenger. This is something that Abraham did. This is where Luqman also did. They did not have a direct message from God in regards to how they should live their life, but they were still submitting to God. So people can deduce that lying is not good for them, which is part of God's religion. You can't lie. People understand that I shouldn't hurt the person in front of me and I shouldn't transgress. This is something that someone can be able to follow without a book from God. This is something where it's naturally inclined. So obeying God is a lot more comprehensive than just the Quran. How do you obey the messenger? You have to follow the words of the messenger. Now, where do I find the words of the messenger? Where do I find qawlu Rasul?
Are you asking how do I find
where do you find the words of the messenger?
From the Hadith.
So qawlu Rasul is in the Hadith according to you, but there is a verse in the Quran. It states to you, إنه لقول رسول كريم وما هو بقول شاعر قليلا ما تؤمنون. God is talking about the Quran. He's saying it is the speech or the statements, qawl, of an honorable messenger, and it is not the speech of a poet. So God is also saying the Quran is the speech of the messenger. So if I want to know what the messenger was saying to his people, I will go read the Quran.
Okay. So do you think that everything, like the way that the Prophet lived, the way that the Prophet did and everything, the way that he obeyed God, is everything like that listed in the Quran?
Everything that you need,
all of it is necessarily listed in the Quran. Yeah.
So there's a line between following somebody and worshiping somebody. Okay. There's people that worship women without calling women God. There's people that worship money without calling money God. There's people that worship celebrities without calling them God. But the concept of worship is this adornment and this love and this exaltation of something that they shouldn't love to that degree. It's complete obsession. God has given us enough lessons in the Quran, as He told us in the Quran, that it's complete on everything, that it has all the details that you need for your guidance. He gave us enough lessons for us to know how to think how the Prophet thought, okay? But to sit and try to emulate and mimic the Prophet, that can fall into a form of a celebrity worship. And that's why the Quran is sufficient. But if you want to add to what the Quran is saying, then God says in the Quran, what is after the truth except falsehood?
Are you asking me what?
No, that's what God says, that what is
Oh,
after
okay,
the
okay,
truth
okay.
other than falsehood. So if you're saying that the Quran is missing and you want to add certain things to the Quran and saying that this is part of the religion, then as God's saying, you're just adding falsehood.
Okay. So do you not think that how the
Peace,
Prophet
Brother John.
lived,
I have enough
how the
sufficient
Prophet?
evidence. I have enough evidence in the Quran on how he lived and what he did. I don't need to know how he ate or how he dressed. I don't
Okay.
need to know the names of his wife. I don't need to know how many wives he had. I do not need to know the exact meals that he had during the breaking of Ramadan. I don't need to know how he sat or how he slept. I don't need to know how long his hair was or what the color of his hair is. I don't need to know what he said to Ali or who is the first person that submitted because of him. This is not something that is going to help me on the day of judgment. On the day of judgment, God is going to ask me on how I treated people and if I was fair, if I was giving from what God has given me, and if I transgressed, if only if when I was transgressed, because I can see the other guests there saying, oh, no, you were unfair to me. But based on what God is telling me on how to act and what to do the prayer, to give from what God has given me, this is very clear in the Quran. The people who want to argue otherwise are missing the meaning. So, and God says in the Quran that it's complete, detailed in knowledge. We did not leave anything out of the book. It is sufficient for people who believe and the people of intelligence. So, if God is telling you that it's complete and you want to make an argument, it's not. I fear that you might be making a big problem, bro.
Okay. So if we pray the way that the Prophet did, is it wrong?
That's
Like, is
conjecture.
it?
How do you know he
What does
prayed?
that mean?
You know how he prayed, or do you think you know how he prayed? Are you just following somebody that came 1,400 years hearing things? And how do you know that that's how he prayed? You know what I mean? How do you know how your grandfather lived or how your grandfather ate? You don't. You have a general idea of what people said from one person to another. And even now, in this day and age, people who are praying, they're doing things that are not aligning with what God told us in the Quran. So I'm pretty sure that that's not how the Prophet prayed.
Okay. So do you not feel like you're like curious and you like want to know what the Prophet, yani the Prophet of God, how he lived, what he did?
The Quran
Is
tells
that, is
me.
there not curiosity for you to know
But
like the details
but the
of
Quran
everything?
but the Quran gives me the details of everything that I require. I love my Prophet to a very high degree because of how God explained to me who he was. I don't The other information there, it's just conjecture, it's assumption. And a lot of what I read, it actually some of what I read, it's disgusting. It's putting my Prophet down. It's putting other prophets down. I don't want to. Why would I dive into a garbage dump just to find a speck of gold? Why would I go dive into sewers looking for gold, bro?
Okay, that makes sense actually.
Yeah. So in the Quran, it says that it's not permissible for somebody to marry a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old. The Hadith, it states that the Prophet did, which is not acceptable. This is wrong. It's not something the Prophet would do. I just made a video recently about how they say Solomon had sex with 70 wives or 60 wives or 99 wives or 100 wives in one night, which is not possible. And he's the one who made that claim. They make Moses run around naked in the Hadith. Moses knocks out the eye of the angel of death, and the angel of death goes back crying to God. All of this nonsensical. They put down women consistently in the Hadith. They compare them to donkeys and dogs. that if a woman or a donkey or a dog crosses in front of your prayer is invalidated. It's not something my prophet would say. They made Abraham be a liar on the day of judgment, and you cannot find intercession from Abraham because he lied 3 times. And that Adam ate from the tree and God has not forgiven him. So you can't, Adam will not intercede for you. Only Muhammad can intercede for you. So all of this nonsense is just, I'm sorry, it's garbage.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I actually like whenever I read those hadiths, I don't even like. I choose to not believe them. Like I just think,
Welcome,
yeah,
welcome, welcome to the truth, my friend. Because God tells us that they only follow assumptions. And if you tell them, how do you know that the prophet said that? Oh, because this guy said this guy, from that guy.
yeah, it
Yeah,
honestly makes sense.
but that's not how they, bro. Hey, just go right now, Go tell your friend a 5-minute story, okay? And then ask him the next day to repeat the story to you. He's not going to remember all the details and he's going to get things wrong. But now we're not taking it from the first person that heard him or the second person or the third person. We're taking it from the fourth person. And we have all these mixed reports and mixed things. Like Bukhari had to memorize 300 or 600,000 hadith, depending on who you ask, and he only gave you 7,000. So it was just a, brother, even till this day and age, we had in 1970 someone by the name of Sheikh Al-Albani who's still correcting hadith. So the hadith corpus is incomplete. Their religion is still yet up to decision on what God actually said and what God didn't say. This is something that is very strong as evidence against them. This is something that's wrong. Who wants to follow a religion where they're saying that our books are yet to be completed into knowing what God actually said and God didn't say?
Okay. I want to ask you, how do you pray?
So I have
Like,
on my YouTube, I have a video that's 10 minutes. It's showing you the prayer in regards to what God is saying. It's very similar to what the Sunnis do, okay? But it's not 5 times. It's actually 3 times. And this is also can be proven by their hadith as well, okay? So when God is saying, God in the Quran says, do not be loud in your prayer and do not be silent in your prayer, but find the middle path, okay? So remember that verse. God also tells us to stand a prayer on the 2 ends of the day and through the advancements of the night. So that's 3 prayers. Which are they? The dawn or the fajr, the maghrib or the sunset, and then Isha or the night prayer. Okay. So if you go to the mosque, that's the ones where they're normal, like, they read the Quran where people can hear them and they're praying together. But the other 2 that there's there and they say it's a prayer, Dhuhr and Asr, they're silent. They're going against what God has said. God tells us the wudoo in the Quran. It's not the wudoo that they do. There's no gargling or putting water in your mouth. There's no soaking your feet in water and then making the mosque smell like dirty feet or bringing all the dirt with you into the mosque. There's none of that. It's just wipe your feet. Wash your face, wash your hands to the elbows, wipe your head, wipe your feet, and then that's the wudoo. See what I'm saying? It's not as 3 times
yeah.
and they want to add to all these things that make it more difficult. Further than that, God tells us to face the Qibla, to recite what God has shown us in the book, recite the book, and to exalt our Lord, to prostrate, to do raku' and sujood, and to do dua. And it's a time period. It's not numbers of units. That's why they keep saying, oh, the Prophet prayed 12 times here, but 3 is farad and then the 8 is sunnah. No, the Prophet fulfilled the time of prayer, which God is telling you, the more you pray, the better for you. But they lost the prayer. But I'm very glad that you're inquisitive and then you're asking the right questions, because when God says to us in the Quran that it's an example for all things, we have to start to apply that to ourselves today. We could see much of the Quran is actually speaking against the Sunnis and the Shia. It's no longer speaking for them, and that's why they're losing. God gives the victory to the believers. That's a promise that God has given the believers. That God will make them successful. It's a promise that God and his messenger will be successful, that they're the winners. That's the winning side. How can you be losing for 200 years, 300 years and still think that you got God's support? How is such a big population of 1 billion people losing against a population that is not even 1 billion? It's like only, 300 million? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This thing is a big sign against them. If you go to the Middle East, they're eating people's inheritance. They kill each other, they hurt each other, they lie, consistently lie, they smoke, they drink behind closed doors, they mistreat their women. All of this is against what the book of God is saying. And then when you start to talk religion to them, they say, oh, I don't want to hear it because they got confused with all this hadith literature and they made the religion so difficult. In fact, the religion was so easy and the religion is so beautiful, which they have ruined.
By the way, my family is Ibadi. Do you know Ibadism?
Yeah, oh man.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what? I'm not a very like I'm not. I read one verse about. I don't know if this is correct or not, but there is a verse that I heard that says about that the sects that there shouldn't be sects in Islam.
Yes, God says, do not be of the mushrikeen. You know what a mushrik is, right?
Yeah, when I heard that verse for the first time, that's when I felt like I don't want to be like in any sect. Like I just want to like.
MashaAllah. And that's the truth. God says,
Yeah.
do not be of the sectarians, the mushrikeen. Do not be of the idolaters. Okay, those who split their religions and became sects. Each sect is happy with what they have, but God tells us that those who split their religion and became sects, the prophet, you, the messenger, has nothing to do with them. So this concept of sectarianism is completely against the Quran.
I just came here to like ask you because
Yes, brother.
ever since what questions I've asked before about like how do you pray, what do you do? Because I'm just curious because like
Yes.
I've been like
So
praying ever since. Like
people always want to ask me, how do you pray? Because they think that there's a structure to the prayer and only this structure is accepted by God. But God tells us no, that there's many ways to pray, and God accepts an actual diligent prayer where you're actually wholeheartedly praying to God properly, reflecting on the verses of God and spending the time that you have to spend. That's the prayer that God accepts. Doing certain actions, you'll see these people. Sorry. You see, many people are more focused on which rak'ah I'm in. Should I sit or should I stand? Do I put my hands up? All of this other stuff that takes them away from it. So that's one question. Obey God and obey the messengers, usually a consistent question that we get, but the Quran answers them. The other one that we get is, how do you know that the Quran is from God? Because of the context. How did the Quran come to you? However it came to me doesn't mean that people who gave it to me gave me that authority. I got my Quran from a delivery driver. Do I now need to sit here and listen to all his hadith? No, because I have the best hadith, which is the Quran. Quran calls himself the best hadith. God tells me to judge with this book, and whoever judges other than what God has judged, and whoever does not judge with what God has brought down, those are the fasiqoons, the kafirun, al-zalimun, so the unjust, the insubordinate, the disbelievers. So it's very clear. And honestly, the more you practice the Quran, the more you'll see the world making sense to you.
Were you in any sect before? Like first?
I was born as a Sunni, but I wasn't heavily practicing. We were lukewarm Sunnis, the whole family. We just do Ramadan. We know about Umrah. We went Umrah a few times. My mom stuck to the 5 prayers. We would pray on and off the Friday prayer, the usual stuff in the Middle East that you would find, bro.
And is your family also like this? They're still.
My family is Sunni.
Oh, they're still okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is it like terrible? Is it like is it bad that they're Sunni? Like, because like also I have like lots of friends who are Sunni, Ibadi, and I just don't know. Like, is it?
It is a bad position to be on the day of judgment, but God does tell us, and he gives us an example, those who believed and those who were Jews and the Christians and the Sabians who believe in God and the last day and do righteous deeds, they have their reward with God, and they will not fear, and they will not grieve, and they will not fear. They will not fear and they will not grieve. So as long as a person believes in God in the last day and he's doing righteous deeds, they're going to have their rewards with God. That includes Sunnis, Shias, Ibadis, certain types of Christians, and Jews as well. So this is something that is being presented to us in the Quran. So as long as the person is capable of actually adhering to what God is saying to a certain degree, it's okay. But when they want to become arrogant, liars, or waffle, and sit there and try to present an idea which God hasn't said, and then to sit and present themselves in a broken way, and that's wrong.
Okay, I think that's all. Like I feel like.
May God bless you, bro.
Okay, God bless you too.
Cool. Salam. Sorry, I'm saying cool to this man. Omar, if you want to join me, I'm on TikTok. I don't have this on. Yeah, you got to join on TikTok. I don't have it on YouTube for you to join me some way or somehow. For people, I'm trying to think. Is there a way for you to be able to join real quick? No, it's going to be a little bit too complicated. Merdan, quite simply, bro, we were talking about a concept, and then you go, is the Quran eternal? Deflecting away from something that has been answered to you and about the people of authority. I've tried to talk to you for quite some time, but there was no benefit. So, man, usri yusra. You're next, bro, after this healing to gold. You're next. You're next. We'll debate. Fine. What's up, healing? Are you there, healing? No, you dropped. Here we go. Innama al-usri yusra. Other person. That's very
Yo,
true.
buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
So why do you believe the prophet's just a Muslim?
What?
Like, what do you believe? What do you believe?
You asked me a question, you don't even know my belief, and yet you wanted to debate. So what are you debating? So you just went in blindly, like, bro, let's debate. What do you want to debate about?
Wait. So you're a Quranist, right? Because I've seen you before.
Oh, so what's a Quranist?
Is it like you just believe in the Quran?
What does it mean to be a Quranist, bro?
I don't know, bro.
Okay. According to what Sunnis say as a Quranist, we don't call ourselves Quranist, but it's somebody who follows the Quran for religious guidance.
Is that your own definition, or?
That's what a Quranist is. According to the definition of what people want to define it. People who take their religious guidance from the Quran.
No, listen to me. Quranist is somebody that only uses Quran as their main source of information, buddy.
Information.
Yeah.
Okay, so information in regards to what?
The religion.
So if a religion, perfect, which is guidance. I appreciate you. So
But we need more. We need the hadith.
now, just a quick question: did the Prophet did he use the Quran as the main source of information for his religion?
He's the prophet.
So did he use the Quran that God has given him? As
No, you don't understand. He's the prophet of Allah.
All praise to God for sending this prophet. But I'm asking you, did he use the book of God, the Quran, as a way for him to get his information about the religion?
Bro, are you stupid? Do you know who the prophet was?
I'm trying to ask you a easy question.
Bro, he got revelation from God, bro. He's the one sending the Quran.
So why does God says in the Quran to the blessed prophet, and we only reveal the book to you to judge between them what they used to differ? What is the book?
So listen to me.
What is the book?
The prophet has a
book?
different.
What is the book?
What?
What's the book? In the verse that I just quoted, what's the book?
What's a book?
What's the book? We only reveal to you. Okay, so the Quran was revealed for the prophet to judge between the people. That's what the verse is saying. So what did the prophet use to judge?
What did the prophet use to judge?
The book, the Quran. That's what the verse says.
I'll tell you.
So did he use the Hadith to judge between the people, or did he use the Quran?
Bro, I think this is what you're not understanding. You're putting the prophet with like regular Muslims. The prophet had his whole entire thing.
Oh,
so the Quran says that
like
he could.
He didn't have struggles like a human being, then, right?
No, he's the prophet of God. He was honored, buddy.
Of course, he's honored above a lot of people, but it does not mean that he was not a human being. He had he had communication from God, but he's still a human being. And the Quran was there, as God says in the Quran, نُثَبِّتْ بِهِ فُؤَادَكَ. So we can strengthen yourself with it. So if the Quran is strengthening my blessed prophet, me reading it and understanding it, I too am being strengthened. But the question still remains, did the prophet judge with the Quran, or did he judge with other than the Quran?
Well, bro, listen to me. The hadith are direct words from the Prophet, buddy.
Is that from God?
Yeah, it's from God.
So God gave him the hadith.
So in the Quran it says like Allah, when Allah gives revelation, it's not only through the Quran. Like the Prophet, let's say I say something, but then you say something different. I mean, you say the same thing, but you say it in your own way. You're still saying the same message, but in your own way. So when the Prophet would speak, he wouldn't speak from his own whims. He would speak from Allah. So the hadith are, you know,
Allah. It's from Allah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my question. So if you're saying that it came from Allah, so if I follow the hadith, I'm obeying Allah, I'm not obeying the messenger. Because the Quran came from Allah on the speech of the messenger.
Yeah,
so
100%.
so okay. So it's still not obeying the messenger. It's you just put the hadith in the same level as the Quran. You just didn't realize it. Okay. So the hadith and the Quran is on the same level now.
No, listen to me.
What's
the
the
Quran
difference?
is the supreme authority. This is what our scholars said.
Well, I don't wait. Your scholars are giving me apologetics. If something came from God, okay, let's say God gave me this pen and God gave me this speaker, okay, you cannot automatically say that God's words here is supreme over God's words here. That makes absolutely no sense.
No, listen to me. The Quran is direct speech of Allah, not the eternal speech.
To who?
To the people. Listen to me.
Through
and
who?
the hadith or the commentaries. No. The hadith
is a commentary of the Quran,
no, you didn't
the
let
word
me
of
finish.
God.
You didn't let me finish. All right. The hadith are commentaries through what God is saying to the Prophet. So let's say in a situation.
So God's commentary.
Listen to me.
God's commentary is one step below God's word, is what you're saying.
Listen to me. In a specific situation, God would reveal something to the Prophet Muhammad. Are you following? And basically, the Prophet Muhammad would speak it out to the people, and people would write it. But for the Quran, it's more general. It's not specific, you know. The Quran is more of a general message. It's not like a scientific textbook that goes into like details. Like,
so it's missing stuff.
Let's say some verses they go into details, but the Quran's more of a general book. It tells you to do this and do that, but the hadith go into deeper things.
I understand. You know? So just a quick question. Do you read Arabic? Do you know? Well, I hope you understand Arabic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so God says here, لقد كان في قصصهم عبرة لأولي الألباب ما كان حديثا يفترى ولكن تصديق الذي بين يديه وتفصيل كل شيء وهدى ورحمة لقوم يؤمنون. There is certainly a lesson in their story for those of intelligence. It was not a fabricated discourse, but a confirmation of what was before it, and an elaboration of all things, and as guidance and mercy for people who believe. So you want to repeat the statement where you're saying that it's not تفصيل كل شيء. It is not in detail. It's not elaborating on everything.
No,
no.
You went. Look, dude. All right. So the Quran. Let me explain again. So the Quran has some detailed verses, but most of it is more general.
So why God is saying here?
Okay. So when God teaches
can you wait, bro. What does تفصيل كل شيء mean?
تفصيل كل شيء.
تفصيل كل شيء. What does that mean?
It means like explanation. I don't know Arabic much. It means like explanation of everything, right?
Yes, perfect. So you're saying it's not an explanation for everything anymore.
I think it's
talking
means
about in detail. You know, tafsil, mufassal means detail, clarify, like in by
Can
details.
you read the verse again in English?
Sure, I will say it for you in English. This is chapter 12, verse 111. There is certainly a lesson in their story for those of intelligence. Okay? Here, I'll make it easier for you too, bro. Because I know, for example, for me, I like to see the verse. So I'll let you see the verse. I think it'll be easier that way.
Yeah.
Let me just do this. There you go. And here you go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So it says right here, there is certainly a lesson in their story for those of intelligence. It was not a fabricated discourse, but a confirmation of what was before it, and an elaboration of all things, and as a guidance and a mercy for people who believe. So
Perfect.
So are you saying that the book is not an elaboration to all things?
Listen to me. Is it talking about the Quran?
Yes.
Wait, bring up the thingy again.
Yes.
Bring up the thingy.
Yes.
No, it says
The thingy. It's
of
right
their
here.
story
Mhm.
of the
So
people of
what is
intelligence.
it? What is it?
Their story.
Bro, it.
Yeah, their story.
ما كان حديثا يفترى ولكن
No,
تصديق
well, what's
الذي
the
بين يديه.
what's the context of it?
Here is Joseph's story. God tells us about Joseph's
Alright.
story, and God finishes Joseph's story in here.
Uh-huh.
Okay, God's
Okay.
story, God's ends story of Joseph in about 101. That's where the story ends of Joseph. 101. Remember that. And then God
Okay.
is telling us that this is the news of the unseen we inspire to you, right? Most of the people are not believers, even if you wish they were, and you're not asking them for any rewards for it. What's it? The story or the Quran here? It is only a remembrance for the world. Is that the story or the Quran here? What's it? It's about the Quran, my good friend.
Wait, is God speaking to the prophet right now?
Yeah, he's talking to a messenger. وَكَأَيْنَ مِنْ
Where?
آيَةٍ. What do you mean?
No, where?
وَمَا أَكْثَرَ النَّاسِ لَوْ حَرَصْتَ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ. Who is he talking to?
I don't know. You don't follow the hadith, right?
What's the hadith got to do with the basic Arabic that's being presented to
I know, but how do you know he's talking to a prophet or he's not talking to a prophet? How can you come up with that with the own book?
He's
Because
talking.
if you're doing
وَمَا
that,
أَكْثَرَ النَّاسَ وَلَوْ حَرِصْتَ. حَرِصْتَ
Listen to
here
me.
is what? Which subject here? He's talking to you.
He's talking to me.
Yeah, you. So who's you? Who's being addressed? When God is talking to
I
the
think
messenger.
he's I think he's talking about Joseph, buddy.
Oh, he's talking about وَلَوْ حَرِصْتَ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ. He's talking to Joseph here, right?
Yep.
All right, brother.
That's what I believe.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good day, and thank you for coming up to debate.
What?
Go read the story again and see who he's talking to about that point. Okay.
Or are you running away?
No, you just showed your ignorance, and God tells me in the Quran to say peace and for you to have a nice day. There's no point of discussing somebody who's just saying words without any proof. Because the Quran here.
Wait.
So you just went to that verse right here, brother. So
Alright.
okay. ذَلِكَ مِنْ أَنْبَاءِ الْغَيْبِ نُوحِيهِ إِلَيْكَ. That is what from which news we have. That is from the news of the unseen which we inspire to you. So who's he talking to you? Who's getting the inspiration of the unseen? Yusuf?
Well, if you don't follow the tafsir, you
I
wouldn't
don't
know.
need the tafsir. The Arabic is very clear here. But you're just being disingenuine right now. You're just.
No, I'm trying to follow the book without I'm trying to read it.
So who's
but
the one
without-
who's getting inspiration of the unseen?
Who's the one getting inspiration of the unseen?
Yes, so God tells him the story of Joseph, and then he tells that person after the end of the Joseph story, that is what we inspire to you of the unseen. Who's you?
Wait, how'd you become a Quranist? I have a question. How'd you become a Quranist?
I appreciate you coming up, my good brother. I realized.
Seriously.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I realized. So, I realized that my people were more focused on the prophet, and they were causing all these divisions with these hadith, and these hadiths were not jiving with the Quran. And when I read the Quran 15 years ago on my own, I realized that God told me not to make differences between the messengers. I'm not allowed to sit here and differentiate between the messengers. I can't sit here and say that I love Prophet Muhammad more than Jesus, or I only want to defend Prophet Muhammad and not defend others. This is called making a difference. And aside from that, God never told me to believe in any hadith after the Quran. There's a verse that says, تِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُوهَا عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَ اللَّهِ وَآيَاتِهِ يُؤْمِنُونَ. These are the verses of God. We recite to you in truth. What hadith after God and his verses do they believe in? So you're telling me I have to believe other people. It's a little weird, bro.
So the reason why you became a Quranist is because
You keep calling me a Quranist. I became a Muslim, bro.
You became a Muslim.
Yeah, the Quran is telling me not to follow other hadith. The Quran is telling me that the Quran is sufficient. The Quran is telling me that the Prophet did the Prophet follow Bukhari?
Do you believe you follow the Prophet?
Of course I follow the Prophet. What did the Prophet judge with?
Listen to me. This is what I
Answer a
grew
question.
up
You
with.
ask me. I don't care what you grew up with. The Christians grew up with a whole different thing. It doesn't make them right. You're 1,400 years after the blessed prophet. What you're getting now is the rendition of what people thought was the truth. Even 50 years after Jesus left, they started to call him the Son of God in a way that is not acceptable. They said that
Bro,
he
the
died on
difference between us and
is
Christianity is
what?
we're more rigorous, dude.
No, you're not more
Like we don't
rigorous.
just
You're not more
we have
rigorous.
a more rigorous method of
No,
what do
you
you call it?
don't. The
Compiling
isnad,
hadith
the isnad, yes, because now you have a little bit more technology, but the human nature remains.
technology.
I have a lot more technology today where people are recording my voice and my video. Yes, they have better technology in regards to writing and publishing and mass producing material. In this
All
day
right.
and age, we have video and microphone, and we have people literally still being taken out of context because people want to manipulate what was said or take a portion of it and go run with a different interpretation or a different context. So even with voice and video, the human nature is still flawed. So God's book that is preserved beautifully for you so that you would understand the religion, it does not require a middleman for you to get close to God. But what you're presenting to me is an ideology that it's which got passed down by tradition, and we understand that the human being cannot pass things down generation by generation because we're just simply prone to lying. I appreciate you coming up, brother.
All right, man. It was nice talking to you.
Appreciate
It's
you,
nice
bro.
trying to understand. I was trying to understand. I
know,
wasn't
I
really
know.
trying to debate.
I know you're not trying to debate. It's usually how it ends up. So I believe you, bro. And I hope I hope you go reflect on the Quran by itself. Like, go read it. I don't think you read the Quran. And you know some verses, you know some certain things that people say in the mosque, but you really have to sit down and read the Quran like a science book. Like, it's teaching you about your mind. It's teaching you about the human being. It's teaching you on how God wants you to address him and how God wants you to live. That's how you're supposed to approach the book. That's how my blessed prophet did it, and he was one of the most successful people in history. So if I want to learn about what made him successful, I have to think like the successful man. I don't have to copy the successful man. I ain't gonna get 9 or 10 or 11 wives as you guys claim. I'm not going to sit here and fight battles with a sword as it's relevant in the Quran. I'm not going to be a general in the army, a president of a country. That's all him. Okay, so I can't copy him. I gotta learn how he thought. That's what the Quran teaches you.
All right, man. Take care.
Peace. Bito.
Hey. Yo, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello?
What's going on?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hey,
You hear me?
I hear you.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
So how are you, brother?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
All praise to
Brother,
God.
did you believe for Hadith?
What?
Did you believe for any Hadith or not Hadith? What if I can ask you about Hadith?
The best hadith, أحسن الحديث, the Quran.
MashaAllah. You're right. Quran, number one, no question.
No question.
How about طبعا how about يعني you number one you say Quran. I agree with you.
Is there number two? Is there number two?
No, number one Quran.
بس.
Number two
Hajj. Quran, number one.
Okay.
خلاص, right?
Okay. How about Hadith? Sahaba. What do you think?
Hadith Bukhari?
Why say about Bukhari?
Hadith of al-Bukhari. Kitab Sahih Bukhari?
I know agreed for Bukhari.
Which one?
How about you? How about you, Bukhari? You agreed with him or
No,
not?
Bukhari for me, 0 on the left.
That's right. What else?
Al-Kafi.
No, what else?
What?
I say Bukhari, I'm agreed with you for Bukhari.
So Bukhari
So,
for you number two?
I know agreed for Bukhari. For me, zero.
okay, on the left.
Everything zero. Yes,
الصفر
Quran
على
number
الشمال.
one.
Okay, perfect. خلاص الحمد لله.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
You,
Me.
how about any Sahaba? What do you think? You agree for Sahaba or not?
Some
Bukhari?
Sahaba, I don't have to follow. I Sahaba, some good, some bad, but it's not for me.
Okay.
Not for me. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you know?
I know, brother. For Quran, number one, no
Number
question.
one. Number two, Ali?
Brother, no, all the Sahaba you say wrong.
You sound like you're from Iraq. I'm guessing
That's
you're.
true.
هل أنت
That's
عراقي؟
true, brother.
هل
نعم.
أنت I knew it.
نعم.
I
Brother.
knew it. I knew it.
Brother.
I knew he was Iraqi.
Brother, number one for Jul Sahaba.
Yeah,
No
number
any
two
question.
is Ahlul
Ali no-
Bayt, right? Ahlul Bayt number
Ali
two.
no Talib. No, any tell me for Bukhari or different one. Number one
Quran.
for
Number two,
Quran.
أهل البيت, right?
ليش احنا نقول دائما نقول الله محمد علي هذا
أستغفر الله.
لا تسند say look brother لا say short this one جاهل when you say this one ويجي الشيعة say الله محمد علي but what is it Allah just the one Muhammad what is it he God no he messenger Ali
لا نفرق
Hey,
بين
message-
أحد.
just look me just
I can't look at you, but
about Ali sorry just
I don't.
about Ali
Yeah.
يعني
What about-
lot example for Saudi Arabia they say for Shia kafir we ask him this one جهل يعني جهل for
ignorant.
yes for Quran but you say some told me couple friends you no believe for Sahaba just for Quran
You
for Quran no question
okay,
brother.
perfect. I understand. بس خلاص والله فهمت. Okay, بس can you tell me okay. لا نفرق بين أحد منهم ونحن له مسلمون. لا نفرق بين أحد منهم. Who is God talking about here? على مين عم بيتكلم الله هون؟
نعم
على مين؟
نعم okay so no do you have a problem with Ali number one for you for hadith
For me, I don't know Ali. Ali good, Ali bad. It doesn't matter for me. لا يغير شيئا بديني. لا يغير شيء علي بيوم القيامة.
ونعم بالله علي بن طالب
Ali does not add to my religion 1 cent.
of
And he
course.
doesn't take. So I have absolutely nothing to do with Ali. And Ali is not even number 2. He's not even on the list. Ali is not even number 4. You know what? The verse that I told you, والقرآن
okay
عندما قال الله قولوا آمنا بالله وما أنزل إلينا وما أنزل إلى إبراهيم وإسماعيل وإسحاق ويعقوب والأسباط وما أوتي موسى وعيسى وما أوتي النبيون من ربهم لا نفرق بين أحد منهم ونحن له مسلمون. Say, we have believed in God and what was sent down to us and what was sent down to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the grandsons, and what was given to Moses, Jesus, and what was given to the prophets from their lords. We do not differentiate between any of them. When you're going to say Allah number 1 and Muhammad number 2, this is going against this verse. That's wrong. So no, Muhammad is not number 2. And Ahlul Bayt is not number 3. This triangle of yours does not exist. That's a trinity.
say again sorry I told you when you hear it look we hear it when you say lot for example for Shia Ya Allah Ya Muhammad Ya Ali God is just a one Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam he messenger he know God he messenger
طب
Ali
Ali, who's Ali?
Ali Imam
Okay, so what if I say Ya Ali, can he hear me?
طبعا he know here he's dead long time ago
So he can't hear me.
God he's died
Oh, Ali never
But he
died.
died.
Ali, they said that way. So he's in the barzakh.
Ali long time ago brother he's dead
I don't
but
understand.
live
Man.
with him for brother
Habibi, I
for
think there's a
hadith,
language barrier and it's difficult
for
for
hadith
us.
for Imam Ali.
I appreciate
Brother,
you and thank you very much. You don't take the hadith of Bukhari, you take the hadith of Imam Ali. More, it's still the same issue. Imam Ali is not gonna give me my religion. God gave me a complete book, Al Quran Kamil,
okay.
and that's enough for us. I apologize, brother, but I think there's a language barrier. And all the best to you. Salam.
I appreciate it for you, brother. Brother, where are you born? You?
Me?
Where are you born? You?
Close to you.
Where?
I can't say, bro. People trying to find me anyways. But
Oh,
have a nice day, my good friend.
oh, you too, brother.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
It was a little difficult because I didn't. It's hard to see what he's saying, but I was trying to deduce. As soon as he said Bukhari is 0, and then I heard that Iraqi accent, I knew he was a Shi'i. But it's okay. I wish we could have had a conversation in Arabic, but it's unfortunate. Azhar.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I've been listening to you for a long time. Really appreciate your videos. But
Appreciate you.
first time I got a chance to join
Okay.
because I live other side of the world. When you're talking, it's our sleeping time, and when you are up, is so I'm from Australia.
Okay. Peace.
Just I agree with you on the Quran, 100%.
But
And but sometime your explanation, I think it does not match the Quran explanation. And that's where I got I totally respect you. I want to learn from you because you are Arabic originated. You know the language more. I'm still learning. I'm not Arab. I'm not Hafizul Quran. I just read.
So I think the
So
question you might have, and I'm just making an assumption, like the word salah, right?
no,
All praise to God.
I have a clear understanding of Salah, and I have my own little bit differentiate understanding from you, from the Quran, and I don't deny you, but I have my own understanding. It's personal understanding. What you got is no problem. But
I see.
where I'm getting a little bit confused, for example,
Like the word
just the second last communication, you referenced the ayat tilka ayati.
Tilka ayatullah. Yes.
Yeah. So in that you translated this is the verses.
The signs. To be more comprehensive is the signs.
And it's not this is it that is. If I'm
Tilka.
wrong, please correct me.
Those are.
So Allah is talking about those signs.
Yes.
So those signs, Allah Ta'ala talking in the Quran. So Allah Ta'ala not mentioning that Quran ayats or verses.
Yes, he
is
is.
making those signs. So
God,
these are the
God is saying something that is extremely clear. He lists about how the sun, how about the water is coming down. He's reviving the earth, how the earth was created, and then he says those are the signs of God. We recite to you in truth. So now we said recite. And then God uses again the verse with, he's using the word ayah again in a different context. فَتِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُو عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَ اللَّهِ وَآيَاتِهِ يُؤْمِنُونَ. So in what hadith after God and his verses they're reciting. So God is also using the word ayah now and he's connecting it back to the recitation. So yes, what you're seeing in front of you is an ayah and what you're hearing as well is an ayah at that point. And that's why it relates back to the verses of God. Perfect.
Yeah, I totally understand that. It's the same way the last question, which I was originally, because I'm listening to your communication, so I heard that. But a lot of time it's been said, amantu billahi, and you just say amantu billahi wa rasulihi wa kutubihi. And so iman, what does it, like, from my understanding, amanu means totally different the way we explain, like we believe on Rasul. If you read the Al-Quraysh, Surah Al-Quraysh, that explain what amanu actually means is.
Yes, in Arabic language, there's a nuance into the word amanu. It's not just belief, but you take security in what you believe in.
That's right. To take the fear away from the pupils or providing the peace.
Yep.
That's why Quran also differentiate between Muslim and Mu'min. Do not call yourself a Mu'min, but a Muslim.
حتى يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم. That's why God says,
right.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا. So there is a point where you're allowed to call yourself. You don't say amanna. You say aslamna.
Mm.
You know, he didn't say don't call yourself believers. He said don't say
Yeah,
we
understand.
believed. He says
Yeah.
say we submitted. Aslamna. Aslamna
Okay.
fa'amanna.
So this is where I'm getting the hint from the Quran that Quran is talking about amanu is an action, and as a responsibility on top of the within the Muslim is a higher rank who take the fear away and provide the security.
So God is, you see, you're being very highly technical, and when I'm making these
I'm
broadcasts,
sorry, bro, but
no,
I'm
it's okay,
still
it's
very
okay. No,
basic.
I get it. You're being extremely technical with what the Quran is stating, which you're not saying is wrong. But I do not present these ideas when I'm having these debates because the person that I'm talking to, I'm trying to get the message across. If you want to take the reason why people, I believe that people want to listen to me, is I have understood what you're saying to me. I've noticed these things in the Quran too, but you have to internalize it in a way where it improves you without having to confuse the person in front of you. So when God says alladhina amanu, those who believed, it's only based upon if they immigrated from Mecca. So the first time God says Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu, oh you have believed, it occurs in chapter 2. In chapter 2, it's after the time that people have immigrated. And God says that those that do not immigrate, they're not alladhina amanu. So it was only pertaining to the actual physical following of the Prophet from the immigration is what clarified somebody as alladhina amanu, according to the Quranic reference. So I understand these concepts. You're right, but it's not going to add to the conversations with Sunnis and Shias at this point. So
no worries, brother.
But
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the.
But I appreciate how technical you're being with the Quran. It allows you to open your eyes to more things. So the more you follow the Prophet, the more iman you're going to have. You can be a submitter you can be a Muslim without following the blessed Prophet. But for you to be a believer, you follow the blessed Prophet. But it doesn't. But you can still become a Muslim and be finding yourself in heaven without following the blessed Prophet Muhammad. That's the argument.
Yeah. Understand that. Thanks, brother. Jazakumullah khairan.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, may God increase you, bro.
You.
Your knowledge is on point. Salam.
Thank you. Wa alaikum salam.
Hola, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
Yo.
¿Qué lo que?
It's good, man.
What's good? What's going on?
Well, you reject Hadith, I'm guessing?
I accept the best of Hadith, my brother. The best of Hadith, which is the Quran.
You don't take Bukhari?
Is Bukhari a Hadith from God?
Okay, let me ask you this. Is whatever the Prophet said from God?
Everything? No, not everything that the Prophet said.
Prove it.
Prove it? Aisha, make me a chicken sandwich.
See? And it's people like you who...
Do you want to prove from the Quran?
It's people like you who
Do you want to make a proof from the Quran that not everything the Prophet said was from God? I can prove it.
Do you want me to make...
Do you want me to prove from the Quran?
Oh my God.
Do you want me to prove from the Quran that not everything that the Prophet said was inspiration from God? Would you like that?
Go ahead.
Sure. So God says, "O Prophet, why do you forbid on you and your wives what God has made legal?" So when the Prophet made the forbidding, when he said, "Hada haramun alayya wa ala azwaji," this is forbidden on me and my wives, did God tell him to say that, or did he say that from himself? Thank you.
He said that for himself, but
okay, so not everything. So not everything that the Prophet says is from God. You said prove it. I just proved it. You just conceded. Yes. It was easy.
I can concede to that because we still have to follow. We still have to follow the Prophet ﷺ, which Allah commands us to.
Yes, of course. So what did the Prophet
Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
What did the Prophet use to judge?
What did the Prophet use to judge?
وَمَا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا لِتَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُمْ بِمَا أَرَاكَ اللَّهُ. And we have not sent you the book except to judge between them with what God has shown you. So what is the Prophet using to judge?
What is the Prophet? The Quran.
The Quran. Okay, so if I judge with the Quran, I'm following the Prophet. Thank you. Do you concede to that point?
Do you follow the Prophet's actions?
Where does it tell me I have to follow the Prophet's actions?
Right. Do you follow the Prophet in goodness? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
You're a Sunni. Alhamdulillah.
No, that's a Sunni. A
Yes.
Sunni is Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. So do you take the opinion of the majority? If the majority of the scholars are saying something, is that the truth?
Well, now you're getting technical, but
that's
your
what a
prompt-
Sunni is. What do you mean? You're saying I'm a Sunni.
You're okay. Look, listen.
Uh-huh.
You're asking whether the Prophet Muhammad was a Sunni or Shi'i.
Yeah. So
What
did he
did-
judge with
what-
Bukhari or did he judge with the Quran?
What did the Prophet bring?
He just brought the Quran and he judged with the Quran. So that makes him, as
Wait,
you people call a Quranist.
Wait. The Prophet brought the Quran?
Hmm?
The Prophet brought the Quran?
Yeah. He brought the Quran from God. God brought it down to him and he gave it to us.
Okay, so it was from God. But what I'm asking you,
Did the hadith come from the Prophet or the hadith come from God?
What did the Prophet specifically bring?
The Quran.
The Prophet himself.
Oh, the Prophet gave something from himself to us?
What did the Prophet leave after himself?
The Quran.
Other than the Quran. Other than the Quran.
What would he need to leave? The Quran is not sufficient for you?
I'm asking.
I don't know.
What did he?
His clothes, his family, his inheritance.
What do you mean his clothes?
His inheritance. What does a human being leave after they pass away?
Right. So
you're saying the hadith is from the Prophet. It's not from Allah, right?
no, my friend.
You're saying what did the Prophet leave behind? You want me to say hadith? He left hadith behind. Let's grant it to you. So is the hadith from the Prophet or is it from God?
What's the Sunnah?
The Sunnah is in the Quran.
What is that?
The Sunnah, there's two types of Sunnah. Sunan alladhina khalu min qabl, those the traditions of the people who passed before, and then there's another one as well, but this is Sunnat al-Awwalin. This is a hard one, which goes inside with Sunnat Allah.
Well, you don't have you don't have to keep going, brother.
Do you know what Sunnat al-Nabi is?
No, I don't know much about any of that. But the first one you mentioned,
Sunan alladhina khalu min qabl, the traditions of those who passed before us. Where do we find that?
Yes, we can find that from the Prophet ﷺ.
It's not in the Quran?
Through a chain of transmission.
Is it in the Quran?
No.
Okay, so can I show you a verse? I'll take you to chapter 4. Okay, in chapter 4.
Oh my God. He doesn't understand that.
I'm giving you a verse, okay, so that you can... so it's right here. It says,
do you know? Okay, before you go on, sorry. Before you go on,
it's a verse from Allah. Let's respect the verse. يريد الله ليبين لكم ويهديكم سنن الذين من قبلكم ويتوب عليكم والله عليم حكيم. God intends to clarify to you and guide you to the sunan of those before you and to forgive you. So where did God clarify to us and guide us with the example? Was that in the Hadith or the Quran?
Both.
But in the verse that I presented, is Sunnat alladhina khalu min qablina, is that in the Quran then?
Yeah, it's in the Quran.
Okay, perfect.
What's your point?
You said it's not in the Quran.
What's not in the Quran? What did I say that's not in the Quran?
You said Sunan alladhina khalu min qabl is not in the Quran. I just showed you a verse where it is. But I don't think you're keeping up with the conversation, my young brother.
I don't think you're understanding what my point is.
Your point is very simple, is that the hadith is teaching you the traditions of the messenger, which is not the traditions of the prophet, which is not found in the Quran. And you need those traditions for you to follow the Quran.
What the hell did you just say?
Do you know what sunnah means?
I hope so.
Tradition. The word sunnah in Arabic means tradition or pattern.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. Can you show me from the Quran how to make wudoo?
Yes. Chapter 5, verse 6. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قمتم إلى الصلاة فاغسلوا وجوهكم وأيديكم إلى المرافق وامسحوا برؤوسكم وأرجلكم إلى الكعبين. O you who believed, if you're going to stand the prayer, then wash your face and wash your elbows, wash your hands to the elbows and wipe your head and wipe your feet. So is wudu in the Quran?
So you wash your hands, wash your elbows.
In the Quran?
I'm at. Hold on.
No.
If I wash my hands and I wash my forearms and I wash my legs, or wash my feet, sorry, I can pray salah.
And wipe your head. You forgot that part.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
I can pray.
Yeah, yes, you can. You have fulfilled what God has said.
And this is according to who?
God, Allah.
According to Allah or according to you?
according to the verse that I said to you verbatim with absolutely no exegesis, verbatim, word for what God said. Wash your face, wash your hands to the elbows, wipe your head, and wipe your feet to the ankles, or
Right.
al-Ka'bayn, to the soles. So
Allah
now
subhanahu wa ta'ala also mentions unaliving the disbelievers. Do we go and do that?
so you're going to take the verse by isolation and then you're going to go with that? So
No,
God
I'm
tells
saying,
you in
wait,
a war,
but Allah
in
said
a
it,
war,
Akhi,
Allah
Allah said it though.
in a war context, when there's a war.
Oh, so there's context.
Where did I find the context of the war? In the verse, in the Quran.
There's a context. Okay, so Akhi,
In the
when we
verse,
read,
in the verse. So the verse that says to you to kill the disbelievers wherever you find it, he's literally saying the word harb in the verse, war. Okay, so
I know that. I know that. But my point still stands, right? We don't take verses
no.
for verbatim.
Yes, we do. We literally we
no.
take the verses for what they say. It's a clear Arabic tongue, so I have to use
No,
the
'cause
Arabic
if-
language. So
if
when
we
you're
took it-
no, brother, the context is what the Quran is telling you. I'm not telling you I need outside context for me to understand the Quran. The Quran is saying to kill them and fight them in a war. That's what the Quran is saying. You're taking just a little tiny part of the verse and saying that that's what the Quran is saying. So, for example, there's a verse where it says, "Wailun lil musallin," woe to those who pray. If I say that by itself, people are going to be like, why is God saying woe to people who pray when he's telling people to pray? It makes no sense. Or burika man fin nar, blessed is who's in the fire. Is it talking about the fire of hell? No, it was talking to Moses because we read on and we understand. So when you said to say to kill the disbelievers, you have to see that it's talking about war inside the Quran.
Exactly.
Yeah, not outside. Not outside. That's crazy,
right.
brother.
So
that's crazy to think that God is ordering you, right? And he's giving you an ambiguous book to go, because the Hadith is telling you not to kill disbelievers now. God is telling you don't transgress. God is telling you in the Quran he doesn't not love those that transgress. And now you're telling me the Quran is telling you to transgress. Do you understand the argument?
I never told you God said to transgress. What I'm telling you is that there is a context to every verse. And there is because Allah says not to go off your own mind. He says to go and look at the scholars.
Where does it tell me to go look at scholars?
The people of knowledge.
The people of knowledge are in regards to what knowledge? The knowledge of Hadith?
Knowledge of Quran, etc.
But God also refers to the people of knowledge are the people who fear God, or ulama. Those are the ones who fear God. In regards to, this is what God says, that he has created mountain tops with different colors. And then you have different colors in the plants and the people. And then God says that those that fear God the most from his servants are the ulama. So God talked about natural sciences, and then he said those scientists are the ones that fear God, the ones who experienced life to see when they deduce what God has created, and they're capable of reverse engineering and understanding more of God's system. They are the ones who start to fear God the most, because that system is so comprehensive and is so detailed and is so beautiful. It's not telling me, well, the prophet, the guy that tells me the prophet peed while he's standing up, that's now ulama. That those are the scholars that I have to take their opinion. Absolutely not.
Do you realize the levels that the Sahaba had to go to just to go and relay one message?
One hadith?
One hadith, one even Quran, you know?
So just out of curiosity,
people, they traveled months, years, etc. You know, they endured lots of things just to even get
one hadith
the validity of it, right?
Okay.
And you sit here and you say, well, why do we have to believe this?
Because God told me not to.
God never told you that.
God says that the verses are complete, that the verses are detailed, that this book guides me to what is upright, that this book contains everything that I need, that he did not leave anything out of the book, that it's a book detailed in knowledge, that this book guides you to the straight path, that this book gives you everything and requirements of halal and haram, that God is comprehensive, that today God has completed the religion for us. All of that is in that book. So you're telling me it's not true.
Yes, but we also have a guideline to life, and I think when it comes to the Prophet,
is that a guideline to the life?
Of course it is.
Okay, so what argument are you making? You keep saying that the Quran is complete, and then you're arguing against it.
What I'm arguing is that without the Prophet ﷺ, we wouldn't have the Quran. and without the Quran, we wouldn't have the Prophet. We wouldn't have the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam.
No,
So
we
what
could
I'm
have had
saying
the
is,
Quran without the
what
Prophet.
I'm
That's a
saying,
lie. That's a lie.
what,
God
what
is
I'm saying,
capable of producing the Quran without the Prophet. The Prophet is not
what
something that you
I'm
need.
saying is the
What are you
Prophet is
saying?
tied. The Prophet is tied into the Quran. So
Perfect.
in order to follow the Quran correctly, you have to follow the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam.
So
And this is why we follow.
one
Yeah.
minute. So that means I have to eat with my hands now, and I have to go into the bathroom with my left foot. Correct?
You said you have to.
That's what it means to follow the Prophet, according to you. Correct?
Right. In Islam, we believe that the Sunnah is not obliged.
So it's optional.
Right. If you choose to eat,
No, wait,
with your
wait.
right hand.
You just said to me that the Hadith is optional. The Sunnah is optional. Correct?
Right. But you
Okay.
can't reject. You can't
One
reject
minute.
it.
One minute. What if I optionally choose not to do any of it?
If you optionally choose not to do any of it, you
Optionally.
won't have. Yeah. Optionally.
So
If
am
you
I a
optionally-
Muslim?
Yes, you're still a Muslim.
Okay, so what's your argument?
My argument is you
Do the optional.
You have in order to follow the Quran, you have to follow the Prophet.
You just said it's optional.
Yes, I said you have to follow it.
I follow the Quran, and therefore I
You
follow the
do-
Prophet. The Prophet
Do you
followed
follow
the
the
Quran.
Sunnah? Do you follow the Sunnah?
The Sunnah that's in the Quran, yes.
No, do you follow the Sunnah of the Prophet?
That's in the Quran, yes. I don't.
No.
You just keep arguing against yourself at
Do
this
you
point. Yes, I showed you a verse where God did the Prophet stand the night in prayer.
Did the Prophet stand the night in prayer?
Yes, that's in the Quran. So if I do that, I
Yes.
follow the Sunnah. Okay, God says that's what the Prophet did. That's what I did. God says that he wasn't hard-hearted and he talked nicely to the people. If I do that, I follow the Sunnah. God is telling me how Moses' brother Aaron had a beard. I grew a beard.
You don't know how do you pray Salah?
How do you pray? Why can't we stick to one topic before you keep jumping? So
I'm not jumping.
You did. You went to prayer when we were still talking about the Sunnah.
We are talking about this. The Sunnah is that's a part of the conversation.
If I follow the Quran,
how do we pray? How do we pray according to Islam?
Have you looked into the Quran to see if there's verses discussing? Brother, you went and you didn't even know that the wudoo was in the Quran. So now you're asking another question.
Wudoo is not in the Quran. First things first. Second things second.
So what's chapter 5:6, brother?
It's just talking about that you need a purifier. You need ablution.
Before what?
Before prayer.
And does it tell you what needs to be purified?
No, it doesn't tell you what you need to do.
It doesn't tell you.
Nope.
So God is missing. The Quran is missing details.
Nope.
The Quran's missing details.
Nope.
You just said it's not telling you.
What it's telling us is we have to make ablution.
Okay, but does it tell us the steps there?
Okay.
We just read it, bro. We just read it. Does it tell you the steps? Yes or no?
You're baking yourself, brother.
Does it tell you the steps of ablution?
No.
No. It doesn't tell you to wash your face and wash your hands to the elbows and wipe your head and wipe your feet.
It tells you what to do.
Okay, so
but it doesn't tell you. No, it doesn't tell you how to make ablution.
You don't know how to take water and put it on your face and wash your face. You need that detail there?
No, there has to be a guideline. You can't just put water on your face.
So I thought the Quran is the guideline, or is the Prophet the guideline?
Yes, the
so
Prophet
why did God send the Quran? Why don't I just take the Hadith? Because the Quran, I have no use for it anymore. If the Quran is not even teaching me the basics of ablution, bro.
Because without the Quran, we wouldn't have the Sunnah, and without the Sunnah,
wait a minute. I don't need the Quran. Do I need the Quran to learn how to pray?
Do I need the Quran to know how to pray?
No. I need the Prophet. Do I need the Quran to know how to do wudoo? No, I need the Prophet. Do I need the Quran to know?
No, you need both. You need both.
Why? I just quoted the verse of the Quran. Wait a minute.
I will tell you.
I just quoted the verse of the Quran, chapter 5:6, and you told me it's not right.
It isn't. It isn't right because you can't just put water on your face and pray Salah.
God's verse is not right. You're right. Have a nice day.
Alhamdulillah, the Quran is the word of God.
Yeah, but it's not right.
Though bro, you play good games.
I
You
don't
play
play
good
games. I'm holding you accountable to what you're saying. I am not playing games. I say that the Quran is sufficient, that God gave me the steps for wudoo. It does not align with what you're taught, and you're trying to play mental gymnastics to where
And
you're
I'm-
going. You're going as far as saying to me, my young brother, that the Quran is wrong. That it's not how you do ablution. When the Quran is very
Say
clear.
wallahi, I sat here and said the Quran is wrong.
You said it's wrong. You said the
Say
Quran.
wallahi.
I said,
Say wallahi.
Is the Quran wrong? And you said yes. I can bring you back the clip, bro. I cannot believe that you said that. That's why I started laughing.
Right, bro. You didn't understand what I was clearly trying to say. What I was trying to say was when it mentions cleaning yourself, yes, it tells you should physically go and clean your hands, clean your face, but it doesn't tell you how to. It doesn't tell you what you need to do physically. Yes, it tells you physically to wash your face. Yes, I concede to that. But it doesn't tell you how to make wudoo.
Brother,
Now,
you wait a minute.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. 1 second. In the Quran, it mentions salah.
Doesn't.
In the
No,
Quran, it
bef-
mentions 1 second.
Wait
One
a
second.
minute, man.
Akhi, I'm getting there.
Before we go to the
Okay.
conversation of Salah and I embarrass you
Wait.
there.
Okay, forget salah. You're not embarrassing nobody. Forget salah. We'll go back to the verse of wudoo. In the verse of wudoo, Allah mentions you need to make ablution. In hadith, which we have a chain of narration, alhamdulillah, the Prophet ﷺ teaches us how to make ablution clearly and easily.
Was it the Prophet
So
or
now,
somebody who saw the
these
Prophet
things-
do it? 1 minute. 1 minute.
These
1
things
minute. Now
are
you're
in line.
lying.
Wait,
now you're lying.
hold on.
Now you're lying. Now you're
Look
lying.
at how he panics. He's in
I'm not
panic mode.
panicking. You're lying. But go ahead.
I'm not finished. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you'll teach.
Go ahead.
You'll-
Go ahead. Yalla.
So these two things are in line with each other. Without Allah telling us we need wudu and telling us we need to make ablution, we wouldn't have the Prophet teaching us how to do it. So these things go hand in hand. You're telling us,
ready to
oh,
see how you're lying?
forget what the Prophet said. Just, we have the Quran, akhi. That's it. Just follow the Quran. Forget what the Prophet said. The Prophet's wrong. You're saying, wa'ayadu billah.
No.
You're
I'm saying that that your Bukhari is not what the Prophet said. That's what I'm saying. You keep saying that that's what the Prophet said because your magic isnad, but your magic isnad is not isnadening. That's the issue that you're not. Yeah.
Now we can argue that.
But
So,
no.
show me.
Before we argue that, okay? Before we go into that thing. Now the concept of the ablution, right? You're talking in regards to what people are saying in hadith. The Prophet is not quoted directly in hadith on how to do ablution. The only thing that is known, which I can bring it up to you, Sahih Bukhari 159, Uthman bin Affan called for water to perform ablution. He did it the way that he did it, and then he said, I saw the messenger of Allah doing it this way. So it wasn't the messenger teaching you, it was Uthman teaching you. See what I'm saying? So there's a difference when you're going to tell me that the messenger taught me, but yet Uthman is the one who's taking the credit on the 3 times with the water in the mouth and the water in the nose. See what I'm saying? So when you're going to make an argument, you're going to go, well, where did Uthman learn it from? It doesn't mean that the Prophet taught him. He said, that's what I saw the Prophet doing. But how do we know that Uthman said that? Because of 3 other people down in the chain that apparently they're just trustworthy. Now, you know when God says in the Quran, وَمَا يَتَّبِعُ أَكْثَرَهُم إِلَّا الظَّنِّ وَإِنَّ الظَّنَّ لَا يُغْنِي مِنَ الْحَقِّ شَيْئًا. Those are 2 verses where I'm trying to express something to you. Where God says that the majority of them, they're just following assumption. And the assumption does not benefit or add or remove from the truth a thing. So God is telling me that the Quran is truth. He told me to wash my face, which I know how to do. He told me to wash my hands to the elbows, which I know how to do, to wipe from my head and to wipe my feet, and those I know how to do.
Wait,
but now
how
you're
many
telling
times?
me, but now
How many times?
Once is enough. How many
Oh,
times?
once? Okay.
Is that
Where'd
right?
you get that from?
Once is enough. If I do it 10 times, I'm still fulfilling the word of God. It's about
Where does Allah say to do it that many times?
Because it's not about the times, it's about
Show me in
doing
the
it.
Qur- No, wait,
It's
show me
about
in the
doing it.
Quran.
It's a checklist. If you check the list, did you do it?
No, wait, show me in the Quran where Allah talks about a checklist.
When God is giving you instructions and you follow the instructions, it's not a checklist.
Yeah, but
How many times do you do it?
How many times? I do wudoo once.
Oh, but how many times do you wash your face?
Right, I do it just like the Prophet did it.
Yeah, how many
Alayhi
times?
salatu wassalam.
How many times?
Right. I start with my nose.
Yeah, how many
3
times?
times.
3 times.
3
Okay,
times.
but how come it says in Malik's madhab that once is enough, and the Prophet also did it once? So is it 1 time or 3 times?
Okay, then we would have
So
to
your
check.
question is dumb.
How is my question dumb? You didn't let me finish.
Because you yourself
We
don't
would
have a
have
number.
to check. We would have to check the Malik's madhab and see if their chain and if their isnad
Their
is
chain is
holding
not
up.
sahih, but they do it.
Okay, then
Then
they're
kuffar.
it's wrong.
It's wrong. According to who? To you.
According to their isnad.
Isnad. So isnad is your religion.
Isnad is not my religion.
So how did the people know that the Quran was from God, yet there was no isnad when the Prophet was reciting it? How did they know? How did they know that it was from God?
Right, because when you believe in Islam, it's something you have to believe in with your heart. So these people knew.
How did they know? Okay, so when I read the Quran today with no isnad and I believe that it's from God, is that sufficient, or do I need to accept the isnad now?
No, it's sufficient.
Okay, so when God is telling me in this book that it's sufficient for me to believe that it's from God, the steps that I have for evolution, which I'm not denying and which I don't think that you're understanding, and then you're telling me that it's not sufficient. Do you understand that I'm doing it wrong? You're literally telling me I'm doing what God is telling me is wrong.
No, I'm asking you what you need to do, and you're telling me off the top of your head.
It's right there, bro. I'm not. Wait a minute. How is it off the top of my head when it's a verbatim verse, brother?
Okay,
it's a
so
verbatim
you make
verse. It's a
you make
verbatim
wudoo.
I didn't give you an exegesis.
Right?
I didn't tell you the head means your elbow or the head means like your chest area. I didn't say that stuff. I didn't say go play with your chest 3 times. I didn't do that.
When you make wudoo, you go into the bathroom. What's the first thing you do?
I walk with my left foot.
Yeah, okay, you walk with your left foot
into the bathroom.
Okay.
And I seek refuge to God from the accursed devil.
Why? Wait. Who taught you how to wait? Who said to walk in the bathroom with your left foot?
Well, because
he baked himself. He baked himself. Wait, who told you?
Because the Prophet back then, he had toilets and he would walk in his toilet with his left foot.
Oh, really? Wait, who told you that?
Sunnis told me that.
Sunnis? Wait, you follow the wait? Why do you follow the Sunnis, Ahi?
Bro, I don't think you understand what's happening.
They follow the Hadith, man. You don't need Isnad. Isnad is not a religion.
Here
we just need Quran. Quranist.
Quranist. Bill is telling you something. Hey kid.
He cooked himself.
Bill is telling you something in the chat. You're quoting. Hey kid, he's being sarcastic. Oh, I was. Yes, I was being sarcastic. But it's funny.
Look at him, bro. You
really think I go in the bathroom with my left foot? I do moonwalk to go into the bathroom sometimes. Sometimes I go
nice backtrack.
I'm making fun of what you guys say. That's what I was doing.
Oh,
for you
okay.
to understand the insanity. Fun. Yes, because it's not true. Because the point that you missed is that they did not have toilets. They would go pee outside in the desert, as your hadith says. That the Prophet was walking by and he saw a tree with the dumps of people, so he took a piss there on the side. They didn't have bathrooms to walk in with the left foot. If the person's going to go outside and do his doo-doo, right? Do you think he left his house with his left foot? He entered the earth with his left foot? The nonsense that you're spewing is based upon what the Abbasids gave you. Okay, Al-Abbasiyin. Those are the ones who are sitting there and giving you the religion that you inherited. You do not know the history. You do not know the verses of God. You do not know what you're speaking about. And you're sitting there arguing against the verses of God. You clearly sat here and you told me that what the Quran is telling me is wrong. What I am practicing clearly of what is being said verbatim, that it needs somebody to explain it to me. That is nuts. That is nuts. Bro, I can't, but I think it's good for you to have a nice day, my good brother.
You're delusional, brother.
As you want, bro. Enjoy. Be careful. Hey, make sure you go into the bathroom with your left foot, okay?
You cooked yourself on that one, brother.
Yeah, I definitely did.
You don't even know how to make wudu.
It's in the Quran. Or is the Quran wrong?
Okay, so what do? You go into the bathroom. How do you make wudu? What's the first thing?
I wash my face. I wash my hands. I wipe my head and wipe my feet. I'm ready to go. I don't know what's so difficult. May
Allah guide you.
Is that difficult? Hey, you put water in your mouth, right?
I go my nose first.
Okay, but you put water eventually in your mouth, right?
Yes.
During Ramadan as well, you just willingly put water on your mouth? and you swallow a little bit because you have absolutely no other choice but to swallow it.
Where'd you get that from?
Science, bro. When you put water in your mouth, your tongue gets hydrated, your sides of your lips get hydrated, and you slowly ingest some of the water. It's not possible for you to like choke yourself outside of the water you put in your mouth.
Yeah, bro.
So you're
does
you're
Allah,
putting water on your mouth purposefully, right? But it's
Does
funny
God
how
know-
God in the Quran never told you to put water in your mouth. Imagine if you were doing a lie.
look at these low tier
Imagine
arguments.
low tier arguments. So on the day of judgment, you tell that to God. When God says to you, I never told you to put water in your mouth, and you followed your forefathers, and your forefathers were obviously not guided because look at the state of your countries and the state of your religion. And then you're going to say, well, that's a low tier argument, God. You quoting the verses of God that you have given to me, God, is a low tier argument. I obviously followed the messenger.
Are you gonna
but
let
yet
me answer?
never-
Are you gonna let me answer?
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah,
buddy.
you can.
So what you're speaking about is a complete, it's complete. What's it called?
Horse malarkey.
Rubbish.
Yes, just like the
Slander.
hadith. It's
Right?
slander.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
All
He
right,
keeps.
Tell chat.
This guy said he walks in the bathroom, puts water on his face and arms and his feet.
Wash my face. Wash my face.
Wash. Oh, sorry. He washes his face, washes his arms
to the elbows.
to the elbow. Don't forget
Right.
to the
Right.
elbow. Wait,
And
who
then-
taught
and
you? Wait. Where'd you get to the elbows from?
From the Quran.
Wait, where did Allah say to the
Ila
elbows?
al-marafiq.
Ila al-marafiq. What does that mean?
To the elbows. Oops.
I don't know too much Arabic.
I know,
but-
brother. I know, I get it. But here, guys, let's just go over how he learned how to pray or how to do wudu, okay? And again, he didn't learn it from the Prophet. What he learned it from is Uthman. I saw Uthman bin Affan asking for water. He poured water over his hands and washed them 3 times, and then he put right hand in the water container, rinse his mouth. They go over the steps, right? Then he said. That's what Uthman said, according to them. Allah's messenger said, if anyone performs ablution like this, that of mine, and offers 2 rak'ats prayer during which he does not think of anything else not related to the present prayer, then his past sins will be forgiven. So that's how you guys approach the matters of deen. To do this, khalas, everything you've done in the past has been forgiven, right? That's what God says in the Quran too. So I can go out now and sin and do exactly what you have just told me, which is do this prayer and then wash myself and do 2 rak'ats, thinking only about the salah, khalas, whatever I didn't has now been forgiven.
Exactly, Akhi. Just like how Allah will forgive me in the Quran for any sin I do, right? Because surely
God says
Allah's Ar-Rahman.
God says there's a concept of repentance. So I have to repent and not do the sin again. Not just doing prayer. Just doing prayer itself is not going to be accepted as repentance.
Okay, then. So there is a guideline to it. So
where's
Allah
the guideline? Brother,
Allah knows best.
Where was the guideline?
Allahu Alam.
Where was the guideline that we quoted, my good brother?
Allahu Alam.
Oh, it was in the Quran. I got it. Have a nice day, bro. This is genuine. This genuinity, God. Guys, we've seen here point blank where when you present to them the verses of God, their tradition trumps what God says. And God's verses are so general and they're so unspecific that there's a question. How many times? What color is the cow? How big is the cow? What does the cow do? Children of Israel type questions, bro. God tells me to wash my face. I'm going to wash my face. I don't need to ask how because I know how to wash my face. How many times? Bro, I'll keep washing till it's clean. It's their loss. You're absolutely right, Kay. 1 second. I have a message and then I wanted to respond to. That was interesting, guys. He's a young kid, but you can feel the indoctrination on him. You could feel the indoctrination on him. How many times, submitter? How many times? Hey, peace.
Hey.
Link spawner.
Hey, assalamualaikum, bro.
Walaikum salam, man.
I'm not gonna take too long. I've been watching you guys for a bit, and I really respect the way you approach the religion.
God bless you, bro.
Thank you, brother. I'm just like a little bit of background for myself. I guess you would call me, you would categorize me as like a lost Muslim in the sense of like I would now say I'm unconvinced of the faith in a sense.
Oh, you're a person that stopped believing in Islam, but you might still believe in God? Or no, you don't believe in God's existence?
I don't believe, but I also don't believe in being dogmatic. So I'm like, there's no reason that if you tell me something that is like coherent and that I understood and I cannot refute, that my mind should be open to change. In that, like, I'm
Okay.
not closed off to the religion.
So,
I can say that.
do you see these computers that are in front of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize that they're running on a specific programming, right? They're programmed to do certain things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you can see that it's a closed system where the system is supposed to keep functioning. And if there's a bug, the person has to fix it, correct?
Right.
Can the computer program itself without it being programmed to program itself?
Give us another 50 years. We'll see what AGI does.
Yes, but we had to program AGI for it to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do a system where it can keep
Well,
expanding. One second. Now let's take this world. This world, we don't see bugs in it. We see that there's a reasoning for everything that is happening behind that we can reverse engineer. We see that it's a closed system where things are benefiting off each other, and the reality of whatever is occurring because of whatever factors, there's nothing that can stop it or change that. Okay, the only thing that we could do is modify the factors and the variables and try to deduce what results we should expect. And if the results is not what we're expecting, we're capable of studying it long enough until we realize why it went to that conclusion. So the very easy question is, since this world is reflective to these online worlds that we build, but this world's a lot more comprehensive and it's more detailed, and every object has all these variables that we can keep looking into and reverse engineering it, who programmed this world?
Perfect segue into like why I joined. So my answer to that very deep and fundamental question, my worldview at the moment, is the broader question of evolution itself.
Quran supports evolution, bro.
So perfect. So that's what I wanted to hear. Like I said, I'm not here to argue or debate. More so, I wanted to hear what is your understanding of like Adam and Eve in that sense.
So God tells us a verse. He says He created from everything living. He created from water everything living. Okay, so we know that the basis is that everything's coming from water, which is what evolution is speaking about. Now we have the process of the world where God states that travel in the land, which is now science, travel and observe how God began creation, and He's producing the final image. Okay, God is capable of all things. Now, in regards to Adam and Eve, this is a direct intervention from the programmer, where there is the process of evolution and circumstance, which God has programmed, but within that, He made a different process, which was Adam and Eve, which is outside of the scope of evolution. And Adam and Eve, despite the bodies might seem like they fit into evolution, the actual entity itself feels like it's outside of what this world would allow, okay? Because of us seeing the other animals and how they react, the concepts of reason, the concepts of diplomacy, the concepts of community, the way that we approach the matters is much different than what is observed in the natural world. So there had to be a specific spark of intelligence that it's not reproducible with what we see in front of us. So it's unnatural. And this is what the Quran is telling us. God is saying that I'm creating a successor in the land. Right? So we know the earth has already been created, that there was already a predecessor, and God is creating something after it. But God also tells us that He created it within His own hands, and He breathed some of His spirit within Adam and Eve. And that's why we have these complexes where people think that they're God, because the concepts of mercy we start to understand, the concept of building and creating we start to understand, the concept of imagining we start to understand. And these are things that we learned from our Lord, that the animals around us do not have that spirit. And this is where both of the concepts can be proven, where that one, the human, seems like they're outside of this world, and on the meanwhile, the world has been around for such a long time, which shows how amazing our God is. That's how I put them together.
Like I follow all of the logic of that. Like it all absolutely follows. Like it's not. I don't feel any like misleading or incoherency.
I don't need to, brother.
Yeah.
But here's my
Yeah.
question for you. Now, we've also been able to deduce things because of our human natures on what is expected to be as a norm. For me to create a business as a CEO, hire thousands of people, give them a budget, and tell them to create a project. I want you to build this building, and here's the budget for the money. You go work on it, and I leave the office and I never return. Never ever return, right? I've assigned to these people a business, a plan, and they had to go work on it, but I never came to see if they worked on it, if the project is done, if what they were told to do, they did it. I just never come back to the office. Does that business ever make sense?
I mean,
Come on, brother. If,
yeah, I mean,
does it
yeah,
make
it doesn't make sense. Like
because
I'm
it
just
has
trying to
no
give like
reason.
an honest. Yeah.
There is absolutely no reason for it. So now here you are, a person who has the sense of responsibility, regardless if you believe in God or not. You just have this innate thing inside you pushing you to be responsible, whether it's harm, whether it's guilt, whether it's empathy, whether it's certain feelings that you get where you want to heal this feeling. You feel sad for somebody that's hurt. You go try to help them. So this innate responsibility that you have inside you means that you have to answer to it, because other than that, it would be a business that has no meaning. So we know right now that we have this thing inside us, but we have to derive a meaning. Why do I feel sad for the person next to me when he's hungry? Because I myself felt hunger. Now, is it my responsibility to alleviate that pain from him? When I do remove that pain from him and I feed him, I personally feel better for myself and I get rewarded. Now, if I pay attention to these animals around me, if I beat a dog and I harm him, he is not feeling well. But yet, when he's having his good feelings, I'm capable of training him. So if I reward this animal, I'm getting a positive feedback. And when I am hurting this animal, I'm getting a negative feedback. But I'm finding that about myself. So what is the best reward for me is to care for someone else. What is the worst reward for me is to care only for myself. So we see now that selfishness is evil and selfless is good. But I'm inherently prone to be selfish. And being selfless is something where people put it into something where you can look like you're on a pedestal. But now we go apply that to God. And God is completely selfless. He gave everything to us, and he doesn't need anything from us. So he's not selfish. And this is how you can start approaching life programmatically, and you see that it all makes sense.
No, like so theologically, everything you said is like what I would agree with.
Welcome to the Quran, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like I agreed with you with that. I've watched like about 3 guys you've been talking to. And I agree with you. It's like if you want to be an authentic, genuine, good Muslim person, you don't need anything more than the Quran. It's enough.
Right.
Like all the other stuff is not necessary. Follow the Quran. It has everything that's needed. Like and the wudoo debate was the perfect example of that.
Right.
It's like, what do you mean you need to learn how to wash your face? Just wash it. Like relax. But my concern comes from things that are more so like when I do observe the things around me, and I think this is a case of being someone living in 2026 with internet, with all this like access to information. I went to school here. I was in graduate school in biology degree. So I grew up, like I learned about evolution. I understood it deeply, but I was never very religious. I just was religious in my heart. Like I was that type of guy. I was like, everything I did, I thank God for it. Every time before I did something, Bismillah, before my exams, I'd pray. But I didn't really read the Quran. I didn't understand Arabic. Like, so all that stuff felt like it was above my head.
My brother.
And I was like, yeah.
So I'm going to tell you something, which is a well-known secret in the Sunni world. There was a whole sect before Sunnism called the Mu'tazilites. Okay? These were called the people of reason, where they're very skeptical on the hadith that was given. This is before Sunnism. Okay? Now, during the time of the Mu'tazilites, that was considered the Islamic golden age. in regards to the progress in science, the progress in medical, the mathematics, the geometry, the stars, astronomy, and things of that nature. Because they were focused more on the natural world, which to them, they're finding the verses that help them achieve the goals that they want. The Sunnis take the credit for it, but it's for the Mu'tazilites. Now, there was a scholar.
You know what around the timeline these guys were? Like, was this the like 900s, 1100s? Because I'm trying to put things in
The
context.
Mu'tazilites would technically be around the time of Ali. So it's like maybe 60 to 70 years after, all the way to the Islamic Golden Age.
Okay. So somewhere on like 700s on. Got it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. So there was a person there. His name was Al-Jahiz. He hated Abu Huraira and the narrations of Abu Huraira, and Sunnis put this guy on a pedestal because he's the one who classified the animals in the world. He's the one who brought a lot of the things in regards to literature. He's literally on a stamp in Syria. His face is very important to them. But
I've heard about this guy. No disrespect, but he's like supposedly like the homeless guy who knew the Prophet for a year.
No, that's different. Al-Jahiz is a scholar that came many years after the Prophet. He's from the Mu'tazilites.
No, I was talking about Abu Huraira.
Yeah, Abu Huraira is weirdo. Anyways, I don't accept.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, he
So-
used to live in the mosque, like something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to show you something that he is coined for. It's right here. It's called the Muhammadanian. See how it's Muhammadanian theory of evolution. Refers to a historical perspective by a medieval Muslim scholar such as Al-Jahiz, Ibn Miskawiya, and Ibn Khaldun, proposing that life, including humans, developed through gradual stages from mineral to plants, animals, and final humans. Okay? So this is something, and you could see even Charles Darwin is taking ideas from Al-Jahiz. So this idea of evolution, it actually started to come from the Muslim world. So what you experienced is the passing down of a broken religion that was from the time of Abbasids, where they took away reason and they took away logic, and they said, you either follow us or you take a sword to the neck. Why? For political power, for sectarianism. You see this now very well in Saudi Arabia and Iran. If you speak against the king, they can make a religious claim that you are promoting ideologies that are heretic, and they put you to jail or they unalive you, they kill you, right? But this was happening for such a long time. All praise to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Thank you, Mo. God bless.
Yeah, but like, but still,
Have I
like,
helped you at least see that maybe the world is a little different than what you were being taught as a religion when you were
no,
younger?
like this, because this is something I've been battling for, like dealing with for a few years now. For a while, I did have this frame of thought that you just explained to me was very healing and refreshing. Essentially, like, I went into Islam studying it in the sense of like, I'm going to prove all these terrorists wrong, that they have the wrong idea of what this religion of peace is supposed to be.
They do.
And that's where I kind of went down that rabbit hole of,
Bro, they worship the
understand what
Prophet. They worship the Prophet. That's shirk. They committed shirk. They're
Exactly.
done. It's over.
But they don't worship the Prophet. They worship the stories of the Prophet. They
Yeah,
are
but
told-
but because to them they worship the Prophet. So if I sit here and can convince you the Prophet said so, you'll do it because you worship the Prophet.
Exactly.
You love the Prophet more than God.
And so that's why, like, your view of the religion, I think, is the correct one.
All praise
My
to God.
issue is like, I have a deep understanding of like the evolutionary knowledge of this stuff, and it's like
Sorry, bro.
it's a big claim, but it's essentially impossible that at any frame of time there was only two humans on Earth.
No, brother. They're okay. So even in the Old Testament, Cain kills Abel, right? The son of
Right.
Adam kills the other son of Adam, and then Cain runs to another tribe. What's the other tribe?
Okay.
Okay, so here's how it goes. So we had the concept of evolution, right? Adam and Eve were outside of that. Jesus was also outside of that because Jesus didn't have the full genetics that a human should have. Okay, so Adam and Eve were in a body where there's other predecessors in the same body, right? But Adam and Eve had a spark that the others didn't. And when Adam and Eve came around, that's when reading, writing, agricultural civilizations started to snap. It's around the same timeline that they show us in the Old Testament. That's when things started to get introduced, this concept of building in the way that we build. So Adam and Eve are not from the way that the earth is, but their body and what they were in and how we see them is very similar to another creature that got phased out through genetics, because one is better than the other. See how easy it can be, brother?
No,
Adam
no,
and Eve
I
didn't have a
understand.
mother and father.
No. That's the issue. Like, I wish it was that easy.
It
Like, I
is.
understand what you're saying. I was like, oh, that'd be beautiful if the genetic evidence did not prove exactly otherwise. Like,
It does, because we
have
have the
evidence
concepts of Neanderthals. We have concepts
no,
of
but we have chromosomal Y and Eve X, like chromosomal Eve. These things are like we can trace genetics back to knowing, like, if there was ever a point where everyone was related to the same couple, we would have evidence of it.
you're talking about the body genetics, okay? But still, there could be an introduction of a gene or of a chromosome that at one point we did not have it. This is not something where we can prove, because the person who's mapping out these genetics, they're mapping out specific things that are present in the code, right? But the code, if it gets modified along the way, it doesn't mean that everything that has died or whatever we collected can prove to what the code was, because as you admitted, there's an evolution.
We have backtracked the code, like, to the point of we know which populations left Africa at which time periods based on our genetics.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about the actual body, the physical body. I'm telling you that two humans could have existed where their seed now, where their children has now covered the world. It doesn't matter where they started. We could still all relate to a certain type of genes. Is that true or false? It doesn't mean that we all originated from one spot. If, for example, if I right now have 12 kids, right? In 3,000 years, how many of those 12 kids of mine, through just mere, like, intercourse, how far would my genes spread in 3,000 years? Link, are you there?
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I'm trying to give you, like, actual thought.
But it'll go very far.
Yeah, but it's not going to be everyone would be related. And then if everyone was related to you, we would find something of your gene in everyone.
Brother, there is a base gene that isn't within everyone.
We've traced down genetics we had a bottleneck population of 10,000 humans. It was the smallest human population has ever been.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was this humanoid across the whole world already. And then there's two people that existed within these humanoids. But that gene now has covered the world.
No, but then by your logic, that means not all humans are descendants of Adam and Eve today.
By this point, all humans are. Everyone around you is a human. There's no more humanoids.
The genetics doesn't say that. The genetics says that we have 10,000 individuals.
10,000 individuals that came from different areas, correct?
No.
Have they mixed by now?
No. At one point in history, there was a human population of 10,000 left. Something happened, some kind of natural disaster, and there was only 10,000 humans left that account
all over the whole world?
All the genetic diversity left on Earth.
For all of the world?
For all of the whole world. The whole world.
And when was that event?
I forget the time period, but
okay. Perfect. Those 10,000 peoples, have they now accounted for everyone in the world, and have they mixed completely?
Yes.
There you go. That's my point. So if one of them is Adam, they have completely mixed with the rest of the world. And therefore that spark of humanity is within everyone. It's like the concept of children of Israel. The children of Israel is not just the Jews. Anyone who's a child of Jacob through hereditary form is a child of Israel. And now it's not just 300 million, but rather it's billions of people. Because all you have to do is start to trace all of the seeds, not the ones that apostated. And it quickly becomes billions of people, bro. It's so fast on how one person can spread. And yes, they'll start intermixing much, like after 2 or 3 generations, obviously, because cousins are not, but you can trace back to a few people that, like, technically, because the population was a lot smaller, we all came from a smaller number. So even if you go back to 10,000, the whole world now is mixed with 10,000. All it requires is for one of them to be Adam, for everybody to be son of Adam. But at one point, it was not the case. You're right. But by the time the Quran was around, yes, it was the case.
Okay. I can consider that that
Cool.
framework. That's something I can look into for sure. No, I appreciate that. Thank you a lot, brother. That's something to really chew on. Appreciate that.
May God bless you, bro. Thank you. Well,
right.
may God guide you. Let me put it that way.
Thank you, brother. Have a good night.
You as well. Wa alaikum salam. Those conversations, again, not things that I personally enjoy, but you have to answer to what people are saying and from what I understand from the Quran. How do you pray? Those are my favorite questions. Come up. Come up. I'll tell you how you pray. How do you pray, bro? Which sajada do you use? Because the one that Ali Dawa gave me for me to do my prayer, it has the instructions on it. How do you pray? What's up, bro? How do you pray?
Hello.
Hey.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, bro, I was really curious because I know you only follow what the Quran tells you, so how exactly
So there's clear verses that tell us about the prayer. It's not a sequential process where if you move your hand in the wrong way or if you move 3 times, your prayer is invalidated. There's no such things. There's no such structure in the Quran. The Quran tells you to wash before your prayer. It gives you the steps of the washing. God tells you then to face the Qibla and then at that point to recite from the book. Okay, recite the book and establish the prayer. So we have to recite the book of God, and at this point, God is talking to us through his book. So we are receiving words from God, which is concept of prayer. And when we're reading the verses of God and we're reciting the verses of God and we're pondering about it and we're contextualizing it and we're learning from it and we're healing from it, and we're practicing the verses of God, this is the time when you initiate the prayer. And after the verses are done, you prostrate and kneel to your Lord, and in the prostration, you glorify, you thank Him, you say from your heart what you want from God, and you're thanking Him, and you're counting the blessings that you can count in that moment. You're giving Him glorification, you're exalting Him, and then you can say a prayer, and you do that a few times until you fulfill the time that God has given you. God gave you 3 times of prayer in the Quran. And as soon as you start to pray how God told you in the Quran, you truly feel what the prayer is. If you need more information and to see the verses being displayed to you, see my name here, Muhammad from God. I have a YouTube channel. I have a video that is 10 minutes in regards to how you pray using the Quran alone.
So you don't follow any like steps like doing ruku' first and then sujood. You just
What's the word ruku' means in Arabic? Do you know?
ruku', you're prostrate or you're kneeling down, aren't you?
Kneeling, yes, exactly. That's what God says to Mary. Kneeling is not this process that the Sunnis do. That's actually a form of sujood. So you're standing, you do this, and then you go down on your knees. When you go down on your knees, that's ruku'. God says ruk'an sujjada. And sujjada here is an adjective of ruk'an. It's not a noun, it's not by itself. So ruk'an sujjada is when you're kneeling and your head is prostrated. That's ruk'an sujjada. You can be sajada ra'sahu, he prostrated his head. Kharru ila al-afqani sujjada, which he flattened himself to the chin. So where you're completely laying, that's a form of sujood. So, but what I was trying to express to you is that the Quran is very clear in regards to what God has given us and what is acceptable in prayer. As soon as you uphold it, then you're good. Now, there's a few issues with the Sunni prayer. Would you like to hear them?
Yes.
God states that the prayer is for God. So you're only allowed to address God in your prayer. God says that the mosques are for God, so do not call upon with God anyone else. Unfortunately, the Sunnis are taught to say, Salamu alayka ayyuhan nabi. Peace be upon you, O Prophet, which you are now talking to a man that cannot hear you. And that's a concept where God told us not to do in our prayer.
Yeah, well, I'm a Shia, so I don't really believe in that part in particular where you can't call on to someone who's dead.
Well, but where did you get that belief from?
Ahlul Bayt.
Okay, but Ahlul Bayt is not Allah.
Yeah, I know,
but that's that's how the Christians approach their religion. They get it from the church fathers, people who are authorized by God to come up with concepts. And God says in the Quran, أم لهم شركاء شرعوا لهم من الدين ما لم يأذن به الله? Do they have partners, right? Do they have partners that legislated to them from the religion what God has not authorized? So when God has not authorized us, and He said it's not allowed to call upon anyone in the mosque other than God, you're saying your people of the house told you that you can't. Do you see the contradiction?
Mm. Well, can I ask you this? This is kind of off topic of the Salah part, but how do you feel about like things that are universally agreed on, like between Sunni and Shia people, like Dave Ghadir? Do you believe in that, or do you just only rely on the Quran?
So, in concepts of history, that's historical. Is it pertaining to my religion? No, it does not change my religion in one bit. God is going to question me in regards to how I lived my life and how I treated people. If I took care of orphans, if I spent from what God has given me and how God asked me to spend from it, if I did the prayer, if I treated my parents correctly. This is what I'm going to be asked about. He's not going to ask me about what happened on a certain day when the prophet was alive, because that's a historical question and it's not pertaining to guidance.
I see. Okay, I appreciate the information, brother.
Someone in the chat is asking, did God appoint 12 infallible leaders or imams?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'll tell you this: I'm not nowhere near a scholar, so I can't answer the question that you're looking for. You know, you should ask somebody who's more knowledgeable. You know.
I appreciate your honesty. There's there's Shias that say that there's 12 imams, and those 12 imams are infallible. But we see in the Quran that the Prophet himself was not infallible, so it's not possible for a human being to be infallible. Only God is infallible.
Wait, so you're saying the Prophet's made mistakes before? Is that what you're trying to say?
So we have the concept of Yunus, right? Where Yunus is, or Jonah, where he found himself in the whale because he went against what God ordered him to do. And Yunus cries out, Subhanaka Rabbi inni kuntu min al-zalimin. Exalted are you, my Lord. I am, or I was from the zalimin, from the transgressors or the unjust, which is a clear sin. God forgave him. All praise to God. God says, "Inna fatahna laka fathan mubina." Okay, we have given you a clear conquest. لِيَغْفِرُ لَكَ مَا تَقَدَّمَ مِنْ ذَنْبِكَ وَمَا تَأَخَّرَ. This is to the Prophet Muhammad, to forgo or to forgive what is from your guilt, from what you have done, and what you have brought from guilt, and what has came before, and what is going to come. So why is God forgiving the Prophet or foregoing the Prophet if he's infallible? Doesn't jive.
But where exactly does it mention the Prophet Muhammad not being infallible?
So God is saying that he's forgiving him. Why would he forgive an infallible man? Why is he told to ask for forgiveness if there's no need for him to be forgiven? That's the logic behind it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you said you have a YouTube channel.
Yep.
Do you explain all your
Yes. There's a lot of content on my YouTube channel that you can take a look. And yeah, the basis of the religion is there. But most importantly, I think you should open the Quran yourself in a language that you understand and read it, my good brother. That's how you truly get close to God, because that is truly the word of God and the statements of the messenger. So.
And do you interpret the Quran yourself, or do you have people who help you interpret it as well? Like, do you have discussions with people about interpretations?
Not necessarily. I do these lives where people come share their interpretations. I'm not here to interpret the Quran. There's a concept of exegesis and there's a concept of interpretation. Ta'wil is trying to, or interpretation is trying to make sense of verses that have a few ways of understanding them. But that's not the basis of the religion. This is not what's the important parts of the religion. Those verses are there to answer certain people about what they're saying. And the people of intelligence will know how to use those verses. So, but the rest of the Quran, you don't need somebody to hold your hand because it's quite clear. It's very clear, actually, when you start to read it. But unfortunately, our people, they kept making us think that the Quran is difficult and convoluted and confusing, and only a few people can tell you what it means because they want to pass you a story and they don't want to pass you guidance.
So do you take the Quran in a literal sense?
Certain verses are very literal, certain verses are metaphorical, certain verses are idioms of Arabic. So from the context, you are able to deduce. God says in the Quran, أَفَلَا يَعْقِلُونَ, more than أَفَلَا تُؤْمِنُونَ. Do you not reason, or do you not like comprehend? He says that more than do you not believe. So the concept of reasoning and understanding of comprehending and using your noodle is very important for you to truly understand what the faith is, what security is, what belief is.
What if somebody comprehends something different from you? So should they follow the religion a different way?
Well, God is giving us the ability to subjectively approach the Quran in what we believe God is guiding us to. But God tells us in chapter 3:7, that there's some people that have sickness in their heart, that they want to deviate away from what God has said. Many of the arguments that I'm presented in regards to what a person is presenting to me, it does not coincide with what the Arabic is saying. So if someone is coming and saying to me that God is not forbidding pork, God is saying that the word khanzir here doesn't mean pork. It means unclean or gross meat, or like or rotten meat. Okay, but now I can approach the Arabic that is being presented. In Arabic grammar, the word khanzir, in the way that it's presented, it's a noun. It's not an adjective. It's not a sifa. It's not a na'at. And in diacritics, and when it's presented, I can't say lahmul khanzir. If it's an adjective, it'll be lahmun khanzirun. It has to follow itself for it to be a sifa, an adjective. Because it's not, we're forced to understand that now it's a noun. Okay? And then the word that he's giving me, khanzir, as rotten, it wouldn't be in that form. It would be khanz. It wouldn't be khanzir. So that person failed. If he wants to keep going with what he wants to say, then I leave him be. But then his life is going to reflect those decisions. And he essentially made a lie about God. And God says, those that say lies about God, they will not succeed. They will not flourish. So if I start to feel like my life is closing on me and I'm not taking the progress that I want and I'm not going as far as I am, I need to sit and reconsider that maybe I'm approaching my life and my religion incorrectly.
Okay. I appreciate the information, brother. You answered everything I was or anything that's on my mind right now. I know I've had a lot of questions. I just can't think of them off of the top of my head right now.
God bless you.
But I appreciate you telling me all this info.
I got you.
All right, ma'assalam.
Ma'assalam. Man, it's the young generation that you know, they're the ones who really the issue is, it's like for me, when I woke up when I was 22 years old, okay, I might be dating myself at this point. The thing that I was upset the most is that I went through some hardships because of how I approached my life from the age of, like, you could say 11 all the way up to 22, because I was not viewing the world right. And I was trying to prove something to everyone else around me that didn't need to be proven. But if I knew the Quran, and if my parents showed me the Quran at a young age, and I was shown the Quran and I was allowed to read it the way it was supposed to be read, I would have not endured those problems that I endured growing up. And I would have not suffered the way that I suffered growing up. So I was very upset and angry at my people that they kept this book away from me. And for me now, when I hear the stories and these people that come up that are young, it makes me wish that they just literally open and read before, because at that age, the teenage age, you're always trying to prove that you are something that is worthy. And you might go around it in ways that is not acceptable because you think that being bad or being like a popular person is how people perceive you of value. But then you learn the true value is you being as honest as possible and showing proper patience, and for you to fulfill what God, like to fulfill what you promise and to be a man of your word. That's truly the thing that is going to make you excel. And if you knew that and you focused on that as a child, people automatically start to accept you as someone who is righteous instead of trying to prove that you're righteous by lip service. And that's why the Quran, honestly, it's like I was very, very hurt knowing that the message of what the Quran is telling me is so far different on what I was taught as a religion as a child. And I really wish, and I really, really, really wish that people would open their eyes, if you know what I mean. But so yeah, we got to focus on the youngins because they are more susceptible with all this nonsense that's going on, especially with AI, for them to deny the religion. And when they keep hearing about Islam and hearing pedophilia or like stoning people and stuff, they're gonna say like, bro, this is not civilized, and then they leave it. I would like to this person. He was there from. What's your opinion on the Mahdi? Which one?
Salam.
Peace.
تسمعني؟ can you hear me?
Basma. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, how was today? First and foremost.
Sorry, I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's cutting in and out.
Hold on, give me a moment, please. Okay, how about now?
I'm doing well. What's up, man? I hear you now.
Here's the thing. I'll try to not take a lot of your time unless you see me as someone worth to you know what I mean. Regardless, so I have many things to cover them quickly. First and foremost, I need to point something out that you may have missed, that the character Hamza did not exist. And there are many characters that did not exist back when they made the Quran. Like when it was an oral tradition. Like when it was written, the Hamza wasn't there. For example, Surah Al-Kawthar, the word shani'ika becomes shanik, which is your affairs per se. And it makes the verse kind of more logical, if that makes sense. Let me explain how it would be read. I believe you understand our...
One second. One second. Can I show you something very quickly before you carry on? I wanna just show you something really quickly, but one second, okay? Tell me if you hear this. Okay? Just listen.
My understanding.
Not this, sorry. I'm trying to find a certain short that I made. And so there was a time I make some certain shorts, and I thought that was it, but it wasn't. Just give me 1 second, okay? I want you to hear something. It's not here. I appreciate you being patient with me. I think I'm coming up on it now. Not this one. Where is it? Astaghfirullah. This is it, okay? Here.
You Quranist Sunnis without Bukhari Hadith.
It's not this. I just loaded and then it went away. Sorry, just give me 1 second, okay?
It's okay, it's okay.
That's what خزني. But you'll see why I'm showing you this, okay?
No,
there's a reason why I'm showing you this. Bum, bum, bum. Where is it again? There it is. Here we go.
You Quranist Hadith rejecting people can't even answer one simple question. We Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we know that the Prophet recited in 7 or 10 different ways. Which one is the right way? Which one do you use? And why? How do you pray? Where's Mecca? The answer is very simple. You yourself, Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, you don't know what recitation the Prophet actually used, because the Hijazi dialect, the dialect that the Prophet primarily spoke in, is actually extinct. Nobody actually uses it anymore. Ahlul Bid'ah wal Jama'ah. That's what we've been calling you for a very long time. So all of the nonsense that you guys keep trying to pretend that you know what recitation the Prophet said or the recitations that the Prophet used, this is just complete lies. Ha, 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 ha.
كاف ها يا عين صاد.
So I know what you're saying, my good brother.
I get your point. Yeah, but I have a lot of things that I actually discovered, like, along the time that I've tried to really research about Christianity as well. The book is a binding. Kitab, the meaning of kitab is a binding. It's not a book.
Yes.
Per se.
Yes.
Like,
كتب عليكم.
Yeah, exactly. So
كتاب
the thing
والحكمة.
is, the binding. بالضبط. Exactly.
Yeah,
sorry. So here's the thing. There's a binding that's the Quran is a completion of the binding, which means something that many people miss. It means the Torah and the Injil, the Bible, is also a part of our religion.
Sorry, brother. I would. This is where we're going to have a difference. No, the Torah and the Injil is giving you the Kitab. The Torah and the Injil and the Psalms, they give you the Kitab, and the Quran also gives you the Kitab. So the Kitab is if you go through the route of the people of the book, that will lead you to understand the Kitab. And if you go through the route of the Quran, it also leads you to the Kitab. That's why God says that the Quran is muhaiminan al-Kitab, is a guardian over the book.
Exactly.
But I don't think that they need to be together for you to understand the Quran. The Quran is not completing the other books.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you use the Quran to understand those, to reverse engineer those, is what I'm saying.
To deduce the truth, yes.
Exactly.
But
what I'm saying is, I forgot.
Sure. Go ahead.
No, okay, go ahead.
I was saying the Quran is used to judge between the people and what they were saying. Yeah. But even if the Quran did not existed, you could still lead yourself to the book with just the gospel and the Torah in its current condition. You could still find the truth of what needs to be done. Yeah. Are you going to be accurate? No. But do we need the Torah and the gospel for us to understand the Quran? No.
This is where I differ with you, though. Because it's a completion.
Do you understand what I mean? To a certain degree, but it's not necessary for you to read it to get guided. That's my point.
Yes, you can understand a lot of things from the Quran alone. I disagree with that. There's no way I can disagree with that.
You get a lot deeper understanding on certain topics if you do read the Bible. I do agree there. I do agree there. Yeah.
So, I've also explored not only Islam, I've explored Christianity as well. And I haven't touched a lot on the Torah and Judaism per se.
That one's a deep one.
Yeah, and I don't understand Hebrew. Not Hebrew, Greek. Sorry, my bad on that one. So regardless, what I want to say is you can see a lot of connections over there. For example, first of all, I've watched a lot of your videos, but I haven't kind of figured that one out about the hadith that they use. Do you use some of them for references or what exactly?
No, the hadith for me is somewhat of a historical document that can help me with history. But if I'm going to quote it to a Sunni, it's because he believes in it. I don't take it as religious guidance or a moral compass.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so we're on
but the way that people want me to approach hadith is the way that they're supposed to approach the Bible. The source of the Bible, technically, it originally supposed to be not all of the Bible, but like the Torah, the Gospel, that originally came from God. Okay, so there's concepts there, there's words from God that is important in those books. But the hadith, the original source was not God, because Muhammad's book is the Quran. That originally came from God, and that one, all praise to God. I don't need to sit and try to filter it. With the gospel, for me, when I read certain things, I have to filter it based on what God says. Bro, I'll show you something that blew my mind away yesterday. And I even posted it to my Telegram group. This is in Deuteronomy. I can't say that word. Deuteronomy 32:8. And I want the Bible Hub thing. Like it truly blew my mind on how much they want to sit and like
make things up.
But it's disgusting on the way that they presented it. I'm genuinely disgusted, bro. Because here's the verse that I want to show. Okay, so let's see if this is gonna load. There it is. Okay, so this is what it says. Okay, let me just show you here. When divided their inheritance, the Most High, the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the boundaries of the people according to the number of the sons of God. You see how it says sons of God here?
Yeah.
But look at what it says in Hebrew. Read it right there. Bani Israel. They translate Bani Israel as the sons of God. Bro, isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I mean, I can see where they're coming from, but I don't agree. But I get it.
I get what they're saying. I understand what they're saying is that God talked to Israel. Israel is the spirit of God. So therefore, the 12 sons of Israel are the sons of God. I get that. Yeah, but they should have translated it as Bani Israel, as what was said, that they went to they did what a Sunni would do. They put their exegesis. They forced their exegesis in there.
Yeah, they mirror each other a lot, actually. If
Yeah.
you, well, like, you already can tell that, though. I don't need to pick it up. But yeah, they mirror each other a lot, like
Right.
to a normal extent.
So the translator forced his understanding rather than translating what God says. يحرفون الكلام عن مواضعه. So they will start to reword the words off their context.
So do you explore Christianity, though?
Hmm?
Do you explore Christianity?
I don't have the time. I love watching Unitarians debate Trinitarians. That's one of my favorite things to watch lately. I say there's a few channels. One of them is I believe her name is Halal Christian. Bro, the arguments they present is so clear, and then the Trinitarians, they play with words again, and they do what the Sunnis usually do.
That's what God accused them in the Quran, regardless of.
Right.
So would you mind if I touch on Christianity then?
Go ahead. Yeah, if you have points.
Okay, so to just showcase something quick, because I had to see some of the arguments that they say as well, and other things like that. God cannot be seen. That's a verse in the Bible. I'm just quoting them. I don't remember the exact number.
Yes, it's in the Old Testament.
God cannot be seen. And Paul saw light. Christians call that out to be as Jesus has been seen, but that's literally impossible. The light hasn't admitted it came in the flesh. John also says that with the meaning of, I forgot the exact verse, those who do not confess that Jesus came in the flesh is from the Antichrist. And those who confess, that confesses that Jesus came in the flesh is from God. Something like that. So when Paul actually saw the light, that wasn't in the flesh, first and foremost. By John's criteria, that's the Antichrist. There are also multiple things factoring this. Even Paul himself said, demons can appear as light. So, yeah, that's what basically happened. What's happened. So in Christianity, it touches on the Antichrist, and it showcases that Paul basically met the Antichrist, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the implications because that might influence your channel, maybe get you, I don't know what's the word, like, what's the word here? Like, astaghfirullah, please. It means that they might actually, I don't know, ban you, or I don't know how it works, but regardless. So the implications is, if Antichrist, then the Bible Antichrist, because it spreads, or if you follow or spread teachings that are false, that Jesus did not say them, then you're basically Antichrist. So this makes the Bible, you can guess what, and the followers of the Bible, you can also guess what.
Right.
Do you understand?
You can obviously make certain arguments like that. That's
yes, but I'm using the text itself to basically base this off.
This is where the internal contradictions of the Bible start. It's also the concept of that anyone who's pretty much crucified or hung to a pole is damned by God, and yet then they say that that's what Jesus went through.
But I'm actually pointing at a pattern, though. It's not only in Christianity. It's not only in Islam with the Sunnis and Shias, and it's not only about Judaism. I'm saying it goes actually deeper than that. So this is what I've built up for.
Okay.
Like everything I was saying was building for this.
Go ahead.
Even science itself, math, and other things like that, you can notice the same pattern, which many people might disagree with me, but hear me out.
Yeah, I have to know.
So, first of all, with the Quran, you should actually go to the basis of the Quran, the root of things, the root of the words, etc., to actually discover the truth, if you want to understand it. And with science, they're basically going for reality. And here's the controversial point. Science is not scientific nor empirical. And the root of the word math is to learn. You have to learn something within reality. You can't learn a concept, making a concept up. Do you understand what I'm saying so far?
Sorry, can you say that one more time? Apologize.
Math, the root of math is to learn.
Okay.
Okay, so you learn from reality, not a concept. You can say I'm learning basically the concept that doesn't exist in reality. That's not learning.
Yeah, you're reverse engineering reality.
Exactly.
The basis of mathematics.
Yes. So math is, if you need to...
Sorry,
if you want
just to clarify for the audience, most sciences, I mean, in the sciences that we understand, they usually all fall back into physics. Physics is usually the root of most sciences. And then the science or the root of physics is mathematics. So one can say that reality, for someone to deduce reality, it's based in mathematics. That's an argument that people make.
Exactly, but mathematics is just a concept. It's not based off reality.
It's a communication of reality.
It's a concept, basically. Yeah, I get it. So your earlier guess, which was Ling something.
Yes, ZJ, you're right.
Who?
Sorry, I was answering one of the commentators. ZJ, you're right. That's what they're pointing to. Go ahead. So about Ling shadow or Ling flavor.
Yeah. One of his questions is, infinity can't exist. It's literally outright impossible.
In this finite world.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
This finite world. Yeah.
Yeah. Infinity is never ending. Therefore, space and time would be contradictory to infinity. Because if we can move, there is space. You need space in between stuff to actually move, for time to exist. Time is progress.
Time is a time step, yes.
Yeah, scientifically, there are octillions of proofs that God actually exists. Because cause and effect. It always is cause and effect. And material can't self-cause. Do you see where I'm going with this?
I can understand what you're trying to express. It's very metaphysical, but yes. Yes.
Well, I'm just referencing scientific and empirical things. You can actually measure the cause and effect.
Yes, and you're saying that every effect of any cause is a proof of God.
Not yet. Basically, not yet.
But that's what I think your conclusion is trying to say.
Yeah, my conclusion, yes.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah, I understood.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is many people confuse that religion does not equal logic. Or religion does not equal what is you can measure or things like that, which I disagree on.
Fair. That people say religion as a subject like it's biology when religion is actually a law.
Religion is a binding, yes.
Law.
But yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing with just different terminology.
Yeah.
I see your level of thinking, and I can appreciate what you're saying. I just don't think my audience is following because you're being very particular with your word choice.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So just to make things clear, do you find what I'm saying worth the time or not? Because I'm giving you away here.
To the most of the people around you, they will not appreciate what you're saying because it's just simply they don't think in that way. Some people will appreciate what you're saying, but the most of the world will just overlook it, especially because of some of the terminology you're using. So, for example, you were just talking about cause and effect, which is, yes, you're using it in a science way. This, I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about it in a programmatical level, which is what I believe you're expressing it in. And then you're deducing that as a form of communication, which wherever you want to take your point, it's going to result in that God is the one who's producing that effect. So I see what you're saying. But you went from showing us that this is a fundamental issue, which is people understanding the effect as wrong, which is causing the problems in other people's religions and our religion as well.
Yeah.
Am I capturing your thought?
What I was drawing is basically they're all related to each other.
Yeah.
Like science and religion and that. I'll just give you the conclusion, since if the audience don't understand it, you can explain it some other time or such, as long as you understand it.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, within science, for example, 1 divided by 0, it's undefined per se, or some say this or that. The thing is, 1 divided by 0, and this is very controversial, 1 divided by 0, if you take the actual application within reality and turn it from a concept to a reality, because reality has its own arithmetics. So 1 divided by 0 would actually equal 1. And let me explain this, because it's very controversial. I know. Let me explain this.
But then you're saying that 1 multiplied by 0 is 1.
Sorry, 1 divided. If I said multiplied,
no. If you're saying 1 divided by 0 equals 1, therefore 1 multiplied by 0 is equals 1.
No, but the inverse doesn't work, though. That's
what
my
do you
point.
mean, brother? If I do, this is how mathematics is beautiful. If I do like this, brother, if I go 1 over 0 equals 1 like this, right? So this is what you're giving me as an equation. But for me to put the 0 on the other side, I'd multiply both sides with 0. So what you're saying to me is 0 multiplied by 1, which equals 1.
I get it. You're using the math that they're using. I'm telling you, I'm trying to connect math to reality, the process of reality. The inverse doesn't work always within math if you're applying it to reality. That's why the contradiction actually is there to be used for undefined. So what I'm saying is 1 divided by 0, if you apply reality itself, you have one apple, and I'm basically using the slash as in the division, or the division, as in the cause or action, and then the number that comes next as the worth of that action. So in this case, it becomes one apple, you do nothing, and before we say 0 is a concept, 0 is within reality. It's a state.
It's an absence.
Yeah, it's a state of something. For example, popcorn. You eat 2 popcorns,
Now
2
you have
minus
no
2
popcorn.
states.
Right. Now you have no popcorns if there was 2.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's a state of concepts, basically, is what I'm saying.
Or the lack of a state. It does. That's sorry. That's the argument of the atheist.
What do you mean?
Well, saying that I have 0 popcorns, it doesn't mean that the state of the popcorn is 0. It means that there's an absence of popcorn.
Yes, I
so
agree.
Popcorn
I'm saying
is no longer existing.
Yeah, but the state of the bowl, as in what it holds, the state is 0, is not there.
The
as
count
in,
of the bowl is 0. 0
Yeah,
popcorn. I get what you're saying. Okay, so now you're talking about something that is holding it. Cool.
It just depends, basically. 0 is a state, for example. 0, 2, 1, 2 minus 2. What are you going to call this? 2 minus 2. What are you going to call this?
0. That's
Exactly.
That's a count. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So anyway, one apple, you do nothing, is still there. And about the inverse, I've built a long thing. I've tested this a lot. I know it seems far-fetched, but explore it. Just try to explore it on your free time or something like that. That's one of the things. I know this actually changes a lot of math, but I'm just showing you the disconnect from if you basically try to force it into reality and apply it. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate you,
And
brother.
basically, is that true?
Yeah, this is a little too much for me at this point because this is now.
Yes,
Yes, I have to go see what you mean and see the proof. But this for me is a little difficult. So,
thank you for
but I
having
appreciate
me.
No, may God bless you. Thank you for coming up, man.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Peace. The brother definitely pondered a lot about certain things, and God also tells us that there's a verse in the Quran which has a healing effect. It says to us that those that ponder about the creation of the skies and the land, like on their sides, when there's pretty much in bed, like they sit and they ponder upon, on their backs, on their sides, they ponder upon the creation of God, like this world that's in front of us, and they know that God did not create this in vain, that it has a purpose. And actually, this is one thing that is a healing thing that I learned, that I practice, that at night, when we lay down in bed, some people might have certain habits of certain thoughts that are not progressive, where they might sit and review events in their minds that they hate and they have regrets, or they sit and try to think that this person hurt them, and other people sit and go through fantasies and whatnot. But a very cool way before you sleep is to literally think about like a leaf on a tree, and how this leaf is like providing the tree with the sun that it requires, so that it would give it the sugar, subhanAllah. And then it's like how the water from the roots is like, it's like a straw, it's like sucking it in, or like the amount of stars that are above us. I don't want to talk about the flat earth, but certain things that we've discovered as well. And it's like, yes, this is all in purpose and it's all working together. And that's like exactly when we get oxygen from the trees, you see, like Jessica's, and those kinds of thinking before you sleep, it truly makes you magnify your Lord so much, because there's always, like, look at the cars, bro. We have a combustion engine. The car is exploding 8,000 times per minute. If you're revving at 8,000 RPM, okay, let's say 2,000 explosions every minute. These tiny explosions is moving a piston, which God showed us how to allow it to move that way, which is rotating a gear, and this gear is rotating a shaft, which is rotating another gear and making 2 tires spin. And all I had to do was find this liquid that if I put a certain pressure and I spark it, it explodes in a way that I can measure it. Look at like how beautiful God has like allowed us to do this. And that's where my head is at. I think it's amazing. I think it's like amazing. Seriously, like there's so like a river flowing down that is like feeding a whole generation. Just my good brother Walid last time was telling me about the process of salmon, like how the salmon fish, it goes up the stream where it's literally destroying itself in the process, right? Just to go lay its eggs in the exact same place that it was born. And in the process of it destroying itself, it lays the eggs and then it dies. And you have all of this salmon fish on the side of the bed, which then this is the point where bears need to come and like load up for the winter hibernation. And they have all this free food at the side of like the riverbed. Bro, isn't that nuts? Like, subhanAllah. Like, I don't know how people want to argue about certain things all day and what the Prophet said and how do you pray. Well, I in my head like sitting there like, bro, this fish is like super determined because God has inspired it to do this, and it goes through this pain and its head is like, I gotta go. Oh, there goes my fin. I gotta keep going. Oh, there goes a part of my body. I just gotta keep going. I'm gonna lay those eggs. Oh, I laid those eggs. All right, peace. I'm done. Like, you know, like, and it's just completely submitting to what God has triggered it to do, which is, I got to do this. Same thing with a bee. It's like a bee sits there and it's like, oh, I got to go like do my task. It's like, oh, I'm hurt. No, I got to keep trying. And you see this with dogs and cats too. It's inspiring the amount of submissions they have to their thoughts. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a dog, when you hurt its leg, like it's hurt, like you run over it and it hurts its leg. It cries for a little bit like, oh, pain. But then you see it just trying to hobble and just literally carrying on. It's like, I got to go get the food. Like, my leg's broken, but I just got to keep going. You know, it's incredible. It's incredible the amount of submissions like do they have to this inspiration, that these triggers that they get from God. Us, on the other hand, it's like we have to sit there and think and then convince ourselves, oh, it's the right thing to do, but I'm kind of hungry, you know, and I don't want to do it now. Maybe I'll do it a little later. You know, I hurt my hand today and I'm not coming to work. Well, I don't feel like it. I'll get up and pray a little later. Sorry, Kristen. We're so weak, bro.
Salam, brother.
Salam.
I have a question. So I read the Quran, and I'm a part of the Quran Alone believer community. Yes. I do look at historical contexts of hadiths and things like that. And something that I found hard to believe in the past is that our prophet was illiterate. He couldn't read, he couldn't write, and just reading the history of it from hadiths and stuff, it was hard for me to accept that he couldn't read or write. So I initially came to the conclusion that he was able to read and write.
Because he can.
Yes. However, since I'm not an Arabic speaker, I came across this verse in the Quran. And what's that?
In chapter 25.
No. This is in chapter 29, verse 48.
وَمَا كُنْتَ تَخِطُّهُ بِيَمِينِكَ. The word here is not right.
So here's what the translation says. But again, I haven't gotten to a point of keep switching different translations. What it says is, and I'm going to skip the things that are in parentheses. It says, or actually I'll read it exactly the way it's translated. You, O Prophet, could not read any writing even before this revelation, nor could you write at all. Otherwise, the people of falsehood would have been suspicious.
Nope. That's not what the translation says. Or that's not what the Arabic says.
So what does it say? And that's why I was reaching out.
من قبله كتاب. It doesn't say ما كنت تقرأ من قبله كتاب. So remember, there's verses in the Quran where a person with a disease in their hearts and they want to come up with an interpretation, they focus on these verses. But the verses, God didn't say read or write here. God used very particular words, and so that the person of intelligence can see why the person is making an argument, and you respond to them with a very easy argument. So does it here say yaqra? No, it says yatlu. Yatlu means recite. You did not recite a book before it. So you were not a poet before it. You were not writing things and reciting them to people. This is the first time in your life you're doing this, where you're reciting a book. Tatlu. It doesn't say taqra'u. Okay? There's a difference. وَمَا كُنْتَ تَخِطُّهُ بِيَمِينِكَ. The word here, تَخُط, it's not تَكْتُب. تَكْتُب is to write. تَخُط, it comes from the word khat, which is to mean to line something. Now, when I'm saying مَا كُنْتَ تَخِطُّهُ بِيَمِينِكَ, one who understands what's being said, it's not like if I'm going to go to somebody and ask him to make me a blueprint for a house. Do you know what I ask for? A takhtit. The word is takhtit. It's the same root. So it's like you were not the one who's designing it with your right hand. And you were not the one who was reciting a book before it. Because if you did, then those people of falsehood, they will say that he was already doing this before. Where he was coming up with books, right? He was designing books. And he was also reciting books. So this is not something new to him. Okay? But there's another verse in chapter 25 where the disbelievers are saying, وَقَالُوا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ اكْتَتَبَهَا فَهِيَ تُمْلَى عَلَيْهِ بُكْرَةً وَأَصِيلًا. It is the legends of old. That's what the disbelievers are saying. It is the legends of old that he wrote it down, or he had someone write it for him, right? And it is being recited on him day and night. So they witnessed him writing something down and people writing it down for him. They're saying that it's asatir al-awwalin. God is saying that it's the word of God. See what I'm saying? But people are witnessing him writing things down. Now, furthermore, in their own hadith books, one of the most famous hadith is the Prophet saying to his people, bring me a pen and paper so I can write something down that you cannot be deluded after it. And Umar says, nah, the book of God is sufficient. You're sick. You don't know what you're doing.
Makes sense. So basically, this translation is
It's
using the
false.
word read. It's
And
actually recitation is
yeah.
recite.
Tatlu.
And the word that he's using to translate as writing is actually lining it up.
Yeah, you're not the one lining it up or planning it. تخطه. خطة is plan, right?
Got it.
تخطيط is like a blueprint.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving peace in my heart. I appreciate you. This is why I wanted to reach out to you.
May God bless you, bro.
Thanks again, brother.
There's a
Salam
lot
alaikum.
more bigger arguments, man. Just ask the Sunni, because God never says that Prophet Muhammad is the best man that ever lived. There's no such argument in the Quran, and we don't know who's the best man, but we were told that Abraham has more favor than Muhammad in the Quran. We can make that argument, but we don't know who's the best man who ever lived. But we can make an argument about Abraham. But if they're going to say that Muhammad is the best man that ever lived, so you're going to say to him very easily, so you say the best man who ever lived cannot read and write, and you can read and write. And in the 23 years that he lived after he became the best man who ever lived, he never took the time to read and learn, to learn how to read and write.
Yeah, I agree. And this is why I wanted to reach out to you. Because you speak Arabic and you know the root words. One other question. This is like, I just need peace in my heart. Because there's times when your heart accepts it, and sometimes your heart just is not fully there.
Yeah.
So this is something that I've reached out about before, and this is again the chapter of the women, chapter 4, and this is specifically about the word of striking. And when I initially started to research the word, and sorry, I don't have it in front of me, of the striking, it says that based on what I researched, one of the meanings could be separate or to split apart. And then I started to research this specific word, and I applied and I found it in different verses where the similar word is being used for Prophet Abraham, saying, split. In this case, it says strike the rock, or strike the to Moses, exactly, peace be upon him, or strike the water to split the ocean. But when I used that other translation of it, of instead of striking, but used separate, it fit perfectly in all the other verses where God is saying, with your stick, separate the ocean, instead of saying, strike the ocean. Or in another verse where it says, strike their necks and their fingertips, instead it could mean separate their necks and their fingertips. So the word strike is being used in majority of translations. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because my heart says it could be separate, but I don't want to make my own
No.
thing.
So, my good brother, the word daraba in the Quran can also mean strike. It does not necessitate for something to be split. يَضْرِبُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. So God is saying that those that travel in the land, okay, so ضربوا في الأرض means they struck the land. But it doesn't mean that they're hitting the land. That means they're walking in the land. And are they stomping their feet and causing? No. They're literally just moving. God says, أَفَنَضْرِبُ عَنْكُمْ. Okay. ذكرا صفحا إن كنتم قوما مجرمين. Should we strike away from you? عنكم. But the word here, I wouldn't use the word strike. I would say remove from you. Okay. So now the word does have different ways of being understood. The verse that you're quoting, it cannot be taken in isolation. God is telling you, do not transgress. And if you transgress, then God does not love those that transgress. You're not allowed to become physical with somebody that is not physical with you. Okay. Now, the concept that they're saying that this verse is saying to strike your women, the issue is they present it as a 3-step program, you know? So the first step, if she's not listening to you, is to admonish her, tell her you're doing wrong. The second step is to forsake her in bed. And then the third step is to strike her. Okay, so what's the fourth step? She's still not listening. You're going to kick her out. So, but here's the thing that is wrong. The Quran is not telling you first step, second step, and third step. It's not saying the word thumma, then. It's saying and. It's doing all three at once. It's saying admonish them and forsake them in bed and renounce them or push them away from you. Because the next verse, literally right after it, where we start seeing the word shiqaq, which means there's a division now between them. And if you feel that they're going to be divided, right, to bring a referee from her side and a referee from his side, and so that if they wanted to make up, they can make up, right? But imagine her calling her brother to a meeting with me, and she has a black eye, and I sit there and I call my mother. Do you really think her brother is sit there and gonna take my side as I gave a black eye to his sister because I didn't like how she cooked the food for me? Or I thought that she was gonna go out with a man? Because it's there, it says in khuftum. The verse is saying if you fear from them. It's not that if they did, if you fear from them. So it's based on assumption, it's not based on actual witnessing. And how dare I hit somebody when it's just me fearing something from her?
So where most of the translations are saying striking.
Yeah, because from apparent reading, I'll be completely honest with you. From apparent reading, from surface level reading, it's very easy to understand it as strike. But you have to use the Quranic narrative now and understand what God is saying. And God is putting it in a way for a person that has some crazy disease in his heart to go think he has the opportunity to strike women. Right? But a person that understands what is being said there, he knows it's not a physical strike against her, but like I'm striking for my work. Do I go beat my work? No, I'm on a strike.
To understand, if I were to understand it as separating yourself, would that be wrong?
That's exactly how I understand. Renounce them. I believe that you are talking to men inappropriately. I have these feelings that you might be doing something that is not right. And until you confess to me, I am now no longer going to be speaking with you. Okay? We're not going to be sleeping together and go to your parents' house. That's it.
Exactly. Because this is more aligned with reality. Whereas some of the other people that you listen to, you know, the people that justified with, well, they can't even justify it with hadiths, but they're like, oh, it means like you don't hit them and bruise them, you tap them with your finger. And I'm like, listen, if two people are in a heated conversation, poking them is not going to change anything. So it's either beat them up, which don't believe God is gonna be like where it says, do not harm women and children. It's not going to contradict itself. And especially like taking advantage of your physical power and oppressing them in this way,
My brother,
it doesn't make sense.
my brother,
So
if the thing is do not put bruise on her, and if that's the contention, that's what the Sunnah is providing for us, all I have to do is go down to the grocery store and buy myself a bag of oranges. Okay, a bag of oranges, and beat the living crap out of somebody, and I promise you they will not have any bruises, but it's going to hurt them a lot.
And I'm so glad you're saying this. The reason why is because I've been telling people, but I don't want to be in the wrong where I don't want to go against the word of God.
Here, my brother.
And I've seen people in the past, like in some parts of the world, they get physical
Yeah.
and they believe that this is their right.
So
And
how
I'm
come
saying,
the prophet
no,
never
it's
hit any
wrong.
of his if that's what it's translated, and the prophet is here to show us an example on how to uphold the Quran, how come their hadith doesn't show us him striking any of his women when he was married to so
Exactly.
many?
And
Like,
this is where the verse they're quoting
here, brother,
and they're justifying, and I'm saying it's not correct.
it's not.
And that's why I want to talk to you, because I have more peace in my heart knowing that, you know,
Here's the
it
translation,
is.
brother. See how it's and? As for those whom you fear their discord, you see how it's fear. It's not something where she's doing it. Something where I'm sensing that she's about to. That's when I do this.
Yeah.
You see how it's and?
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's saying and. It's not saying then. And here, the translator here, which is Baba Shuaiba in the greatquran.com, he said renounce them because it's a clear understanding.
Thanks to you, I ordered his book and I completed it. So I really appreciate I'm going through different translations all the time. Unfortunately, the most popular translations that are widely distributed, majority of them in all different languages are translating this as beat or strike. And people are literally believing that. And I'm saying no, but I just wanted to talk to you about it. So thank you. As I said, it's something I wanted peace in my heart, and I have it now. So thank you so much. May God bless you.
May God bless you as well. I usually don't say this, but I want to conclude with this verse as well in regards to this topic. God clearly states to us in the Quran that from some of our kids and our wives, our spouses, that they are enemies to us. Enemies, okay? And God says that if we forgive and forego, it is better for us. So even if she's an enemy to me, I'm supposed to go to the side of forgiveness and just let her be.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. May God bless you.
May God bless you more.
Thank you. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. May God bless that brother. May God increase him. Just Gwen.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So my question is, was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was he a Sunni or Shia in your opinion?
Neither.
That's what I always think. So the problem we have in this generation, I think that we did exact what God
Told us not
told
to do.
us not to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
my
yeah.
sister, the argument is presented to you in the Quran. So the first verse that I want to say, ثُمَّ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ نَتَّبِعْ مِلَّةَ إِبْرَاهِيمَ حَنِيفًا وَمَا كَانَ حَنِيفًا. And we have inspired to you, which here you is talking to the messenger or the prophet, to follow the creed of Abraham. Okay, so to follow the inclinations or the thinking or the worldview of Abraham. That's what the prophet was ordered to do. And then God says, ما كان إبراهيم يهوديا ولا نصرانيا ولكن كان حنيفا مسلما وما كان من المشركين. Abraham was not a Jew and he was not a Christian. He was a monotheistic submitter and he was not of the idolaters. So Muhammad was told to follow Abraham. Abraham did not call himself a Jew or a Christian, which are two sects. So Abraham was not a Sunni and he was not a Shi'i. He was a Muslim. So if Muhammad was just a Muslim, and I am just going to be just a Muslim, this whole concept of Sunni and Shia is complete horse.
Yes, 100%. That's why I think the Hadith has divided us into sects.
May God bless you. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. I used to follow them, but then I searched deeper in them, and it's a lot of things that didn't make sense at all. A lot of the hadiths.
Most of them. ولا تكونوا من المشركين الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون. And do not be of the mushriks, do not be of the idolaters, do not be of the polytheists, those who split their religion and became sects. Every faction is happy with what they have. So God is telling us that those that split their religions are mushriks. It's over. There is no more argument. And then they're telling you in the hadith, the Prophet is saying his community will become sects, 73 sects. How can the Prophet say my community is going to be a sect when he in the Quran says الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا لست منهم في شيء. Those who split their religion and became sects, you have nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but to be honest, who do you think stands behind this hadith, and why did they came like was it 200 years after or something?
Politics. So it's for the power of the politician. And the other thing is we have a very clear enemy, Satan, Iblis, and the soldiers of Iblis. They cannot manipulate the Quran. They cannot change it. So they needed to control people. And God tells us that the devil is going to say things when the prophet is making his wishes or a messenger is making his wishes, and God will write down, he will have it written down, and he will also clarify his verses for the people that truly know. The people with disease in their hearts, they will follow with what the devil is saying, and that's what we're seeing today. The Quran is complete, and these people want to sit there and fulfill what Satan wants, which is division, hardship, oppression, bullying. Like, look at how they describe women in the hadith. It's just completely disgusting. It's just wrong as well. It's not scientifically accurate either. And it shows the Prophet of not having empathy. It shows God is not a forgiving God. It shows Muhammad is more forgiving than God. That truly, if you submit to Muhammad, you will go to heaven. This is what it's promoting. It's promoting idolatry.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, like pagan, like yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's
okay,
paganism.
thank you, brother. Thank you for your answers.
You're welcome. May God bless you.
You too.
All right.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me. I have a question that I wonder, and you were talking to the gentleman who was here prior, like when talking about the
striking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So something I wondered is how come there isn't such like, well, not just the striking, but there is like a set of things that the husband does if the wife disobeys that you outlined. Is there such for women? Because there isn't.
Yes.
I mean, exactly the same for like the ones you outlined.
Well, for women, if she's feeling discord, is for her to communicate. That's the number one thing. So God tells us something about women in regards to conflicts, that they in their nature is that they try to be silent, and they're not very revealing in when they're bothered. So this is why there's that running joke on the internet when their wife or their girlfriend's upset at them and they go, "Hey, what's wrong?" She goes, "Nothing," and he has to ask her 3 times, and if he doesn't ask her enough times, she gets upset that he doesn't care, because God told us that God showed us that women are a lot more emotionally intelligent than men. So their feelings, they remember and they hold on to feelings in a way that a man doesn't understand. So for us to be able to appreciate your perspective and to show that empathy that we're supposed to, we need that to be communicated to us, because we just simply cannot have that concept of seeing it from your eyes unless it's explained to us. So when you are feeling a type of way where you feel like your husband is not being present, or your husband is pushing you to the side, or he's no longer showing the love that he's showing, if you're truly feeling those feelings, you have to start to communicate it. And at that point, God is telling the man that usually in a conflict, a person brings his ego, his greed into a conflict, where God says that if you're capable of conquering that ego, al-shah al-anfus, that at that point you can truly make that peace and have that forgiveness and understanding. So there is a way for us to understand what God is saying, but just because how God tells us that we can avoid you in bed, you could definitely avoid your husband in bed too. This is something that is allowed for you to do. But why is God telling the man to avoid them in the bed? Because from what I understand, what makes a good man is that he's not the one rather chasing for that appetite, but usually he wants the girl to be more so seeing her man in that light. So he's not prone, and we generally understand that women are more susceptible to their emotions, where they do want to feel that love, and a man's supposed to control his feelings a little bit better. So for her, I think not having those relations is a bigger burden than on a man. But in this day and age, it's different, where now men are driven by their sexual desires more than their intellectual processes.
But that wasn't what I was getting at. But basically, I'm after, is there like provision for, like, for example, the woman can also banish the man from the bed, like, or
Yes,
she
you can.
also
You can. Yes, of
for
course
the
you can. It's not something where God is saying that you have to do it. It's something where it's not a problem if you do. The verse that I'm quoting is chapter 4, 128. And if a
yes.
wife fears discord from her husband or avoidance, then there's no blame on them both to reconcile between themselves by reconciliation. For reconciliation is best. And it says right here, but the soul brings in greed. And if you do well and become pious, then indeed God is conversant with what you do. So in the way that you want to reconcile, you have those tools available to you, where you communicate and you say to the man, hey, you're treating me in a way which I'm not finding appropriate. And you no longer make yourself available, and he's supposed to now sense that something is wrong. And God is clearly telling us to reconcile, and that is better. But the souls bring its greed. It can be understood as greed, but it can also be understood as ego, where they don't want to lower themselves. And that's majority of the fights where they go to, where the man is not going to take accountability, because it's like, yes, I'm trying to explain it to you logically, but he does not want to admit that he hurt the person because he gives justifications. And this is where the Quran...
Yeah, that's what I'm basically, is there like a verse in the Quran that says basically
in that manner? No, in that manner where she's told to avoid him in bed, and not in that manner. No, it's something
so
where
basically there isn't a provision for the wife that is the opposite. Well, the same as for the man. You know, like the one for chapter 4,
yes,
verse 128. Is there one? Basically, that's what I'm asking.
But
is there one?
Here's the thing. So there's two things that I want to say here. God says, for example, for a man, that it's forbidden for him to marry his mom, to his daughter, to his aunt. See, so he's discussing the males, which then it's implicitly understood for the female. So there are certain things when God is communicating to the man, the female understands her part and her role and what she's allowed to do as well. So that concept is being presented in the Quran. There's no explicit verse where God is saying that the females shouldn't sleep with their fathers or marry their fathers, because it's implicit from the other way around. But here's the other thing. Now, the verse that is in regards to the admonishing and not sleeping and kicking her out of the house, it's only if I'm spending money on you. You see what I'm saying? So there is...
from a patriarchal, basically, from that society at that time, like basically, because the man is the taking care of.
Yes, that's the only time I have that right, is bima anfaqu. It's by what they spent. So it's my house. I have certain rules I need you to stick to. But if you are an independent person, that doesn't go with me anymore. And then the other thing is, how are you going to be kicking me out of the house that I'm paying for? That's where the third one with the renouncing does not make sense. So that's why God is saying, and he's promoting the concept of communication when it comes down to a woman. Because yes, he's talking from obviously from what the majority of the world endures, which is a patriarchy.
Yeah. But in that sense, like you said, the house that is his, isn't it under Islam? Isn't it the house? Does it become theirs, like both the husband and the wife, or is it always the man's house?
From what I understand is when you divorce your wife, that she keeps the house.
Okay.
But it's your dwelling. Unless you divorce her, then it's hers.
Okay, understood. But basically, that's what I was confused about. Like, if there would be like a provision that exists for wives to do the same, what was outlined, but there isn't. is what you're saying. But she has other rights.
Right.
Whatever.
If you're looking for an explicit verse, no. But again, so the concept of divorce, for example, is being discussed to the men, but the women have the same rights. These are things that are implicitly understood. So I don't think that God here is oppressing women. He is discussing to the men, but the women, based on how independent they are, they also have certain rights that the men can have. Because here the verse about the renouncing or not sleeping, it clearly states in what they spend on her. If a girl has strove in her world and she worked on herself and she's independent financially, her husband does not have that same right. Because
But
God
in
is
this, like, this is what I'm understanding. My understanding is the Quran, for the most part, especially when addressing the roles, that, like,
It's
in this
male driven, yes.
I just ask about, that is, it's addressing the man, not the woman. The woman isn't a part, so it's talking to the man.
Yes, but as I said, the women understand their roles implicitly because yes, he's discussing the man. I do believe
Why
that
is it,
I
like,
do
implicit?
because as I said, the example in regards who you can marry. So a woman implicitly understands she can't marry her father. God didn't outright say it because God is allowing us to use our deduction. That's I understand the argument that you're making, but again, that's how I approach it. So God didn't say women shouldn't marry their fathers. He said, "Do not marry your mothers." And now a believing woman knows that she shouldn't marry her father. So is that
Yeah,
so? And
it makes sense. Yeah.
and when God is saying, for example, that He's promising you purified spouses, right, in heaven, and then He tells the men that He's going to create these beautiful women for them, then it's implicitly understood that also women are going to get purified spouses, and He's going to create beautiful men for them. Those are all implicitly
You mean
deduced.
like when? I apologize. Do you mean when? Like for men, it's the 72.
No, that's not in the Quran.
Sorry.
That's not in the
Okay.
Quran. That's hadith and it's nonsense.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
thought you
I
were
understand.
referring to that.
No,
Okay.
God in the Quran says that there are beautiful women that are created for men in heaven. This is not in regards to 72. It is in regards to what is the present, that there's these beautiful girls that are going to be present in heaven that are purified and are not, it's not like a big, sorry for the word, orgy, but it's like spouses, like
Yeah.
proper, you know?
Yes.
But then there's the other side where women are promised purified spouses, but he did not give the same details that he gave to the men. So it's also implicitly understood that God is going to create for them men.
So the question becomes then, why all this, like for women, it's implicit, it's implied,
Because
and you have
God is addressing the men. So this is, but for
why,
me,
like,
why? Because
that's, yeah, like that's like, because the thing is, my understanding.
historically they're more responsible. Not that women are not responsible. I'm saying that and what happens in the world, the men are responsible for the majority of what's occurring and what's not occurring.
Okay, so basically, I mean, in that sense, it makes, I mean, would that still, and this is something we've thought about, does it still apply for all time, or was it just for that time historically, looking back?
I believe that it applies all throughout all of the time. I just understand now that more women are capable of finding their independence in this day and age. And so therefore they get a lot more rights from the Quran than that the people did back then. That's what I see. So
Okay.
to argue with you and to say that you are now inferior because you're a woman, this is not fair to me to say. But is your path harder than mine? I can make that argument. You are in a position where your life is a little bit more difficult than mine, but in the same time, your reward is better than mine because you had to endure more than me because you were a female. I'm not saying that you're less than me. It's just the world is designed more so against you, and God knows this. So, for example, you're the one who has to bear the carrying of the child. But for me, I have to pay for the child, and I have to clothe the child, and I have to pay for you. And this is my responsibility as the man. But can you take that responsibility? God did not give you that responsibility because you have a harder path than me. But
So I mean, yeah, I understand, because they have different roles. That's, I mean,
but different rewards as well. So I do believe, because a woman is just naturally subjected to more hate than a man, her judgment on the day of judgment, her judgment on the day of judgment would be easier than a man, because a man had more responsibility and he was more capable of being more oppressive than a woman. Because me and you can get into an argument, and if the woman wants to say something, I can exercise my physical strength and restrain you and hurt you. And this happens consistently in history, where it's not about the intellect battle, but rather the man uses his physical power to subdue the women. And that is where the difference is. And this is why I believe God is more lenient with women on the Day of Judgment.
And this, I mean, it's perfect that you said this, because I wanted to segue into, like, again, earlier what you were saying about the interpretation, right? So and you explained it perfectly, right? Like in terms of like the translation. But does everyone, like the layperson, can they understand the way you understood? Because the thing is, it seems to me, and this is something I've come across different religions, even there's different interpretation that
the same
people
word.
get from. Yeah. So, and it comes down to, okay, so how do we
judge?
Yeah, like how, because there's so many people, so many nations, so many different understandings. How do we get like a streamline?
So God is telling us about two things. That the person who's a believer, who gets close to God, who fulfills the words of God, those are the ones that God has promised success. The Quran is presented to you very binary, where it's one or the other option, success or failure. But the world that we live in, everything is measured based on this binary system. So in certain things you will fail, in certain things you will succeed, okay? But then you can measure yourself overall. Are you finding many doors opening for you by the grace of God? Are you finding a lot of blessings? Do you see a lot of people appreciating you and giving you? Do you see the people who are evil and hurtful, they hate you, but the people who are generally good people and do have a positive outlook, they are jiving with you and they're understanding you. These are ways for you to measure your way of life. Now, when it comes down to these different interpretations, some interpretations, you are saying a lie, and therefore some doors are going to be closed on you. And the more lies you say, the more your life is going to be strangled. And the more truth and the more peace you can achieve internally, the more of that peace you can reflect on the external. And therefore, you know you're following a path that is acceptable by God, because He's opening all these doors for you as you're maintaining this relationship with God. And furthermore, God tells us that these verses in the Quran, some people with disease in their hearts, deviation, they have a disease. And when God says disease in their heart, this is a psychological issue. They have a mental problem that they themselves have to fix. That these people will come up with an interpretation and because of their sickness. And the people of knowledge will be able to understand that that is not the correct interpretation, while the people with sickness in the heart will follow those interpretations. So if I'm a person who has this ego and I'm a misogynist and I look at women in a way that I have to objectify them, I can start seeing the verses of God telling me that I'm capable of using these women as property. But the person of knowledge will show you that these verses that you're interpreting are wrong, because there's other verses that deny your interpretation. If that person listens to me, all praise to God. But if he's blinded to the truth, then he's going to have to suffer in his life because of those decisions. So yes, it's based on how much the world is opening up to you is how you know if your interpretation is right or wrong. I hope that answers you. I know that was a very long-winded answer.
Thank you so much for answering. Because this is something I've wondered, and I know two people give the same answers. Yours is one of many I have heard.
So
right?
you find your answers, and that's the answer you're going to present to the Day of Judgment on God. That you don't need to wear.
It's just your understanding,
right? And find
that's all you can.
Find your understanding, and God is going to hold you responsible to what your eyes, what you heard, and what your mind thought. You might get to a reason, and then you say, no, I don't like that. But you might get to the right response, and God keeps guiding you. That's why God is the one who's responsible for your guidance. I don't care what all the world is saying. What I have now and what I have in my life is much better than what they promised me when I was a Sunni. What I had as a Sunni and what I see my countries are going through is so much worse than what I found now from following the words of God by what God is revealing to me. I hope that answers the question.
It does. Well,
to a certain degree,
partially, to a certain extent. Just one more thing, like, do you see like different countries? I mean, the same. For example, when they're following the teachings of the Quran, do you think that that they follow it in a way that is beneficial to the
No,
Okay.
they don't judge with the Quran. They go against what the Quran is saying. They judge with other books other than what God has said, and that's why they have all these divisions, all this hate, all this injustice. For me, I have a very easy way of approaching a society or a country. When the judges become corrupt, the judges in the law in the courtroom become corrupt, your country is corrupt and it's the end of your society. So all these, God is telling us the number one thing about judges is for them to be as honest, as just. It doesn't matter who it is, okay? But we see all of these countries that promote Islam the way they do, all their judges are primarily corrupt and they're just adhering to a law that God has never given, and they always want to benefit the elite while eating the young or eating the weak. So it goes
That's
against what God says.
unfortunate.
And that's why
Thank
they
you.
fail. You're
Thank you
welcome,
so much for
helicopter.
answering. Appreciate it.
No problem. Peace. Take care. Sanita, is it wrong to not allow your husband a second wife? Here's a personal story for you, Sanita. So my wife, she admits that a man in the Quran is allowed to have multiple wives. But we wrote in the contract of our marriage that if I am going to exercise such a right, that she herself believes that it would be detrimental to her religion, so she does not want to be in a position where I would have multiple wives. And she does not agree for her to be in that situation, but she still believes that God is saying that there are situations where men can have multiple wives. It's just not the path for her. And me signing that paper, I'm saying to her that I agree to your terms, that despite God is saying to me that I'm allowed multiple wives in certain conditions, I will not be exercising that if I am married to you. So we outlined that at the very start, where we are expressing the truth, and she knows the limits of her religion, and she said she does not want to hurt her religion by having concepts of jealousy, or for her to feel like she's inferior, or for her to having certain feelings that she does not want to endure, especially because of certain history that she had to go through. That's nobody's business. Anyways, and with that said, I would be breaking that contract if I go and get a second wife. And if I go behind her back, that would be considered cheating. So you should outline that in the very beginning of your relationship, especially when you're writing the marriage contract. Have that in the marriage contract, and God tells us to fulfill the contract. If the man is agreeing, then the man he's the one who's committing to what God he knows what God has made legal, but he himself is not saying it's illegal for me, but I am being understanding to the person that is in front of me. And if I don't like these conditions, then don't marry this girl and find a girl that is okay with polygamy. It's very easy. It's very easy. Okay. I need to screenshot that. I'm gonna go make fun of her later. I think she's asleep. But let me go make fun of my wife later. Boom. I have an amazing relationship with my wife, and this is a personal thing, and it's because of what the Quran has taught me. All praise to God. I approach the matters in a way where I don't see her as my spouse in this life. I see her as this person. I see her as this person that I'm stuck with for eternity. See, and but I enjoy her company. I do not tire from her company. Yes, some people have their moments. We have our differences in certain things, but it's still the person where it's like, my friend at recess as like a child, where we're going to have this mentality forever. Like, I want to sail the oceans of heavens with her, and going from one side of heaven to the other will take 1 billion years. I still want to make fun of her there because I like making fun of her. She makes fun of me too, but it's all joyful. And at the same Malik, stop. And at the same time, when things are serious, it's serious. And she is there when I need her, and I hope I'm there when she needs me. And I truly believe that this is what the Quran is expressing to us and about our spouses. She has her ambitions in what she wants to achieve for God. I try to support her in what I can, in the things that I can give her support. Sure, I try not to deter her from what she wants to achieve. I try not to close on her and try to control her, especially in certain things as well. And she has her rights that God has given her. who am I to sit here and try to like use the religion as a way to like shut her up or to remove from her the I'm so glad she's not here right now. Who am I to take from her what God has given her as a right? See what I'm saying? But this, as I'm telling you, as a man with my history, I would not be able to deduce this other than from what God has given me, is because I used to see the world a little differently, and this is why this book of God is amazing. It helps you truly understand how to treat others, your children, your spouses, and it's from what God, and it's very similar. Well, we can't even get close. Oh my gosh, she's here. It's very like it's from how God is also treating us, and we will never get to that level. Like I made some serious mistakes even after God has guided me. I made some mistakes, you know what I mean? And I repented and I'm sorry and I stopped certain things. And when I stop them, I feel God's love right away. And it's not like where God is like constantly reminding me like you sinned. No, it's like proper forgiveness and mercy. And I feel bad that I even sinned. And then you start to worry that I don't want to disappoint my Lord. And that kind of relationship was really, really inspiring. And I take that approach with most of the people that I meet. Certain people where you're consistently trying to hurt me and you're consistently trying to put me down. That's it. I'm done. Like, I don't want to talk to you. And okay, you want to say hi, hello, and we move on. I don't need to be in your presence because you have your issues. But many people where it's like, even certain kids, it's like they say something or they do something or they're going against the rules. Okay, hey, stop that. And they stop. And then we go back to loving. And they're exactly, there's a net positive. You were supposed to be asleep. Go to sleep. Anyways, all praise to God. May God allow us to find content in our children and our spouses, and to make us from the leaders among the believers, or muttaqeen, actually, the people who are God conscious. But I can't wait for the day of judgment when God shows my wife the world is a globe. All right, so that's. Of course you did. Of course you did. I was asleep. I woke up when you said my wife. Of course you did. Oh man, come on, guys. You're supposed to rescue me from this conversation. Mark, you're coming up. The other person's not here.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear
Alaikum
me?
salam. Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, bro?
Peace, brother. I'm good. How are you, bro?
I'm doing well. Oh,
God bless.
God bless you more.
I have a question. It's about dawah, but not because you see the people, they have their stands and stuff, and they're preaching, and like alhamdulillah, they bring people to Islam. Like you can't complain.
Yes.
But on a more like community deeper level, not everyone's out there. They got their stance or they're in a discussion. And I remember you saying one time, like your approach to it when it came to people around you, did you kind of ask questions and you like make them think or something like that, So like, I don't know if you could go like further on it, like it's being like a Socrates the method, like you go around asking the questions to people.
Not Socrates, but more so. I see what you mean, but I grew up in a family where body language is something that we had to pretty much study because of my father and my father's business. Okay, so it's something where the discussions, and this also helped me in life drastically. Most of the communication that occurs around you, it's not the words that are being said, it's the tone that has a big portion of it. It's the body language that has even more to it, and then the words also have its basis. But studying the person in front of you when they're speaking or where they're showing certain things about them, you get to understand more so of their character. And because of you realizing certain things, you could find a topic that if you talk about it, they're going to jump on it right away. And when they jump on that topic, that's where you start to bring God into the picture. So it is, unfortunately, because of the negative connotation to it, people take the word manipulation as something that is always negative. You can manipulate somebody into doing the right thing. It's the act of manipulation is not wrong. It's when you're manipulating somebody for evil, or when you're manipulating something for your own self, that's when it's becoming evil, and that's what majority of the people do. God is technically changing you, which is what the word manipulate means, by making you feel guilty, which is true, and he's leading you to the truth for you to change. So if I'm capable of analyzing the person in front of me, making him go through a thinking process with me, ask him the question that he needs to hear, and then at that point, it sparks something in his mind. That's the easiest way of doing da'wah, bro. It's through wisdom. And wisdom is by seeing the person's experience, understanding his perspective, and taking him to where he wants to go. So, for example, I'm sitting in Saudi Arabia. I'm in the guy is driving his cab. He's driving me to the airport, and he turns the music on, and I look at him, and he sees my big beard. He goes, sorry, brother. I didn't know. Sorry, brother. I don't mean to turn the music on. I know it's haram. Why do you think it's haram? Da'wah opportunity. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. That's it, brother. Thank you.
May God bless you. Peace.
God bless. Peace.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I just wanted to speak about earlier, like an hour or two ago.
I apologize.
You talked about the ghusl and how you put the water in the mouth.
Wudoo,
and
I don't.
You said,
but yeah, I don't.
When you swallow it, it hydrates your tongue and hydrates, I'm pretty sure, the sides of your cheek.
Yep.
But don't you believe that if it's unintentional, it doesn't break your fast? Because I'm pretty sure you're speaking.
Yes, unintentional is something different, where you forgot, where God knows what's in your heart and your intention. I'm intentionally putting water in my mouth when I'm doing the wudoo Sunni style. That's not unintentional.
But can't it be like you're not intentionally breaking your fast?
No, but you're intentionally putting water in your mouth, which you're causing the intake. It's not you're saying I'm unintentionally drinking water, but then I can gargle water all day then. Why can't I do that? Because it would literally keep me hydrated all day. I can just keep gargling water and spitting it all day. I'll be fine.
Astaghfirullah.
Exactly. So, but why do you do that for, because you're playing lawyer at this point. God didn't tell you anything in regards to gargling water. And,
of course.
And that's it.
Oh, all right. Appreciate it. And I had this other
I was wearing for a bit.
I'm pretty sure it's an atheist or something.
Earlier?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's an atheist yet, but he was around. Yes.
I just wanted to rehear your conversation about.
It's on YouTube, brother. I'm recording this here on TikTok, or it's not recorded on TikTok. I'm streaming on TikTok, and I'm streaming on So I'm streaming on YouTube as well. And the YouTube is where it stays recorded. Everything that I've done here on TikTok is always recorded on YouTube on the live tab. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to review it there, it's gonna be there.
Thank you so much.
No problem, my brother. Salam. Oh, praise to God. The booza. Kristen. It's getting tired. I'm getting late. It's late at night. H for H.
Yo.
What's up?
What are you saying? You good?
I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Going on to the hadith thing about the wuzu and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Quranist, right?
I don't call myself that.
So, there's two different types of wudus that the Sunnis do and the Shias do, according to the feet. So, do you wipe or do you wash your feet?
I wipe.
What's like the Shias then?
Like what the Quran is presenting, brother.
Yeah, I think wiping is more of a correct opinion if you're talking about the Quranic perspective.
Yes.
Why do you reject hadith?
The reason. Yeah, go ahead. I'll wait.
No, sorry, my grandma, she doesn't know what's going on. She
No, I
thinks I'm
know,
talking
but
to my son.
I understand. Sorry.
मैं दोस्त के साथ बात कर रहा हूँ. Go on, carry on.
All right. So what I was trying to express in regards to where God is saying to us that the Quran is complete, that the Quran is an elaboration to all things. It guides you to what is upright. There's many verses that is telling us about the completeness and the detail of the Quran, and that you do not require anything other than the Quran in regards to guidance. So the argument is coming from the Quran itself that this book is sufficient. And I myself, on this road for 15 years now, all praise to God, I have yet to find myself in a situation where there wasn't a verse in the Quran that is not answering me, even if it's against me.
Yeah, I just think that Quran can be very ambiguous, as the Quran itself says as well.
So it calls itself clear.
Well, it calls itself ambiguous in verses too. So
No, it calls
it says in
itself
it, there's it
mutashabih.
says
It's not ambiguous.
yeah.
Mutashabih means there's similar verses. You can't be ambiguous and clear at the same time. That's a contradiction. What you're talking about, the verses where people can come up with interpretations because of the similarities that are within the verses. So I can give you a very easy one. God consistently in the Quran states that those that go to hell are in it forever. They're in hell forever. Okay, but there's a verse that states that there's some people that, or God will send people to hell, and they will be in it as long as the skies and the land endures, except for what God wills. Okay, and they say, oh well, that verse is showing that people will go to hell temporarily, and then they will go to heaven. But the same thing was said about heaven, that they are in heaven as long as the skies and the land endures, except for what God has willed. So their interpretation is wrong, because if their interpretation is right, then people go from heaven to hell. And that makes no sense.
No, I get that, but there's verses that are very hard to interpret without,
what?
like for example, Yasin.
Yasin are 2 letters, bro.
Yeah, it's a verse of the Quran, right?
Okay, but those are signs of the Quran. It's not a verse where it's coming with instructions, or it's coming with the law, or it's coming with something and describing something. It's saying to you, this is a clear sign in regards that this book is outside of the world. And we also found that Yasin itself has its implications in the Quran in regards to a mathematical number, the number 19, and how those numbers are used to show a code in the Quran. And aside from that, the person who's asking what Yasin means doesn't know what Yasin means anyways, because the hadith doesn't tell you what Yasin means.
We have hadith, Shia hadiths have interpretations of Yasin in particular. We say it's the name of the Prophet, and we call Ahlul Bayt Ali Yasin as well as Shia Muslims. So we have our interpretations from the hadith. That's false.
Yes, but the problem is that narrative is by someone making that accusation, which cannot be solidified by the book of God. God states, وَلَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ لِتَحْكُمْ بَيْنَهُمْ بِمَا أَرَاكَ اللَّهُ. And we have sent down the book to you to judge between them what God has showed you, or what they differed among themselves. So me and you now have a difference between what Yasin means. You have to show me that it's talking about the blessed prophet in the Quran, because consistently every time these letters are shown, those letters have no attachment to each other. So you're reading Yasin as a word, but that's not how we read Yasin. It's yes. So you're saying Yasin is a word, and that's the name of a prophet. Makes no sense, because it'd be yes at that point. It wouldn't be Yasin. It says
It's how it's
Ha
read.
Mim Ain Sin Qaf Alif Lam Mim. It's saying letters. It's not saying a word. So Yasin is not a word.
Yeah, if you want me to talk about how many times Yasin is in the Quran, what it means, etc., I'm not, just a layman at the end
My
of the day.
brother, I think you're not understanding me. If I see the word written down in a book, Yasin, I wouldn't read that as Yasin. I'd read that as yes. So, for example,
So why do you read it as Yasin at the beginning of Surah 36?
Because it's obviously there's 2 cuts on it. You could see that there's a sign telling you that these two letters are indifferent. And even if you read it together, it's not going to be read as Yasin. It's read as yes. It's read as alam. It's read as ham. It's read as ham. But because we see consistently in the Quran, there's like kaf, ha, ya, ain, sad, right? That's not going to be a kahayas. That's not a word. So we know that these letters are cut up. And that's why God says those are the signs, or that is the sign of the book, or this is a sign of the book. And he's saying Hamim wal Quran, right? So now that's an oath. He's swearing by he's saying Yasin. And then wal Quran al Hakim. So this is an oath. Innaka lamina al mursaleen. So whatever Yasin is, it's not a name of a person. It's God swearing by whatever Yasin is. Walaikum assalam. Sorry,
You
somebody
don't
said.
you need to move on, or we can carry on talking.
No, it's up to you. I was just answering salam to somebody in the chat.
Okay, sorry. So yeah. So then, for example, you said that for 15 years you're yet to find yourself in a position of
Where the Quran is
where
not
you,
answering.
yeah. So like a common one that many people would give you is, how do you pray?
There's many verses in the Quran that shows you what is consistent of a prayer, what consists of prayer.
What consists of a prayer for you? Because it'll be different to what you do then, isn't it?
It's close to what you do. I just don't say what you guys say. And there's the certain structure, the overstructuring is not present there. No. So you're supposed to concentrate on what you're saying and what you're reading, and you're not supposed to concentrate it on the numbers of rak'ah. There's a certain duration that you need to fill. It's not a certain number of rak'ahs.
So that's interesting, because the way you pray, has it got any legacy going back to the Sahaba, going back to the Prophet, peace be upon him, his family?
Yeah, when I'm telling you we pray similarly to what you do, it's something that is understandable. But yet the Shias and the Sunnis pray significantly different. So did the
pray very
Prophet
similar.
Did the Prophet say Ali Waliullah in his prayer?
We don't say it in the prayer either. We say it in the azan. We don't say it in the prayer.
But in the prayer, when you say Allahu Akbar, and you do your shahada. So do you know how you do 3 takbirs? Allahu
Yeah,
Akbar,
3 takbirs. Yeah, we do 3 takbirs at the end.
Yeah, but why is the Sunnis not doing that?
Because we follow the Sunnah as per the Ahlul Bayt. They follow the Sunnah as per the Sahaba.
So there is a misinterpretation somewhere. Only one of you has to be right at this point.
All
right?
one of us, yeah, of course, Shias would say that we're right, and Sunnis would say that they're right.
Exactly. Peace, Maggie. Yeah. But then at that point, who's the one who's going to authorize us to know who's actually right when it's historical evidence and it's not something that is scriptural? It's not something that I can say to the Quran, see it's saying to you talat takbirat or 3 takbir, or it's saying 1 takbir. It's not even talking about the concept of takbir.
Well, that's the point where you have to think, okay, do I follow the Ahlul Bayt or do I not? We say
neither. Yeah. Maybe God never told me to follow Ahlul Bayt. Maybe God never told me to follow Sahaba, but God told me to follow this book. If the book is teaching me how to pray, I don't care what my forefathers taught me, because God has revealed something, and my forefathers is not aligning to what God has said. So I'm not good for that. We can even talk about the timings of the prayer. Is it 3 or 5 times?
Well, for Shias it's 3.
Okay, why are Sunnis praying 5?
I don't know, but that's what we say Ahlul Bayt told us to do, and the Quran told us to do.
Okay, but why are the Sunnis praying 5?
Bro, I don't know. They got 5. Because we have 5 prayers, so they must have interpreted it as.
So you have 5 prayers as well.
Yeah, we have 5 prayers as well, of course, but we have
times.
them to pray at 3 times a day. Yeah.
So you have 3 times to fulfill 5 prayers.
Yeah.
So if I do
3 windows,
Asr,
you can call them 3 windows. 3 windows.
So if I do the Dhuhr and the Asr at the exact same time, right?
Yeah.
Is that 2 separate prayers?
The 2 formal prayers, yeah, the 2 formal prayers, but
this is playing lawyer with God. It's 1 prayer. You stood 1 prayer. You can't say that this is Dhuhr and this is Asr. It doesn't make that sense. That does not make any sense. You stood 1 prayer, bro. You did not stand 2 prayers. So this is where your logic does not make sense.
God didn't say that there's 3 prayers, though. He said that there's 3 times.
No, God says 3 prayers. He literally tells you 3 prayers. He doesn't say 5 prayers 3 times. He says 3 prayers, and that's it. He even gave you the names of the prayers in the Quran. He didn't miss anything in the Quran. Nothing is left out. So God is telling you, وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ طَرَفَيِ النَّهَارِ وَزُلُفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. Stand in prayer the 2 ends of the day, right? And the advancements of the night. And God then gives you the tafsil, the explanation of what He said. وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ لِدُلُوكِ الشَّمْسِ إِلَى غَسَقِ اللَّيْلِ وَقُرْآنِ الْفَجْرِ إِنَّ قُرْآنَ الْفَجْرِ كَانَ مَشْهُودًا وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَتَهَجَّدْ بِهِ نَافِلَةً لَكَ عَسَى أَن يَبْعَثَكَ رَبُّكَ مَقَامًا مَحْمُودًا. And God told you to pray from the declining of the sun to the twilight of the night, which is 1 prayer, the end of the day, and then the other end of the day, which is Quran al-Fajr, right? So those are the 2 ends, and the advancements of the night. And the more you do at night, the better you are. 3, and then God gives you the name: Salat al-Isha, Salat al-Fajr, and Salat al-Wusta. The prayer of the dawn, the prayer of the evening, and the prayer of the middle prayer, which is the one in between the 2. Super easy, bro. Super easy. Group prayers. There is
sorry.
flex. There is a group prayer. إذا قمت لهم الصلاة. If you stand to pray for them, at that point, the man that's leading the prayer, he's the one who's reading the Quran, and everybody's listening. And then when he prostrates, everybody prostrates. That's how you. Middle prayer is not Asr or Maghrib. The middle prayer is the middle of the night prayer. So the first prayer is Maghrib, which is actually in the Quran called Isha. And then the second prayer is Fajr, okay? The dawn. And the middle prayer is the one that you stand the longest at the night. That's the middle prayer.
So for this night prayer is actually a mustahab for all Muslims, but for you it probably is wajib, yeah?
No, God says nafilatan laka.
Which means, sorry?
Nafila means it's something where you can take it as a surplus.
Okay,
something
so
that's
it's
an
not
extra.
Okay, so what's the wajib? 3 times is the ones that are wajib for you.
The wajib in regards to the third one is the way that you approach it for Isha, where you have to stand like 4 rak'ats. And how you do it. So you have to give like 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But the longer you do it, if you go for half the night, 2/3 of the night, or a third of the night, that's when it's really amazing for you. And that's when God sends you to a very honorable position. But for us, you still have to stand something that is very short. But to you, you call it Isha. We call it Wusta.
But I don't know. I just feel like a whole
That's fine,
legacy. I feel like a whole legacy going back 1,000 years minimum of people praying a particular way.
That's a telephone game. We have a whole legacy of 2,000 years of people saying Jesus is the Son of God, and they have many scholars and they have many people.
That's a logical thing that you can actually belief is different to practice, right?
No,
so when we're
they
talking
practice
about
a lot of things that are incorrect too that they pass down. Are they eating the skin of Jesus when they're eating and they're drinking the blood of Jesus? This is something that they practiced for years. I can look at Muwatta Malik, and I know that's a Sunni source for you, where he says, the Sahaba is saying, I do not recognize anything that I find these people doing that what the companions did. That's very clear. The other thing
we agree with that.
Okay, perfect. And so how do I know that's not also applicable to you? And the other thing is, much of what I hear that the Imams are saying, it contradicts the Quran. So the Quran is not the source, but rather the Imams are the source, not including the concept of infallibility that does not align with the Quran, or the Mus'haf of Fatima. That it doesn't. There's nowhere in the Quran where God is talking about infallibility.
The Shias always cite Surah 33, verse 33.
Which one?
If you go to the middle of it, it starts with إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ.
And yutahhirakum. God does that to the believers too. It doesn't mean we became infallible. God says,
what does it mean to be pure, and what does it mean to be impure?
Purify you. To purify you is to remove away any impurities. It doesn't mean that you become infallible.
Is sin impurity or not?
Brother, yes. So that when God is removing from you sin, it does not mean now that you cannot commit sin. It means God is showing you a way for you to not commit sin. It does not mean that if you now you are infallible. Do you know what the concept of infallibility means? It means you do no wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Prophet, peace be upon his family.
So why is God forgiving the Prophet if he does no wrong?
Because the way I see it is like a different mark scheme. So there's things that are wrong in this world, and then there's things that's a different, like they do no wrong, but according to their own mark scheme, what they can have rights and wrongs.
Should I go into a courtroom right now and ask the judge to forgive me, and he forgives me if I did nothing wrong? Does that make sense to you?
Of course not.
So why is the Prophet being forgiven by God and him asking for forgiveness if he does no wrong? Does that make sense to you?
I don't know. Yeah, it does make sense to me, because
there's the first example that I gave you,
something wrong.
Brother,
because you have to sinning and doing something wrong.
Infallible means you do no wrong. I'm not even talking about sin yet.
Okay,
infallible means you do no wrong.
Okay, but my definition is infallible is you do no sin.
Okay, so can someone who is a zalim, can he be infallible?
No.
Okay, so why does Jonah, when he was in the fish, he says, Subhanaka inni kuntu min al-zalimin. Exalted is you. I am, or I used to be from, or I am from the zalimin, the unjust. Why is a prophet of God saying that to God when God says that he defied and he went against what we told him?
So, like I said, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do it in terms of sin. What he did, he left his community. It's not a sin for him to leave.
When God tells him not to do, or God told him not to leave, and he left.
He warned them and warned them.
And then
And then he
God
had
told
enough
him
of
not
them.
to leave. ذهب مغاضبا فظن أن لن نقدر عليه. He even thought that God will not overcome him. And then God overcame him. And he said, Subhanaka inni kuntu min al-zalimin. So you just said that that cannot be for a prophet, while the prophet is saying that I committed injustice. Please, God, forgive me. And God forgave him. فَاجْتَبَاهُ. And he brought him close. وَجَعَلَهُ مِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ. And he made him of the righteous. So what you're saying is not aligning with the Quranic narrative, my good brother.
I'm sure.
I know, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, no, it's they're very interesting points though to bring up.
I know,
for
because
research to be brought up.
because this is the problem that we keep facing, is that you want us to sit here and submit to another man. Sunnis think that we're kafir because we're not submitting to Muhammad in the way they want us to submit. And you, in your position, you believe that I have to submit to 12 men in regards to what they say, and what they're saying is infallible. I have submitted to God, and I follow the book of God, and it's sufficient for me. So I don't suffer from these types of exegesis where I do not need to burden myself trying to explain away verses of God. God says that he's forgiving the blessed prophet Muhammad. Muhammad was asking for forgiveness. God says that Jonah, he committed a sin and God forgave him and God rescued him. And he's an example for us when we are believers and we commit sin and we ask God for help. God will rescue us from the stomach of the whale if we get that deep in our problems. So this is why it's beautiful.
So do you believe the Prophet Muhammad is not infallible?
Of course not. There's nobody in this world that's infallible other than God. That is a characteristic
But
to
then
God.
how can you? This is what I mean. For Shias especially, it comes from a position of logic and rationality. That if the Prophet is not infallible, how can you trust because then the Quran becomes a cyclically trusted book, not a rationally trusted book.
You can trust the messenger, and God tells you to obey the messenger. And the 1 minute, the messenger is not the actions of what he's saying. The messenger is one who delivers the message. And the way that you know it's trustworthy, it's not because of who delivered it. It's because of the context that's within it. The Quran is measurable by the objective reality that you see in front of you. Even if you didn't know who Muhammad was or did not have the biography of Muhammad, the Quran is testable for you to make a safe conclusion that it's from God and it's guiding you to what is better. So when you're saying that if the man committed sin, how can I trust the message? The man is independent of the message. That's why it says obey the messenger. It doesn't tell you to obey the prophet. Ya ayyuhan nabi lima tuharrimu ma ahallallahu lak. O prophet, why do you forbid what God has made legal for you? Which shows an error. So the man himself made errors, but it's not in pertaining to religion because that was a messenger. I have to believe the message. I don't need to worship the prophet.
The verse you cited, why do you make unlawful for yourself that which isn't forbidden?
Which God has made legal.
Yeah.
Trying to please your wives. And God is more important for you to please. God has ordered you to dispel your oaths. This is a clear error from the messenger.
It's not an error. It's like this is what I mean. This is
an
difference
error,
between
brother. It's an error. That's why God admonished him. To you, you're saying it's a learning lesson. It's still an admonishment.
It's a permission given to crack on, and you don't need to do too much.
My brother, what I was trying to express, God says, Ya ayyuhar rasul or Ya ayyuhan nabi. He didn't say, O messenger, why did you forbid? He said, O prophet, why did you forbid? Showing that the messenger and the message is trustworthy. But the prophet, he's just a human like us.
So when it says obey the messenger, you try to take that to mean obey the message.
Right. And here's another verse.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes, of course. That's the words of the messenger. God says, إِنَّهُ لَقَوْلُ رَسُولٍ كَرِيمٍ وَمَا هُوَ بِقَوْلِ شَاعِرٍ قَلِيلًا مَا تُؤْمِنُونَ. It is the statements of an honorable messenger. It's not the statements of a poet. Little do you believe. So God is saying that the Quran is the words of God and the statements of the messenger. So if I follow the statements of the messenger, I have obeyed the messenger and I am following the prophet. Why? Because I'm judging with the book that he judged with. If I want to follow Moses, I would have to judge with the Torah. If I want to follow Jesus, I would have to judge with the Torah and the gospel. If I want to follow Muhammad, I would judge with the Quran. That's following the prophet. Obeying the messenger is obeying what the messenger is telling you in that book that the prophet gave you.
Yeah, so part of obeying the messenger is to find out which hadith from him are authentic and to obey them also.
That's nowhere in the Quran. That's your understanding that is not substantiated by the Quran.
This is what I mean by mutashabih verses. This is what I mean by mutashabih verses.
Show me a verse where it's telling me to go. This is not mutashabih verse. This is
obey Allah and
verbatim.
obey the messenger.
Yeah,
so
but
you
I
can,
showed
you. Can see that. I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can obey the messenger.
How do you obey somebody? By following his words, right?
Yeah. So how can you know their words without hadiths?
Okay, God is telling you that the Quran is the words of God, but the statements of the messenger. It's qawlu rasul. ماذا قال الرسول? What did the messenger say? God is telling you the Quran is what he said. So me following the book of Muhammad, which is the Quran, is literally obeying the messenger. So if the messenger came and told me, if somebody cheats on his husband, whip him and the cheater 100 times, and if I do it, I have obeyed the messenger.
Okay,
if the
so
messenger is
alive,
alive,
the Quran for you, got you.
Yeah, God calls the Quran the messenger. God literally calls the Quran Mubashir wa Nadir, which is a bringer of good news and a warner, which is the application of a messenger.
So the Quran is like one of the, you could say one of the titles of the Quran is messenger.
Yes, of course. The message is the messenger. It's the Quran is going to witness against you on the day of judgment, just like how the angels are going to witness against you on the day of judgment, just like how Muhammad will witness against us on the day of judgment, just like how anybody who's reporting to God is going to witness against you. The Quran is definitely a messenger and a message from God.
Yeah, but like my own eyes will witness against me, my hands will witness against me.
Yes, in those moments, exactly. But the Quran has the words of God. Your eyes don't. There's a difference. So if it's carrying the word of God and it's going to speak, it is literally a messenger of God in that moment. Your eyes are not.
Yeah, so in the moment that my hand speaks against me, that's a messenger of God as well.
That is something that came to life by the permission of God to say what it witnessed. The Quran is going to repeat the words of God. Muhammad was repeating the words of God. That's a messenger of God.
So in the time of
your eyes is going to say what you did. There's a difference.
So in the time of
anyways, well, let's go back to the point of what obeying is. Can you obey God without the Quran?
No. Well, you could think you can, but because we believe the Quran is God's word.
Has people obeyed God without the Quran prior?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a concept of futra which the human being has?
Futra, yeah.
Yes. So the futra is also obeying God because that's what God has programmed within the human being.
Mm-hmm.
So obey God is more than just the Quran.
But just a nuanced thing about the fitrah, right? We can call the fitrah something, right? And then other people can call their fitrah something else. It's a bit subjective. But this is a nuanced point. Okay. Do you see what I mean?
What I was trying to say,
I could say it's part of the fitrah to have
God clearly tells us in the Quran that if you multiply the oceans by 7 times and you use all the trees as pen, that the words of God will not run out, but your oceans will run out. Okay? Yeah, so the Quran is the words of God is a lot more than the Quran. Me putting my hand in the fire and me feeling pain, and therefore I have learned now that God is telling me not to put in my hand in the fire because it's causing me pain. That is also a form of obeying God. If I go take the fire and I put it on somebody, I know now I have transgressed against what God has created and I have hurt somebody because I myself felt that pain and I didn't want pain and I caused that pain on someone else. This is a form of obeying God. But now obeying the messenger is like whip them 100 times. Okay? Whip them 100 times if they cheat. That's obeying the messenger. On the month of Ramadan, fasted. That's obeying the messenger. Because God has told them to do those things for you to stay close to God and not to cause the pain and the harm and corruption in the land. But you're telling me now that I'm incapable of following the messenger or obeying the messenger with just the Quran, which you have yet to show me a verse where it's telling me that obeying the messenger is outside of the Quran.
You're trying to show, this is what I mean by interpretation. You're using verses
then bring the verse, bro.
You don't let me finish, bro. Sorry,
I apologize. You're right.
You're using verses like the same one that I'm using. We're both using the same verse to justify our own positions.
But here's the difference. You're just saying obey God and obey the messenger, and then you go outside. I am showing you my position and supporting it with the book of God. So I brought you many verses in the Quran to justify the position that I have, which is aligning with the Quranic narrative. You're not doing that. So I'm using the book of God while you're not. So my position is a lot more stronger in the
Because
word
it
of
is
God.
clear. Do you agree that in the time of the Prophet,
It's clear.
1400 years ago, peace be upon him and his family, he gave commands that were outside of the Quran, yet the people had to obey?
Yes, I do believe if the prophet or the messenger says to somebody, "Bring me a glass of water," that they have to go bring them the glass of water. If the messenger says to the world or to the people around him, "Guys, we need to mobilize and we're going to move north and to attack an enemy that's going to attack us," the people had to do that. That you had to do. But that's his level of authority as a ulil amr, as a person of authority. He does not have the right for halal and haram, and he's not writing for us things outside of the Quran for us to judge later with, because that goes against the Quranic narrative.
Yeah, but what he says becomes halal and haram. So at that time where he's saying let's mobilize, it's haram to disobey that command.
So does it become now pertaining to me 1400 years later?
In context, yeah.
How? I have to mobilize today?
No, so
it's no longer pertaining to me. Did it need to be written down? No. Does it
let me let me finish.
Sorry,
we take from it lessons, yeah. So let's say the reason he mobilized, a random reason, the reason he mobilized is because blackberries were growing on a tree in Saudi Arabia, right?
Perfect.
And let's say that was the stated reason that he had to mobilize against the enemy that was north. Okay,
is that halal and haram now?
So now he has to. There's an authority and ulil amr in play. There's a community that's ready to fight. They have to mobilize. Now, if all those conditions are also met,
but that's in the Quran.
That's not in the Quran. What I'm
To
saying
mobilize?
to you, no, I'm saying
not the blueberry. The blueberries
example.
you gave me a hypothetical that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
But the concept. But God says, وَمَا يَأْتُوكَ بِمَثَلٍ إِلَّا جِئْنَاكَ بِالْحَقِّ وَأَحْسَنَ تَفْسِيرًا. Any truth that you're gonna find in the Hadith, it's already in the Quran. So when you have to mobilize when you're being attacked, that's already in the Quran. The Prophet, we have an example of the Prophet mobilizing. It's already in the Quran. So
I agree.
So you didn't add anything to the truth. You didn't provide anything substantial where the Quran did
giving clarity. I think that's one of the main parts of the Hadith is to
the Quran is not
gain
clear.
more clarity on Quran.
So the clear book is not clear.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. It's not the most clear. Like, I can't sit down and read the book and read the same. Because if I was to be a Quranist like you, I wouldn't reach the same conclusions as you. I think if you have a million Quranists, you'll have a million Islams.
No, that's not true, because you can see in the comment that most of us are in agreement to the very clear verses. It's only the things that where people want to come up with an interpretation, that's where it is open to subjective understanding, which is also included in Shiaism. It's not like you guys are all on one way of understanding the Quran. But in the clear verses, those are very clear. But to say here that the book needs a clarifier, and therefore that's why the book is not clear, the Quran says, وَإِنَّ عَلَيْنَا بَيَانَهُ. It is upon us to clarify. وَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ. And that is how God clarifies his book.
Again, another matter. So like a Shia would interpret that upon us. So he's given us the necessary things to clarify, i.e. the hadiths.
No. God is saying
that's what it means for it to be upon us.
God gives you a whole chapter or a whole bunch of verses, and at the end of the example, he says, وَكَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ. And that is how God clarifies his verses. So God is clarifying the verses, and then he goes, that's how I clarified them. He didn't say go to hadith. He didn't go to that guy, he'll tell you. He did it. Ayatin bayinat, as Mikael here is saying.
I just don't see the problem. If you can, like, for example, there's hadiths that are mutawatir. There's hadiths that are mutawatir that all Sunnis and Shias agree with, but you would say allow them.
So which one? Like, for example, the one where it says that God comes at the last third of the night. Do you believe in that one as a mutawatir?
Well, God comes down from heaven.
Yeah, from the last third of the night, and he comes to the lowest sky, the sky of the...
No, the Shias don't believe that, of course, no.
So that's one of the most mutawatir hadiths, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying the ones that Sunnis and Shias agree upon.
Okay, but you see how you just disproved the concept of mutawatir? So even when a whole group of people with the most chains agree on one hadith, you say you don't agree with it. So the concept of mutawatir isn't tawatur. It's still how you feel about it. Yeah, this guy...
I get what you mean, to be fair.
It's not tawatur. If you guys are not agreeing on one of the most narrated hadith, what's the point? What's the point of tawatur, bro? But the Quran, you guys both agree that it's from God, right?
Yeah.
And God says,
but again, the Quran's reached us through mutawatir things as well. So it's like if you got a problem with tawatur, Like I claim they do
I
as
don't
well
have
now.
I don't have a problem with the Quran, bro. But the concept where the human being is capable of preserving
Yeah, but how
something
the
for
Quran
1400
reached us
years.
is the same as how the Hadiths
No,
reached
it
us.
isn't, because
So what's the,
there's a big
it's a tough
difference,
one.
bro. There's a big difference. It
Go
is
on.
right now 2026, and we still don't have a full corpus of hadith, especially when it comes down to Sunnis and Shias. Your hadith keeps getting regraded every few years, every few centuries, and we still don't know which ones are the actual sahih and which one is false. And despite the fact in certain Shiism, there's another guy that's coming who's supposed to give you more hadith, and he's hitting somewhere in the world, and he's still producing hadith. So the corpus of your
No,
religion,
the top Imam is not still producing Hadith. That's a lie.
the hidden imam is not presenting any knowledge to anybody.
The hidden Imam is not producing no new Hadith for us. No.
There's
Anyone who
no
says that they're regulated.
knowledge that he's producing at all in
No,
this day
he's
and age.
hidden. No, he's not present amongst us. He's not giving us knowledge. I wish, but he's not giving me knowledge. I've not seen him all my life.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. I thought that he was bestowing his knowledge through the unseen to whoever he wills, because he has the power of the unseen. So he's giving his knowledge in ways that other people can appreciate that it was him.
Whether that's happening or not, that's not something that we can verify, because by
Of
definition
course
that
we
would be
can, because
unseen.
it's superstition. Yeah, you're right.
That would be unseen, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
we'll
God
be able
says
to
that he
verify
gives the
that.
unseen only to the messenger, so kind of contradicts the Quran. Brother, I
Yeah,
think
that's
my
a
position is a
separate
little bit more solid, where you're giving me a lot more superstition.
I never said I was giving you superstition.
So a
I
man
just
has been alive for 1400, or no, sorry, like 1,000 years now. He's just living
1,000.
somewhere. 1,000 years he's alive,
Yeah, that's our
eating
position.
and drinking and just hiding.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. 1,000 years
Yeah. So I mean,
and
what's
hiding
the problem? Noah lived for over 950 years.
out in the open.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have mapped this whole world. They can find Saddam Hussein in a hole.
Yeah, but they don't know the identity apart from the name of who we believe is to be the Mahdi. They don't know what he looks like. They don't know anything.
I mean, if
And what does it mean
somebody's
to be hidden?
if somebody's going to be living 1,000 years, we can clearly see somebody that didn't age for 1,000 years, unless if he's hidden from sight. Is he hidden in sight, or he's just an average guy walking in the on the line and nobody knows?
He can be both. He could be. I don't know the nature of what hiddenness means for the top Imam, but I assume it can be both.
Which one is it? Because we're playing
Because
superstition.
why does it have to be one? Why does it have to be one?
There's multiple imams now?
No. Why does it have to be one state of hiddenness that either people don't know who he is?
That's what I'm saying. So when God is saying that he gave me a clear book, these types of questions do not exist for me, because it's irrelevant to my guidance. I'm not waiting no man to come save me, because there's no such concept in the Quran. But in your case, you do.
But the world does need to be saved, right?
No, God has already given the message. Whoever wants to believe, they can believe, and whoever wants to disbelieve, they can disbelieve. But if you want to sit on the sideline, and wait for man to come save you, it's not going to happen. But you understand what I'm trying to.
We're not waiting on the sideline to be saved. As you can see, the Shias today are the ones that are protecting the world.
Okay, but brother, let's not get into the politics, because
but what I'm saying is you can't just brush the Shias to be people that
I'm
are
not
waiting
brushing.
to
The
be saved.
Shias do stand for business a lot more than the Sunnis. I do agree there, but you do believe that Jesus is coming back when the Mahdi appears, correct?
Yeah.
And that's when you're going to get the victory?
Victory is only going to come through these kind of people. Yeah, the true victory.
Yeah.
The true victory.
When Jesus comes back.
Even if Iran wins and takes over the whole world, that even for Shias is not a true victory. True victory is when there's an Imam here leading by God's command.
And if he never comes,
then we'll never attain true victory.
Then you wasted your time. Because you could have achieved victory by what God says in the Quran. And that's why that concept of the imamat, how we understood it in the time of the blessed prophet, is not possible for it to come back. Because God says that these are people God has removed, and nothing will bring them back. This is how it works. So when God removes Pharaoh, and Pharaoh being a superpower, because of their oppression, there's nothing that's going to bring back the community of Pharaoh. When God removed the Ottomans after they
We've
started
got a worse community than Pharaoh right now.
1 minute, no. When we see the Ottomans being removed, is because they became an oppressor. When now we see America being removed, is because they became an oppressor, and they will never come back. Now, when the Islamic world, or the community of the blessed prophet, was a superpower, when God has removed their superpower entities, they became oppressive, and they're not coming back. Not in the form that you see it, where these people are going to have have these Shia Hadith or Sunni Hadith and then for them to take over the world. No, you're going to have to go back to the Quran, and God is going to produce people that He loves and they love Him, and they're only happy with the word of God. May God bless you, Maggie.
God bless you too, bro. No problem. Take care, man.
God bless you.
And you.
That was interesting conversation. Yeah. We need unity, not division. Well, when we invite to unite, they invite to divide. Or they want to burn the bridge, that is. Burn the bridge, that is. Brothers and sisters, it's late at night. I have a pizza to consume. But why you guys deny if God will send a messenger? We don't deny that God will send a messenger. As a Quran alone Muslim, I believe God does send a messenger, but not in the concepts that they want to do. Before God destroys a nation, He sends them a messenger in their mouth, reminding them of the verses of God. They want to either kick him out or they want to kill him. God will rescue the messenger and those that believed with him, and then God will destroy that nation, remove the superpower. That's what it means. It is. I'm sorry, Kampara. I am tired. So can AI be a messenger? No. AI is not a messenger. Who's saying that? A'udhu billah. Officer Malik, who's the one who's making this? Claims that zina is halal. Astaghfirullah. It's crazy, bro. This guy. Yeah, it's all good, man. If he's asking if AI can be a messenger. Anyways. All praise to God. And thank you, brothers and sisters. I try to keep up with the comments. Some of them are funny. Some of them make my world feel round and joyful. Other comments are just flat in nature, and I don't like those comments. But anyways, I appreciate everybody that came up. It is closing time. Thank you guys for everything that you're supporting me with. Reshe, Zuz, Bill, Malik, Kampara, Elliot's, Samir, Alira, the Berry Fairy, all my brothers and sisters, Anas, Dilram, Maggie. God bless you all, man. I appreciate you. May God increase you in this world and the hereafter. And to all my brothers and sisters that that love for the message to come across. All my brothers and sisters that love to defend their prophet. Let me put it this way. That really want to uphold this book that we were given, this book that he strove so hard in his life to make sure that he fulfills and tells the message, has it documented, so for us to be guided and to see this beauty and this love that God has for us. It's shocking to me that how people just want to focus on things other than God. But anyways, my pursuit remains. It is time for me to leave and look for the hidden Imam once again. I will update you with my progress, my brothers and sisters. But until that time, peace.